Yo guys, it's your boy AniZ with What If Naruto was a Saiyan and neglected. So guys, before we start, Naruto will be the legendary Super Saiyan and Goku's younger brother in this. Also, my friends have requested an harem, so yeah, I'm gonna do a harem for this one. And one of Naruto's main goals is to restore the Saiyan race. So let's get right into the video. On a distant planet called Planet Vegeta in the age 737, Gine had just given birth to two Saiyans. One who is judged to be a low-class warrior with a power level of 2, known as Kakarot, who will eventually be called Son Goku on Earth. He was the older of the two Saiyans, and the youngest one, who was born a high-class Saiyan with a power level of 10,000. When this was discovered, King Vegeta had tried to have the younger Saiyan executed or exiled, but Bardock beat him to the ground, forcing the king to surrender. We now skip to age 739. Bardock, the father of the Saiyans, had returned from his rigged mission and had seen the future of his people, how Frieza will kill him and kill all the Saiyans, since he fears the legend of the Super Saiyan rising up against him. Bardock also saw it was useless to convince the other Saiyans, as they all think he was insane, so he hurried home. Gine, after dark, I'm gonna steal 2 Saiyan pods for the kids and we're gonna send our sons to another world, Bardock said. Huh? You gotta be kidding me. Have you gone insane? Why would we abandon our sons like that? He can't even speak, Gine said. With Kakarot's latent ability, he is destined to be sent away, and with Naruto's high ability, the king will purposely send him on death missions because of his paranoia. So we are going to send them to a planet where they can at least grow up and be decent people, Bardock said. No, he's far too young for that, Gine said. I don't think we can afford to wait much longer, Bardock said. And what does that mean? Gine said. Because of Frieza. He's afraid that the legendary Super Saiyan will appear one day and oppose him, Bardock said. Super Saiyan? But that's just a legend, a children's fairy tale, Bardock, Gine said. I know. The problem is he still fears the legend, and we know he won't take any chances. We're on death's doorsteps, Bardock said. It's now night. We see Bardock with 2 Saiyan pods getting away from the Saiyan city. You can hear 2 Saiyan babies crying in the pods. Is there another way? Let's think about this, Bardock, Gine said. No, it's the only choice. If I'm wrong, I will go back and get them, Bardock said. In that case, why don't we all just run off together, Gine said. We can't, they'll pick us up on those damn scouters of theirs. Naruto leaving itself is a huge risk. Kakarot would definitely slip past them with his low power level, but Naruto's power level, sometimes it's at 950 and then at other times it's at 10,000. And I'll try to distract Frieza to let him get away, Bardock said. Why are you going through so much trouble? It's not like a Saiyan man to care about their children, so what's got into you, Gine asked. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm constantly fighting, destroying, and I actually want to save something for once, especially one who's judged to be a low class warrior, and one who is judged to be an abomination for being born so strong when he's descended from 2 low class warriors. Like my Kakarot and Naruto, Bardock said, as they arrived to the blast off site. Bardock put the 2 pods down. I programmed Kakarot to head to a distant planet called Earth, while Naruto will be heading to a planet called Namek. Both have low power levels and aren't technologically advanced. I think they'll do well at the planets that I've chosen for them. And the good thing is, the planets aren't valuable, Bardock said. Gine got tears in her eyes as she went to the pods and looked at her babies. If your father's wrong, we'll come and get you, Gine said as she started to cry. Bardock comes up and says, listen my sons, do whatever it takes to survive, you got it? We'll see you soon, Gine said, hopefully, as she put a hand on Kakarot and Naruto's pods as the 2 babies reached out for their parents' hands and started crying knowing that they will be separated. Goodbye, Bardock said, as the pods started to fly away, giving the babies one last look at their parents and their family. In Naruto's pod, Naruto started to cry as his power level rises to 10,000. We see Gine running off the pod crying. Gine then yells, don't forget us, Kakarot and Naruto, as the pods leave the atmosphere, as she starts to cry and Bardock comes and hugs her. We then zoom out of the planet to see Frieza in his ship. My lord, we have detected a large power level leaving the planet. As Frieza's ship zooms in and he sees Naruto's pod leaving. So the monkeys thought they can outsmart me. Oh ho, a power level of 10,000. Too bad, Frieza said as he fires a blast towards the ship, destroying it and killing the baby. He then creates a giant supernova and fires it towards planet Vegeta. We see Gine crying as she sees the skies turn orange and sees a giant energy ball heading towards the planet. So you're right, Bardock. I'm happy that Kakarot and Naruto left. I hope they're safe wherever they are, Gine said, not knowing that Naruto was killed, but Kakarot survived. We now see Bardock firing a riot javelin but was overpowered by the energy ball, as the energy ball then consumes him. As he then sees the future of Kakarot defeating Frieza, and then he sees a future of Naruto. Naruto's facing an unknown man in red armor in his green Super Saiyan form. Then he sees Naruto getting married to many girls. Naruto was then in a bed with multiple girls. "That's my boy," Bardock said, happy that the Saiyans will continue to exist after their deaths. "The Saiyans will live," Bardock said with a smile as he died happily as the blast consumes him and kills him once and for all. Now we go to a planet far away. We see a purple cat watching the destruction of planet Vegeta. He then suddenly remembers that the Oracle Fisher told him about how there was going to be a multiversal tournament that will result in the destruction of the universe if they lose. As much as I do not like this, that Saiyan child with a power level of 10,000 has so much potential to let die, especially when the tournament threatens our existence. We reincarnate him in the chakra part of the universe so Frieza does not find him. Also, he should be able to use that chakra energy as well, Beerus said. "As you wish, Lord Beerus," we said as Beerus looked for a suitable vessel to give birth to Naruto. He then saw Krishna, who was a Uzumaki, strong enough to birth a legendary Saiyan. He then orders Whis to revert Naruto back into a baby and put him into Krishna. He also drains Krishna's true children's chakra, leaving them with 5% of their chakra, and puts the rest into Naruto. Inside of Krishna, the Nine-Tails sees the power of the kid as he feels fear for the first time in his life. He feels 90% of his chakra getting drained and going into the child, making a chakra system so that Naruto can use chakra. With Whis, Whis then removes the evil from Naruto, his natural Saiyan instincts, and makes him naturally as pure-hearted as Gine. And he also adds a bit of Bardock, like Bardock's fighting style. He also removes the Saiyan Tail's weaknesses. The Saiyan, he has high potential, even more than Beerus did, Whis thought. "Lord Beerus, it has been done. He has been reincarnated. His location is a village called the Leaf on the planet Elam, a low-level planet that nobody will be interested in," we said. "Good, now wake me up in 8778, Beerus said, as Whis nodded. We now go to the Nine-Tails attack. Krishna had given birth to 2 red-haired children and 1 child with a black hair and a tail. "Krishna, did you cheat on me?" Minato said. "No, you baka, why would I cheat on you? And even if I did, how come the children look like you then? It's probably a Keki Genkai," Krishna said. Suddenly a portal opened up and out came a masked man as he holds a kunai against Naruto's throat. "Step away from the Jinchuriki or your son dies," he says. Minato then steps away and saves Naruto while the masked man releases the Nine-Tails. Since the Nine-Tails was weaker since Naruto drained most of his chakra, it didn't do that much damage. Minato was then going to seal the Nine-Tails away, but was then knocked on the ground as a restraining seal appeared on him. "Lord Third, what are you doing?" Minato asked. It's not your time, Minato. You need to look after your children. I will split the Nine-Tails in half and seal it in Mito. Make sure the villagers treat them good," Hiruzen said. "I will make sure that happens," Minato says, as he watched his grandpa figure give his life to seal the demon away. Minato then grabs a kunai and cuts Naruto's cheek out of anger. Baby Naruto then starts to cry, snapping Minato out of his anger. "It's all your fault. You're captured. If it wasn't for you being captured, I might have been able to stop the Nine-Tails before it was released. You might have not been responsible for the release of the Nine-Tails, but you're responsible for the attack and my grandpa's death," Minato said out of anger, but soon realizes what he has done. "Oh no, I just attacked a kid, my kid, but I can't help. I just hate him. He looks nothing like me. He looks nothing like Krishna. He's an abomination. And he has a monkey tail," Minato thought. "Minato-kun, what happened to Naruto? He has a cut on his cheek," Krishna said, walking up to him. "Oh, that, the masked man cut him, and Grandpa Hiruzen gave his life to save the village by sealing the Nine-Tails into Mito, our heroes," Minato said. After that, there was a council meeting where Minato explained most of the stuff that happened, but was suddenly interrupted when he was about to get to the sealing part of the attack. He was interrupted by Dry and Tsunade. "Minato, my boy, the Toads have given me a prophecy. They say a child born from the Red Death and the Yellow Flash with inhumane power shall save the universe and bring peace to the multiverse. I believe it's the Jinchurikis. Since they do not have human powers, they have demonic powers," Dry said. "You hear that, Krishna? Our children are going to be heroes." "Yeah, Minato, they're going to be the best. We're going to have to make sure that they live happy so they can actually choose to save the world," Minato said. "Yes, Minato, we need to train them," Dry said. "Yeah, we need to make sure that they save the world and create peace, because that was Dan's wishes," Tsunade said. So Minato, me, Tsunade, and our daughter Rose will move in with you, Dry said. Oh yes, your daughter. Do you check if she has the wood release? Minato said, no, she's weak. She has a low chakra level as well, Dry said with disappointment. Tsunade and Krishna then left the room so that Drya and Minato can speak. I'm scared the villagers might overreact when they find out that the kids are Jinchokis, Minato said. Ah, well you see I got a solution for that. You know there's this orphan girl that appeared out of nowhere with white skin and horns, the age of your children. Blame it on her, say that she controlled the Nine Tails or she's the reincarnation of the Nine Tails, Dry said. Okay, but what should we do about Naruto, my third born? He's a normal human and he has a monkey tail. I think it's a bloodline, Minato said. Minato, think about it this way. For peace, we need to focus on the Jinchurikis, Dry said. Well, that is true, Minato said. Minato then went to the council as he blamed the whole Nine Tails attack on the orphan girl. We now skip 4 years. Rose was crying. Naruto-kun, why do our parents hate us? They never train us and they force us to do the chores. And they let those two spoiled brats attack us for training. And if we hurt them, they hit us and the villagers treat us like trash, Rose said crying. Naruto got angry and hugged her. They're evil, like everyone in this god-forsaken village. They call us disgraces to our family. But look at the villagers, they're hypocritical. They're weak themselves. They can't even fight. They have to pick on people who are children and not on people that are their own size or their own age. When I'm older, I'm going to torture them for revenge and I'll avenge us, Naruto said, tightening the hug. The door was then slammed open as Mema and Mito came in. Oi, disgraces. Come, it's training time. This time you better not fight back or I'll make sure mum, uncle, aunt and dad hurt you, Mema said. Naruto and Rose glared at the two as they went down. Ah, Naruto, Rose, how nice of you to join us. You lot are going to be running and trying to avoid the kunais while Mito will be throwing the kunai at you and then it will be Mema's turn, Naruto said. For the next hour, Naruto dodged the kunais because he begged his mother and father to keep Rose out of this and they agreed. You disgust me, Naruto. I can't believe I'm related to a monkey freak like you. You can't even dodge kunais properly. Maybe we should add Rose to the thing, she said. After it was her brother's turn, but this time her brother did not allow it to only be Naruto. He made sure that Rose was also hurt by the kunais in the practice. Both Naruto and Rose were injured as they were bleeding as their parents left forgetting about them, forgetting to heal them, to get the Jinchurikis some presents, while leaving Naruto and Rose with their injuries. After an hour, Naruto and Rose decided to go out when they saw a mob of villagers ganging up on a pale-skinned girl with a horn as she was getting beaten by a grown man. Naruto got angry. He tapped into his ki and he suddenly got in between the mob within seconds. You're the disgraced son of the fourth. How dare you help this demon and taint our Hokage's name even further? You disgust me. Get out of the way or die, Rebuki Harano said. Make me, you pink-head gorilla freak, Naruto said. Harano got angry as she charged at Naruto. With a knife, Naruto stopped it with his fingers and flicked it out of her hand as it sliced off her arm clean. He then proceeded to beat her. The mob then charged at Naruto, but Naruto dodged all of their attacks and formed a small ki blast instantly and threw it at the ground, creating a small explosion, breaking most of the arms and legs of the mob. Naruto then picked up the girl and took her with him as Rose followed him. Hey, you alright? Naruto asked. Yeah, I am, but why did you help me? I've never been helped out, only beaten before, she said blushing. I helped because it's the right thing to do. I mean, I saw several grown men and a woman attacking a 4-year-old little girl. What did you expect me to do? Naruto said. Well, you're 4 as well. And what's your name? My name is Yaku Suski and I would expect you to help me, she said. Beautiful name for a beautiful girl. My name is Naruto, just Naruto, Naruto said. Yaku blushed hard when he called her beautiful as Rose got a bit angry and jealous and coughed. Oh yeah, this is Rose, Naruto said. Oh hi, Yaku said shyly as Rose found this cute and forgave her. Hi, Rose said. So you're Yaku, do you want to be our friends? Naruto said. Yeah, I do, Yaku said. I don't really have that many friends, Yaku said. It was then getting dark. They had to leave. So Yaku, we'll walk you home, Naruto said, as Yaku blushed. They then walked her home. Naruto saw her apartment and got angry as it was run down. Yaku, is this where you live? Why do you live in such a broken place? Naruto said. Yeah, the Hokage gave me this. He said I have an important responsibility of keeping the hate away from Mito. And yes, I don't get any hot water. My apartment gets leaks all the time. And there's no heating, but it's home, Yaku said, as Naruto hugged her and so did Rose. I can't believe how evil the people of our village are, Yaku Rose said as Naruto nodded. We'll see you tomorrow, Yariko, Naruto said. Naruto and Rose then walked home to see Minato and Krishna angry. Remember Mito away, so yeah. What did you two do? Minato yelled. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Don't act stupid. You protected that demon girl from the villagers. 3 of them died and the rest of them were injured, and a councilwoman called Horano is charging you both as you ripped her arm off, apparently. You are also a disgrace to our clan. How could you protect a demon like that? Naruto said as Krishna's chains wrapped around Naruto and Rose. It's time we punished you for protecting a demon, you spoiled little shits, Krishna said as she dragged him into the kitchen and she grabbed a knife and went to hurt Rose. Stop, it was all me. Okay, Rose didn't do anything. Punish me, not her, Naruto said. Very well then, monkey freak, Krishna said as she left Rose alone and went to go and stab Naruto in his cheek. Naruto took it head on. Stop it, forgive him, Rose said. Shut up, don't yell at your elders, Minato said, slapping her in the face as she fell to the ground. Don't hurt her, hurt me instead, Namikaze, Naruto said. Find them, Minato said as he proceeded to beat Naruto with Krishna making him bleed. Krishna then got a burnt knife and started to engrave a scar mark like the scar that Bardock had on Naruto's cheek, making it last forever. Let this remind you to never attack an innocent villager again, Krishna said. Innocent, we all know you're at fault for the Nine-Tails attack, along with the Uchihas. You released the Nine-Tails and the Uchihas controlled them, Naruto said, but you blamed on that poor girl. How dare you, Krishna said, as she went to attack and hit Naruto. But Naruto dodged and kicked Krishna in the face, sending her flying into Minato. If anyone deserves the blame, that isn't you, it's my siblings, not that poor girl. My siblings are the one that hold the demon. They should be accountable for what the demon's actions have done, Naruto said. That's it, you're getting kicked out from this house and the clan. Now get out of my house, Minato said. If Naruto's kicked out, then so am I, Rose said. Fine, nobody wants you anyways. Your father doesn't want you, you failure. You failures stick together, Minato said. Oh, you mean that whore Krishna? Didn't she get knocked out by me? The so-called failure, Naruto said. Get the hell out of my house now, Minato said. Let's go, Rose, Naruto said. Both Naruto and Rose then left the Namikaze compound as they went to Yariko's apartment and knocked. Who can it be at this hour? Yariko said as she opened the door and she saw Naruto and Rose. Naruto-kun, Rose-chan, what are you doing here? Yariko said, hugging them. Well, you see, Yariko, we were kicked out of the house and we were hoping we could stay with you. And you and Rose can take the bed, I'll take the floor, Naruto said as he explained what happened. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault, Yariko said. It's not your fault, it's Minato Baka's fault. We just helped the innocent girl, Naruto said. You two can stay here, Yariko said. The next day, Naruto, Yariko and Rose were getting glared at. Is that the 4th son walking with the demon? A villager said. Yeah, I heard he got kicked out because he killed some people for trying to humble her, another said. So, the 4th finally exiled the disgrace, another said. Look at the freak, he's working with the demon, I should have known, another yelled. Yariko then started to cry as Naruto got angry. I dare you to say that again, Naruto said. The freak is working with a demon, the villager said. Naruto then punched that villager in the face hard and then kicked him in the nuts as he then grabbed the villagers and threw him away. He then charged up a ki blast, shot it at the villager, killing him. How is that freak so strong? He's only 4-year-old, another villager said, terrified. Naruto then got in trouble as he was taken to the Hokage where he was punished. We now see Naruto going to the park as he sees a girl crying. Naruto went up to her and asked, Hey, why are you crying? Why do you care? You're just going to bully me like all the others, like the Hokage kid and my brother and the clan, the girl said. Naruto then hugged her as she blushed. Now tell me, why are you crying? Naruto asked. My name is Suki Uchiha. My brother is Sasuke Uchiha. He unlocked the Sharingan and my father always liked him more. He hates having a female child. My brother bullies me, he beats me, and my clan thinks I'm a disgrace. The only 2 people who care about me is my brother and my mother, Mikoto, and Itachi. My other brother bullies me with the Hokage kids and I have no friends because whenever I make a friend, they leave me. They try to get close to my brother, like that girl called Sakura Harano and Ino Yamako, she said. Well, I care about you. Why don't you be friends with me and my friends? Naruto said as Yaku suddenly appeared in front of her. Hi, my name is Yaku. Let's be friends, Yaku said. My name is Rose. We can be friends, Rose said. I guess we could be friends. I, the great Suki Uchiha, will be your friend, she said. The next few years, Naruto and his friends chilled and had fun. It was now night, as Naruto and his friends were walking home, apart from Suki as she was already at the Uchiha compound, when they saw a man with a bag. Something was moving in a bag. As the figure got closer, they heard screams. "You guys wait here. I'll take care of this," Naruto said. As Rose and Yariko opposed, but they soon relented as Naruto gave them the glare. Naruto then got in front of the man and said, "Hey you, what's in that bag? Beat it, kid. I've got no time for you," the man said as he punched Naruto, sending him flying, and then used a lightning-style lightning ball to blast him at a tree. He then grabbed a knife and went to kill Naruto. "Sorry kid, but I can't leave any survivors here," the man said, bringing the kunai down, but was then sent flying back by a kick. "Sorry, but I can't let you hurt him," a figure said. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Peace. Yo guys, it's your boy Anizi with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 2. So guys, in the last part we did a prologue and we left off in a mysterious figure saving Naruto. "Sorry, but I can't let you hurt him," the figure said, as Naruto turned to see a figure that looked like an older version of himself with a golden halo on his head. "Who are you and why are you getting in my way? You're not from the Leaf because I can see that you're not wearing a headband. And no civilian will be foolish enough to challenge a ninja of the cloud ninja said. "You're gonna pay for hurting him," the figure said. With the girls, "Who's that?" Yariko said, looking at an older version of Naruto. "He knows Naruto-kun somehow," Rose said. "Who's that person holding Naruto-kun?" Yariko said. "Don't know, let's go and see." Yariko, we saw a woman with a halo hugging Naruto, crying. "My little Naruto, I finally get to meet you. I wish Kakarot and Raditz were here as well," the woman said. "Who are you and how do you know Naruto-kun? And who's that fighting the ninja?" Yariko asked, as Rose took a fighting position and said, "We won't let you hurt Naruto-kun. I'm his mum Gine and that's his father Bardock. We were his parents before we were killed. The god of destruction of the universe gave us 3 years to train him and to get to know him before we go back to Otherworld," Gine said. "You expect us to believe that?" Rose said. "Rose-chan, they're not lying, I can feel it," somehow a voice said. Rose and Yariko and Bardock and Gine turned to see Naruto was the one who spoke. "You're awake," the girl said, hugging him. "My little Naruto, I'm so happy you survived," Gine said. "Mum, I'm so happy to meet you. When I was knocked out, I got my memories of you again," Naruto said. "Well son, the angel Whis said that the god of destruction had you reincarnated into this world," Gine said. "Naruto, how do you know that she's not lying? How do you know that she hasn't put a genjutsu on you?" Rose asked, not liking trust people, especially adults. "Trust her, Rose-chan. I can tell she's not lying because I feel like I know her and these feelings can't be faked." "Alright Naruto-kun, we'll trust her for now," Rose said, as Gine hugged Naruto. "You don't know how much I wanted to do this, to hold you in my arms, finally, my cute little Naruto," Gine said. "I know mum, I missed you. I finally got my memories of my past life back. I missed you so much mum," Naruto said as he finally hugged her again. "Okay, let's see father fight," Naruto said, with Bardock. Bardock and the Cloud Ninja started a taijutsu fight in which Bardock easily dominated him, easily overpowered him. "Come on, I'm not even using a percentage of my power and yet you can't even land a hit on me," Bardock said. "What? How?" the shinobi yelled as Bardock punched him, sending him flying out of the village near the Valley of the End. Gine grabbed Naruto and the girls and threw them to the Valley of the End so that they can watch Naruto's father fight. Unknown to them, the Cloud Shinobi were actually stationed there in case Leaf managed to catch up to the chaser and stop him. "You idiot, you just kicked me towards my comrades. Now you're dead," he said. "Oh really? Let's see if they can give me a challenge. Hopefully, unlike you, they will be strong," Bardock said, as Bardock narrowly dodged 7 swords and he saw it was one person that was wielding 7 swords. You fool, you dare get in my way. You dare get in the way of the cloud, you fool," B said. Bardock then used a scouter, a power level 3 and a power level 75. "So do you have 2 people inside of you or what?" Bardock says. "I'm a Jinchuriki. I have a tail beast inside of me. I'm the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, you fool," B said. "Tail beast Jinchuriki? What? You know what? I don't care. If you have a beast or a man inside of you, then you're into that shit. I don't give a shit, but the one thing I can't forgive is the fact that your shinobi hurt my son. And the fact that my son wants to save that person in the bag is more than enough for me to get in the way of you cloud ninjas," Bardock said, not knowing anything about the elemental nations. He thought that, well, they did some weird stuff to get the power. "You fool, You could have lived, Killer B said, as he slashed at Bardock, who reflected all of them with one finger, like Goku did with Trunks. Weak, is that all? Bardock asked. Why then you asked for this, Killer B said, as a giant explosion happened and a giant chakra source was sensed. Out came the 8-tailed mode Killer B. B punched Bardock, but Bardock stopped the punch with one hand. Is that all you have? I thought that you said that I have asked for this, which mostly means that you're going to end me, but I can see that you can't even touch me. You're weak. You're nothing but a giant, weak, mutated octopus. So this is the power you get from offering your virginity to that 8-tailed beast that you were talking about, Bardock said. Honey, not near the kids, Gine said, with the killing intent. What did he mean by that? Naruto said, innocently, as Yariko and Rose also asked curiously. Don't worry about it, you'll learn when you're older, Gine said as she released some killing intent at Bardock, who was scared. He knew he was going to get the frying pan tonight. Bardock-kun, how dare you try to crop my little Naruto and his friends? You shall pay for trying to take their innocence, Gine said as the aura flared, making everybody get scared, with Kurama inside the Menmamito. Kurama felt fear for the last time. He was currently curled up into a ball, saying, please don't kill me, please don't hurt me. With Frieza, Frieza felt Gine's killing intent, and he never felt fear before. He too was crying in a ball and begging for his life. I need immortality. There is a being far more scary than even Lord Beerus out there, and I'll need immortality to survive that wrath. With Beerus woke up, feeling fear he never felt before. Whis, make sure I never get on that person's bad side, Beerus said. Back with Naruto and them, Gine smiled evilly as Bardock showed fear. I'm dead, Bardock said. Gine then noticed Naruto and the others were scared as she let go of the killing intent and hugged Naruto and his friends. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, but Bardock is different. He's gonna suffer tonight, Gine said sweetly. Frieza, Kurama and Beerus were also relieved that she wasn't angry and no more killing intent was coming, because they were honestly really scared. Killer B then started to throw his tentacles at Bardock, who dodged them and then got in close, kicked Killer B in the stomach, sending him flying into Madra's statue, breaking it. Killer B got up and picked up Hashirama's statue and threw it at Bardock. He has punched it, shattering it. How are you this powerful? I'm the strongest Jinchuriki since the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can't control their power and have no control over their tailed beasts, B said. Oh, so there's a stronger Jinchuriki, and there are other people who gave their virginities to beasts for power? You Jinchurikis make me sick. Offering your precious virginity for power, Bardock said. Not knowing about stealing, he thinks that Jinchuriki get their power by offering their virginity to tailed beasts. You dare mock our sacred traditions, B said, charging up Tailed Beast Bomb. Now take this, the ultimate technique of a Jinchuriki. Tailed Beast Bomb, B said. So the ultimate technique you can only get by performing bestiality, Bardock said. Why, you Tailed Beast Bomb Fire, B said, as a giant beam came towards them. I will blow you away, Tyrant Lancer, Bardock said, as he formed a energy ball and it turned into a Tailed Beast Bomb. The energy ball turned into a beam, pushing back the Tailed Beast Bomb right into B, as B went straight into the sky and it exploded. A bloody B can be seen. He injured B-Sama, Kumu Shinobi yelled. What do we do? Another said. Quick, retreat, another one said. But before they can retreat, Bardock slaughtered them all. I'm sorry, but you can't live. Nobody can know of my existence, Bardock said, as that was one of the deals that he had with King Yama. He can't be seen by anyone other than Naruto and his crushers. Then, one shinobi who lived got angry as he saw his crush get destroyed right in front of him. He then got angry and charged at Naruto, trying to slash him. Naruto, who's still injured from the fight with the Jonin because he wasn't using his Kyo chakra and was still healing, could not do anything. This is all your fault, boy. If you had just turned a blind eye to the kidnapping, my Hina-chan could have survived, the shinobi said as he was about to stab Naruto, but was stopped by Gine stopping the kunai with one finger. He was stopped by Gine, who stopped the kunai with a single finger and flicked it, breaking his kunai as well as shattering the man's hand. A purple aura then came over Gine and she got angry. You dare touch my son, my little Naruto-kun, Gine said as she proceeded to beat him. She proceeded to kick him in the dick. She keeps kicking me in the dick. Why does she keep kicking me in the dick? The shinobi said over and over again. Bardock and Naruto stood there in fear and had sympathy for the man. Not much, but some, because no one deserved to be kicked in the dick, as the girls looked at her as a role model. Please stop, the man said. Did you stop when you tried to kill my son? Gine said, as she proceeded to kick him in the dick over and over for the next hour. Meanwhile, Naruto went to the bag and opened it to see a girl. This girl was Hanabi, who was Hinata's sister. Thank you for saving me, Hanabi said, hugging him. I'm so proud. That's my boy. Reviving the Saiyans without even trying, Bardock said. What happened, Naruto asked as Hanabi explained everything. Naruto then explained everything that happened after she was captured. She blushed when she heard him about how he tried to fight and save her. She didn't care if Bardock was the one that actually saved her. She just cared that Naruto was caring enough to save her, unlike her sister and that spoiled son of the Hokage, who just spits on her, treats her like trash, saying that she's just a tool for nobles to get on the side of the leaf, basically implying that she is basically only good to get married to someone. Back with Gine. Gine had just shot a ki blast, killing the shinobi. That will teach him from hurting my dear little Naruto-kun, Gine said as she ran over and glomped him. Bardock also came and hugged Naruto. My son, I'm so proud of you. You already got yourself a harem to revive the Saiyans, Bardock said. Bardock said with tears in his eyes as Gine got angry. Bardock then felt a bloodlust behind him, seeing it was Gine. Bardock, when we're alone, me and you are gonna have some fun with the frying pan, Gine said, as he felt even more fear than he felt when he was facing Frieza or chilled head on. Even Madara Uchiha could not create the same amount of fear that Gine created. Naruto, my son, I'm so glad to meet you, Bardock said as he explained the events of his birth and everything about the Saiyans. So I'm from a warrior race who are pretty much broken. We were enslaved by a evil tyrant called Frieza, and then we were used and discarded because he blew up our planets, and my older brother was also sent to survive. But then, how was I born to Krishna, and shouldn't I have been a few years older than I am now? And how are you guys here? I thought you were meant to be dead, Naruto said. Well, I don't know what happened after the events of planet Vegeta being destroyed, and I don't know why I'm here. All I know is King Yama said that we were requested to train you by some person's request. This person must be really powerful. Well, I can explain what you don't know, a voice said. When they looked up, they saw a figure. Yariko and Rose instantly went behind Naruto instinctively as they saw someone that wasn't human. Bardock and Gine and Naruto then got into a fighting position. Now, Mr. First Super Saiyan, don't be scared. I'm not here to fight you, and the fact that your son is still alive, the figure said. Naruto, when he was exposed to Kurama's chakra inside of Krishna, and when he drained Kurama's chakra, naturally gained the ability to sense emotions, so he saw that the figure was not evil and had no bad intentions towards them. Mom, Dad, it's okay, he doesn't have any bad intentions, I can sense it, he said. As Gine let her guard down, Bardock pretended that he did, but he didn't actually. The figure then descended. My name is Whis, and I'm an angel under Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. You see, after Naruto left the planet, Frieza's soldiers located him because his power was unusually high for a Saiyan. This alerted Frieza, who killed him, but Beerus had him reincarnated due to a prophecy he saw. And as for how you're alive, an angel like me can easily have you revived, but I'll be breaking the laws, so I only revived you for the next 3 years. So for the next 3 years, you will stay with your son, help him train and bond with him, and make up for lost time. There will be lots of challenges along the way, and I will also gift you with the knowledge of your race, from how to build ships to healing chambers. I will also show you Naruto's life on this planet, we said as he tapped the ground. Bardock and Gine and Naruto got all of the Saiyans' knowledge from the beginning of time to all the way up to now. And Bardock and Gine saw how Naruto and his friends were treated their whole life. Bardock and Gine were angry. Bardock once again turned Super Saiyan just like he did against Shield, while Gine was enraged. How dare they treat my son and his mates like that, Bardock yelled. My little Naruto and poor Rose and poor Yariko to be treated like that. Even Saiyans, the most ruthless Saiyans, don't even treat their kids like that. I'd even say that King Cold isn't as bad at treating his child compared to these villains, Gine said. Ah, finally someone acknowledges my great parenting skills for my little princesses. I shall find this cultured individual and give them a planet to rule, King Cold said. Back with Naruto, Gine hugged Naruto and then she went to hug Yariko and Rose. You poor girls, to be treated like that, especially you, Yariko. Don't worry, I'm here for all of you now. I will train you so you can protect yourselves, Gine said with a laugh. Yariko couldn't help but cry. This was the first time anybody has ever shown her even a tiny bit of love that wasn't Naruto or Rose. She finally felt motherly love. Everyone ever used her, beat her, or tried to kill her. She was finally happy for the first time and finally had a mother to care about her for the first time in her life. My son, as much as me and Gine want to beat the shit out of those two bastards that dare to call themselves your mother and father, we can't get involved as we are dead, so we will train you so you can protect yourself. But my son, you have a more important job. You must train so that you can protect your mates. It is your job as a man, Bardock said, as Naruto blushed along with his mates who were red, like they were redder than Krishna's hair. Now then, let's build a base, Bardock said as he flew to a mountain. Short energy blast, make a hole in the mountain. And then he requested some materials to be made from Whis, who happily obliged and started making some materials for Bardock. Bardock then started creating the base. After a few hours or months due to Whis freezing time so that Bardock can actually build his base, the base was done and so was the equipment. It had healing chambers, 2 Saiyan pods, 2 scouters, and much more. The most important was the gravity chamber, which will help Naruto and Bardock out a lot. We now see Naruto coming out in Saiyan armor, like the one in the thumbnail, but with a scouter. This scout was different because Bardock, the brilliant scientist, has made it so that it always shows the full power, even if the person is suppressed. So let's just say Frieza has a power of 530 when he's suppressed, yeah. It will just show his 120 million power level. Yariko and Rose also came out, where the commanders made out of reinforced Saiyan armor materials. Naruto then went on to go and get Suki with Whis, who cast the illusion to make it so that Naruto and his squads were still in the village, but they were actually training inside of the base. The next day, Naruto woke up and went and took a bath and arrived to see his family. He shed a tear. It wasn't a dream. As Naruto was thinking this, he was glumped by Hanabi, who joined his group, and then he was glumped by Yariko, who always hugged him because he was her first friend and the person she trusted the most. Alright Naruto, we'll start training now. Meet me in the gravity chamber, Bardock said. Serious. In the gravity chamber. We'll start off at 10 times gravity. That's the default on planet Vegeta, Bardock said, as he started it. Naruto then fell to his knees. Get used to it. Are you a Saiyan or a human? Bardock yelled. But Dad, Naruto tried to say, but was slapped in the face. Listen, we only have 3 years to turn you from someone who can't even fight a tree to a person that can save the world. Save the universe actually. Your free trial of a lazy life has ended. For the next 3 years, you will be training your body to your limits and going beyond that. Why do you think we have sensu beans? And the healing chamber is there for a reason as well. After 30 minutes, Naruto used it and was doing laps around the room. That's my boy. You can do it, Bardock said, as he casually was running alongside Naruto in 10 times gravity. After that, they were doing push-ups, sit-ups, and Naruto was forced by Bardock to do some handstands. Naruto even managed to do one-handed push-ups and handstands by the end of the day. A week later, Naruto had done all of that and had gotten all of that down and was practicing his fighting style in the gravity chamber. Every day, Bardock increased the gravity, forcing Naruto's body to force itself to start adapting. Bardock also gave him lessons in ki control, using ki and sensing ki, a technique he picked up in the past after being chilled. He also had Naruto meditate to clear his mind and then get a better grasp on ki control and also expand his ki. We now skip a month. Good work my boy, you have mastered the basics. Now we'll go on to teaching you how to fly, but for now we will take a break. You get to learn how to fly? Yariko asked, jealous. I wish I had ki, so I could fly, Yariko said, as she didn't know that she was an otsutsuki, or she never knew anything about flying because she was just born here. As Rose and Suki and Hanabi all agreed they wished they had ki so they could fly. So how's training with my mom, Naruto asked. Good, Aunt Gine is the best. She's nice and she's strong. I want to be just like her, Yariko said, as Suki and Rose just nodded, as well as Hanabi. I want to be exactly like Gine, Hanabi said, with a Gine-like evil smile, as Naruto had flashbacks to Gine kicking the shinobi's dick and looked at her in fear. But you won't be kicking my dick, I don't like that thing. And my channel name doesn't start with the M. I'm not a masochist, Naruto said. Naruto for the next few months learnt Bardock's techniques, fighting style and how to fly. Good work my son. In 6 months, you have not only mastered 100 times gravity, but you've also mastered my techniques, my fighting style. Now we just need to hone your skills. To do that, you will need to spar with me every day, Bardock said, getting excited for a chance to fight his prodigy of a son. in the gravity chamber. Now my son, come at me and try to land a hit, Bardock said as Naruto rushed at him, trying to punch him, but Bardock dodged all of the punches that Naruto threw at him. Is that all? You're meant to be the hope of this universe, but if that's all you can do, then you won't be able to do anything, Bardock said, taunting Naruto, who got pissed off and started to punch faster. How will you be able to protect them if you're weak? You won't be able to protect your friends if you're weak. Perhaps I should kill them out of mercy. Maybe I should start with Rose, your childhood best friend, and then I should go on to Yariko, the one who you promised to give a good life. You'll die without knowing what a good life is, the full extent of happiness. Or should I kill this Suki person who trusts you, or this Hanabi person who you became a hero to? And if you die, she's probably going to become some noble's toy. If you don't get strong, you're going to fail all of them, Bardock said, trying to force out Naruto's rage. I don't care if you're my dad or not, but if you touch a hair of my friends, I will kill you, Naruto said as a golden aura came around him, but his hair stayed black. He then rushed towards Bardock, starting to beat him down. This was known as the stage that only Goku got, full Super Saiyan. Bardock was too slow to react to Naruto. He was weak to stop Naruto's punches even at full power. Bardock tried to get away so he could go Super Saiyan, but Naruto wouldn't let him. He went and kept him pounding at Bardock, making him bleed. Naruto then snapped out his anger to see Bardock on the ground all bloody. Dad, I'm sorry, Naruto yelled as he grabbed Bardock and took him to the healing chamber. Naruto then went over to check his power level, which was 75,000. It had raised by 15,000 just today alone. His anger was the key to drawing out his power and raising his power level. Naruto then checked Bardock's power level, which was at 100,000. Wow, Dad, no matter what I do, you'll always be stronger than me. But Dad, one day I promise I'll surpass you, Naruto said. Is that so? Bardock said as he came out fully healed. We should focus on trying to take advantage of our Zenkai boost, so we can at least get a base power level of 1 million. You never know who's out there. He could be stronger than you, me, your mother and your girlfriends combined. Then what will we do? Bardock said. You're right, Dad. I understand. You're telling me not to get happy with my power level and to make sure that I always proceed to better myself, because I'll never know when I'll need more power and I never want to regret it. For the next 2 years, both Naruto and Bardock trained, each pushing each other to new limits, to new heights. Naruto had a base power level of 1 million, while Bardock had a power level of 1.3 million. But Bardock could still turn Super Saiyan, giving him a 50 times multiply to that. Naruto also bonded with his mother, who had joined in on the training after the first year, as she saw how weak she was and she wanted to get powerful. She gained a power level of 500,000, while the others, which included Yariko, Suki, Rose, and all had a power level of over 10,000, which was high for the elemental nation. Yariko had a power level of 15,000, Suki had a power level of 13,000, Rose had a power level of 13,000, Hanabi had a power level of 12,500. It was now time for Bardock and Gine to leave. My son, I'm so proud of you. No matter what happens, survive. There's always Saiyans pods here for a reason, so if things are looking bad, just use them to escape. Seeing your power level now means that I can die a happy person knowing that you'll be safe, Bardock said, hugging his son. Dad, no, please don't leave me. I need you, Naruto said. My little Naruto-kun, I'm sorry I can't spend more time with you. The time we spent was the best moments of my life. I know that I will always love you, Gine said. Mom, no, please don't go, Naruto yelled. Naruto then started to have flashbacks as he remembered the times he played with his parents, trained with them, how he and his parents went outside, how his parents supported him in his relationship with the outcasts and even welcomed them in to their family. Bardock and Gine then started to hover up as if they were being drawn by a force calling them back to the other world. Naruto then remembered a scene from his past life, how Gine and Bardock gave up their life, how he also saw Frieza destroying them with their supernova. Naruto then let out a huge roar as his aura turned golden. His hair started turning from black to golden. No, not again. Please, not my family. I just got them back. Please don't take them away, Naruto said, as his power level started to rise and his hair turned gold. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Yo guys, it's your boy Anizi with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 3. So guys, where we last left off was on Naruto achieving Super Saiyan as Bardock was being pulled back to the afterlife with Gine after training Naruto. No, not again. Please, not my family. I just got them. and now they're gonna get taken away, Naruto said as his power level started to rise, and his hair turned gold with his aura. My son, you did it. You achieved the state that only few of our people can achieve. You've achieved the legendary Super Saiyan at the age of 6. I'm so proud, Bardock said. My little Naruto, treat your friends well, live well, be happy and survive. I live knowing that you, my son, are strong enough to survive. I'm proud to be your mother. I hope one day you can meet Kakarot and Raditz. Gine said, my son, listen to your mother, and please, for the love of God, don't give your virginity to a beast for power like those Jinchurikis did, Bardock said, as they were both pulled away to the afterlife. Naruto fell to the ground crying as his girls comforted him. It's okay, Naruto-kun. One day we will be reunited with them, Yariko said. Dear Naruto, your parents wouldn't want you to cry, Suki said. Naruto-kun, I've known you for your whole life, and you never let yourself despair, so don't despair now. Find a way to bring them back, Rose said. Naruto, we'll stand by you forever. Please don't cry, Hanabi said. They all hugged him until Naruto cried and passed out. They took him to his bed and went to their own rooms because they're only 6, sure, they're not going to do anything. With Bardock and Gine. So you trained them well, and your power level has risen, Bardock, son, a figure said. Yes, I did, Whis-sama, and it's all thanks to you. I thank you for your praise, but what is it that you want? Bardock asked. Well, Bardock, son, I have an offer for both you and Gine, son, he said as he explains the offer. We accept, Gine said as Bardock nodded. Well then, good, Whis said. The next day, Naruto had woken up as he felt sad. He missed his mum and dad. He went to see his friends. Hey guys, Naruto said in a depressed tone. Naruto-kun, are you alright, they all asked? Yeah girls, I'm just feeling a bit depressed because my mum and dad, Naruto said. Naruto-kun, let's train, they said, as they knew that Naruto would always get happy when he was training. As Naruto agreed, Dad, Mum, yes you wait, I'll become strong enough that I'll make sure that both of you are brought back, Naruto said as he had a new goal, a new purpose in his mind. Oh yeah, Naruto-kun, now that you're free, I can tell you that Zetsuni had successfully transported Killer Bee to Akatsuki to have his Bridgie removed after Bardock slayed him, Yariko said. Good, so the plan is all coming together. Don't forget to tell Zetsu that before he revives Kaguya, I want to fight the Ten Tails, and whoever its Jinchuriki will be. I want to see how powerful this beast truly is, Naruto said, still sad of what happened. So guys, when are we going to put the plan into action? You want to put the plan into action now? Yeah, they all said. Naruto went to the village as Yariko then separated from the group and started getting attention of the villagers as the rest went to the alleyway and got ready for ambush. Look, it's the demon taunting us, a villager said. Get her, another said, as a mob formed and Yariko ran towards the alleyway that the group was in. The mob followed her as Yariko went into the alleyway. We got you cornered now. Yeah, you demon bitch. We'll finish what the fourth started. As Naruto, Rose, Suki and Hanabi all jumped down. What do you think you're doing to my friend? Naruto said. Move it, disgrace. Today we finish the demon and make the leaf a better place again. Making it demon free, Evija said. You know you have to kill my siblings to make it fully demon free. And they hold the demon that attacked you, not Iyaku. Leave her alone, Naruto said. How dare you disrespect the great heroes, Evija said, charging at Naruto. The villager sliced Naruto with his sword. Naruto blocked with his finger and kicked the man, sending him flying. I'll give you one last chance to leave her alone. Never hurt her, and I will let you live and never hurt her again. Or next time, I won't be as merciful, Naruto said. You think you could scare us, demon lover? Attack, Kizashi Harano said as he charged at Naruto, who punched him in the stomach, making him fall to the ground as he coughed out blood. Naruto's tail wrapped itself around Kizashi's head as it pulled him up, and Naruto began mercilessly punching Kizashi, making him bleed. Please stop, Kizashi said. I gave you a chance, you ruined it, Naruto said, as he fired several finger beams at his vitals and dropped him to the ground, knowing he would die by the time help got there. Naruto then left the few alive to tell the tale, as he let the ambush spying on him also leave to tell the Hokage. They were then, after some time, summoned to the Hokage's council room. Yariko, Naruto, Suki, Rose, and Hanabi. You have been summoned here because you have been accused of killing villagers. Explain yourself now, Naruto said. We did kill them. They tried to attack Yariko, who was walking by, so we set up an ambush. What are you going to do about it, Minato? We will do it again and again until they stop and learn that Yariko is not someone they abuse. Or until there are no more civilians death, Naruto said with an evil smile. Watch your tone with us, the council, because you tortured my husband and he's dead. My daughter's fatherless. Do you not have any emotions? Mabuki Harano said. What should you speak to, or your daughter will be an orphan, Naruto said. Naruto, stop threatening council members, Minato said. And Naruto, Suki, Rose and Hanabi, I also order you to stop defending the demon, Minato said. We both know that's a lie you cooked up to keep your stupid spoiled son and daughter safe. She did nothing, Rose said. Rose, show some respect, Jiraiya said. No, I won't show respect to a loser who blames a poor innocent girl to protect his kids, his spoiled kids, Rose said. Hanabi, you not help the demon or the Hyuga clan will disown you, Hisashi said. Oh, disown me then. I don't care. I'll protect my friends no matter what, Hanabi said. Fine then, I can't wait to slap a caged birdseal on you and force you to apologize, Hisashi said. Oh no you don't. Naruto, Suki, Rose and Yariko are all under the protection of Uchiha, Suki said, as she heard about the clan massacre, and she was sad that Mikoto died but was happy that Itachi killed all the other Uchihas. But Lord Sasuke is the clan head, Mibaki said. Wrong, my father always let my mom do the paperwork since she was the true heiress. Before we got to the royal Uchiha line, he was nothing but a mere peasant. She named me heir. Check your papers. Go and see who it's registered with, Suki said. They checked and started to sweat. So what, we can just change it, Mabuki said. Sorry, but only the Fire Lord can change it. And he's not going to approve it without my consent, Suki said. You damn failure, bitch. You don't have the Sharingan. You're not an Uchiha, Mabuki said. Fine then, if you act that way, you'll be forced to live outside the village if you carry on protecting the demon with that ugly demon. But you will also be forced to join our shinobi forces, Minato said. As Naruto and the group smiled. You've done it, they thought. Their plan of successfully manipulating the council to make it so that they can live out of the village so that they can have the freedom and live in their base that Bardock created for them was a success. Fine then, but we're taking all the Uchiha funds out of the Leaf Bank since you're kicking out the heiress. She won't be paying any taxes for the Leaf Village, Naruto said. Minato got angry but nodded. It was a large price to pay, but the village had a sense of safety with the demon gone. Oh yeah, Minato, clan law also states that if you exile an heir or heiress, you must compensate them with half of the money, so you need to give me a quarter of the Namikaze and Uzumaki funds, as well as giving Rose half of the Senju clan funds, Naruto said, smiling. If you don't, we will politically destroy you and the village, Naruto said. Naruto nodded angrily, as after a bit they got the money they wanted and went to the gate and flew to the base to avoid any ambushes set up by Minato to take the money. After a few weeks, Academy began. We now see Naruto and his group of outcasts, as I will call them, walking in the academy as most people were glaring at them. Look, it's the outcast, Memma said as everybody started laughing. Memma then walked up to Yariko and said, Hey demon bitch, why are you here tainting the room with your presence? Which idiot put you in here with us? That idiot was your own dad. He's the one that decides the classes, Yariko said. What did you say about my dad, you bitch, Memma said, attempting to punch her as Naruto kicked him and grabbed his hands and yeeted him into a wall. Talk like that to Yariko again and I will kill you, Naruto said, as he took the words his dad said to him heart. Protect his friends, or his mates as Bardock considered them. How dare you talk to me, the child of prophecy, like that, the idiot said. The child of prophecy? Who made that? That fat old toad? As if I believe anything coming from that toad's mouth. First he said Jiraiya's student Nagato was the child of prophecy, but he wasn't. Then he said that idiot Minato was, which wasn't the case. And now he says you or Mito, which won't be. That's all that stupid toad says. Lies. He should act his age already and die, Naruto said. How dare you, demon lover, make fun of the great toads, a great ally to the great leaf village, Memma said. A failure, don't say Lady Mita's name so casually, a male civilian said. Yeah, a civilian girl said. Shut up, you fangirls. You Sasuke fangirls are just gonna end up as one thing, a degenerate's plaything, Naruto said as he scared Sakurai, Ino and Mito. Guys, the demon bitch is one thing, but that Uchiha failure is also there. I mean, that's to be expected. I mean, failures do bundle together, don't they, Suki? Sasuke said. Fuck off, Sasuke. You're forgetting I'm heiress to the Uchiha while you're nothing, Suki said, pissing off Sasuke. Your lucky mum favoured you. That's the only reason you're the heiress, bitch. Well, just you wait. At graduation, I'm going to challenge you to succession rights and I'm going to take away that heir title, Sasuke said. Good luck with that branch clan member, Suki said. Let's not forget about the exiled Hyuga Hanabi. Sasuke's right, the loser hang out with each other. Hinata said, loser me, look at you. Hizashi only made me the branch clan member, but before you started fucking Menma or going out with Menma, I was clan heir. And he also never liked that I joined my group of friends. I was always better than you and I always will be. At least I didn't have to haul myself out to the Hokage's favourite kid to get the clan heir title, Hanabi said. Don't talk about Hinata-chan like that, Menma and Kiba said. Shut up, you two simps. Hinata is nothing. It's true. Neji, a branch clan member, beat her, but he can't even beat Hanabi, so that makes Hanabi better automatically, Naruto said. Shut up, loser. Mom and Dad don't train you since you're a loser, Menma said. Both of you just shut up. Menma and Naruto, Mom and Dad don't want us fighting with each other, so Naruto, just leave those disgraceful whores and we will welcome you into our group with open arms. But you can't associate with those demons and those outcasts anymore. Like it or not, you're the son of the Hokage and the Red Death, so act like it, Mito said calmly, wanting her family rep to not be ruined by Naruto. Yeah, Mito's right. We're brothers now, to come and join us. Family work together. Stop ruining our family reputation, Menma said, thinking about separating Naruto from his group and bullying the group for reputation, and also making it so that Naruto is a loyal servant. I refuse. I will not abandon my friends, and I have a family. It's not you, Minato, or Krishna, Mito, Naruto said. What, you deny me? The great Mito? Mito said, getting angry. Right, class, settle down, Iruka said, as they started to learn. Over the next years, we see Naruto's group getting into fights with Mito's group, while Naruto's group also ranked the highest, much to the dismay of the others. Naruto also made sure that the score were kept correct so that he could convince the council to handle the Jinchurikis to him, since Minato can't train them better than him. Unknowingly, he was helping Naruto because the only reason he did it was because he wanted the Jinchurikis to be handed over to him because some outcasts were getting better scores than them and they were being trained by the Hokage and their great Saiyans. We now skip to graduation day. Everybody was able to do the basic D-rank jutsus, the kunai throwing test and the rest. We now come to the tournament and we see a crowd who came to see the Hokage's kid graduate and fight, while the clan heads came to see their children and the other came to see the power of the next generation, and the others came to see the power of the next generation. We will now proceed with the fighting tournament to see how you use your skills in battle. I, Iruka, will be your referee, Iruka said. First up, Yariko vs Mito, Iruka said, as everybody cheered for Mito but booed for the demon Yariko. Start, Iruka said. I'm gonna make you pay for corrupting Naruto, who because of you has ruined our reputation of our clan. You want the Namikaze kids? Is that all, you demon whore? Mito said. I'm not a whore and I've had enough of you bullying me. I'm not a demon. You have the 9 tails, not me. Yariko said. Damn you, bitch, Mito said as chakra chains went to Yariko, who dodged them in a way so that they wrapped around Mito, restraining her movement. Fire style, firebomb jutsu, Yariko said, sending a explosion, eliminating Mito. Winner Mito. With quick and deadly thinking and accuracy, she used her opponent's attack by wrapping Mito into her chakra chains, and then she used a B-rank jutsu to cause an explosion to knock her out. Next up, Rose v Sakura and Ino. You think you're all that with those big boobs, Sakura said. You think you're all that, don't you? But once we're done, that demon lover will leave you, Ino said. Good luck with that one, Rose said. Ino and Sakura went in for a punch. As Rose dodged them, she then grabbed a kunai and slashed into Ino's face with a giant line, leaving a giant scar on her face. Ino screamed out in pain. You ruined my beautiful face, she screamed. Rose then kicked her with a chakra enhanced kick as she sent her out of the ring. Rose then put chakra around the kunai as she dodged Sakura's punches, as she then slashed off Sakura's tits. Sakura then screamed in pain. My boobs! How could you do that to them? Now Sasuke won't love me, Sakura said. While she was crying, Rose eliminated her. Su-chan, did you teach her that? She used your chakra enhancing technique, Jiraiya said. No, I never, Jiraiya, Tsunade said. You know, I was just training Mito, Tsunade said. Next will be Suki with Sasuke, but this will be special. This will be for succession rights. Whoever wins this will become the clan head, Iruka said. Well then, bitch, it's time that I, a Uchiha elite, become heir, Sasuke said. activating his 2 Tomoe Sharingan as he charged at Suki, who closed her eyes and dodged. Suki then remembered how Gine said to sense energy and fight, because sometimes your eyes won't be reliable. You mock me while we fight? You close your eyes during the fight? I will show you true power and true despair. Fire style, fire bujutsu, Sasuke said, as Suki substituted with Sasuke. Sasuke was then enveloped in his fireball as he screamed out in pain. Wind style, great wind breakthrough, Suki said, making the fire stronger as it burned Sasuke more and more as he screamed out in pain. Suki made more clones as she did as much fire and wind jutsus, including clones. All of them did fire and wind jutsus so that she could make the fire more strong, burning Sasuke more and more as he screamed out in pain. Stop the fight, the civilians and the Namakazes shouted. Winner, Suki, Iruka said, as she stopped firing winds and fire jutsus at him as soon as Iruka said that. After the smoke cleared, everybody saw a burnt up Sasuke. Like, he looked ugly. Monster, the civilians yelled, seeing their Uchiha-sama all burnt up. Good work, Suki, Naruto said as Suki smirked as she turned to Sasuke Uchiha supporters. Oh yeah, and tell him he's exiled from the clan. He can't use the Uchiha name anymore. Also, I'll let him keep those eyes for now, Suki said with a huge smirk as the civilians were angrier. The next match also has stakes. Hanabi Hyuga vs Hinata Hyuga. If Hinata wins, Hanabi gets the Cage Bird seal, but if Hanabi wins, she gets all of the Hyuga's money, Hiruka said. Start, Hiruka said. Sister, it's time I showed you the true power of the next Hyuga heiress, Hinata said. You mean the whore who got title by spreading her legs to Minato's favourite son, Hanabi said. Show some respect to the Hokages. His name is Lord Hokage. You can't just call him Minato, Hinata said. No, in my opinion, there are only 3 Hokages. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Hiruzen Sabutobi, Hanabi said. You'll pay for disrespecting the strongest Hokage, the one who beat the Kyuubi, Hinata said. And you really call yourself worthy to be clan heir, knowing that you don't even know that Hashirama was the strongest. He defeated the Nine-Tails while Minato sealed it away like a coward, Hanabi said. Hinata lost it as she charged at Hanabi doing the 64 palms, which she landed, but was shocked to see Hanabi standing there. How, Hinata said. Simple really, bitch. I learned to enhance my chakra with chakra, making it so... Simple really, bitch. I learned to enhance my chakra points with chakra, making it so that the Hyuga style don't affect me. In fact, everyone in this group knows it, Hanabi said as she closed the distance. You're in my range now. 128 lightning palms, Hanabi yelled out as she used her lightning chakra nature to enhance her Juken, paralyzing Hinata. You bitch, Mema yelled out as he tried to jump but was stopped by Mito. Calm down, brother. Don't ruin our reputation anymore. We could get her later. I guess you're right, big sister, Mema said. I guess you're all talk, big sister, Hanabi said as she fired multiple Juken strikes at Hinata, making her cough out blood. Lightning style, lightning jab, Hanabi said, hitting her vitals over and over. Stop her, Proctor, she's gonna go too far and kill Hinata, Mema yelled as Hizashi also cried. Iruka, stop this match now, Minato said, and declare Hanabi as the winner. Iruka stopped the match. Winner Hanabi, Iruka said. Hanabi walked over to Outcast as she smiled. Good work, Hanabi, Hinata said. Nice, Suki said. What do you mean good work, Mema said, running to Hinata to check up on her. She nearly killed her. I will beat you so badly, Naruto, to show those bitches what it means to see someone you love near death, Mema said. Next match, Naruto vs Mema for the title of Rookie of the Year. Begin, Iruka said. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Peace, 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 peace. Yo guys, it's your boy Aniz with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 4. So guys, where we last left off was Naruto going to the academy, making enemies with the Rookie 9, while being friends with his own squad, aka the Outcasts, and then sparring. So let's get started. What do you mean good work, Mema said, running to Hinata to check up on her. She nearly killed her. I will beat you so badly, Naruto, to show what it's like to lose someone you love and see them near death, Mema said. Next match, Naruto vs Mema for the title of Rookie of the Year. Begin, Iruka said. Naruto uses his scouter, which was covered in genjutsu, so only him and his squad can see it, to check Mema's stats. Name, Menma Uzumaki, power level 5. Biju power level 500. Chakra nature, wind. Total power level 505. Naruto started to chuckle to himself after this. You expect to beat me with your power level, Menma? Stop being delusional. You'd have a better chance of defeating the Nine Tails, Naruto said, laughing. Why you, Menma said, as he charged at Naruto with a Rasengan. Naruto shot Menma's Rasengan with a ki blast from his hand, forcing it to explode in Menma's hand, making him bleed. What, how? How'd you do that, Menma said. Everyone watching was also shocked, well, apart from the outcasts. You can't even do hand signs now. You're defenseless, just give up, Naruto said. Why you, Menma said, as red chakra started to form around him, as everyone saw a nine-tails fox behind Menma, as a fox arm grew where his arm was broken. Menma then charged at him, punching him a bit. Naruto was dodging all the punches. Now suffer, you disgrace, Menma said. Look at you, Menma. Your parents, your friends, and this damn village calls Yariko a demon, but you're a demon. Look at yourself now. You look exactly like the Nine Tails, Naruto said, pissing off Menma more and more, as the CEO started to burn Menma. Don't you dare disrespect me, the child of prophecy, calling me a demon. I'm the savior of this world. You're nothing but a loser. Our parents didn't want you. The only people who want you are those whores, especially that demon whore Yariko, who probably had banged more men than the Nine Tails killed, Menma said. Yariko hearing this started to cry. Naruto-kun, I didn't bang anyone, you have to believe me, Yariko said, crying as Suki, Rose and Hanabi tried to comfort her. She was only a 12-year-old and being accused of being a whore. Naruto got pissed off. You damn demon, you dare make one of my friends cry, especially poor Yariko who suffered enough because of you and your family, Naruto yelled, as the orange aura formed around Naruto. As the building started to shake, everyone went flying back into the walls. The walls then started to break as the airwaves coming off Naruto crashed into everyone. Naruto then roared as a dust cloud was formed. The whole battlefield, no, the whole academy was destroyed. Some civilian kids died on impact with the buildings, as well as some civilian bystanders. The dust cloud dispersed, showing Naruto with a green aura around him. His eyes were orange, ape-like, but his hair was still black. A silhouette of a giant ape can be seen around Naruto. Well, only to Menma at least. Naruto then opened his mouth as he forced a giant green beam out of it and shot it towards Menma. Menma barely dodged it, taking a huge amount of damage. What's this power, Sakura? Ino asked, terrified. What power do you have, brother? This should not be possible. We're the child of prophecy, not you. We should have that power, Mita said. Neutral. Impossible. Only a Uchiha elite like me should have power like that, not some loser, the Uchiha said. He could have killed Menma-kun, Hinata said. Suddenly, in a yellow flash, Minato, Krishna, and the two Saiyan appeared. What's going on, Iruka? Why is everything destroyed? Why are there some dead civilian kids here and some dead civilian bystanders? Minato asked, as Iruka then explained everything that happened. We need to stop the Gaki from killing Menma. He could be the child of prophecy, Jiraiya said. You can't, Iruka shouted. What do you mean I can't, Iruka? I'm the Hokage. Why can't I stop my own son from killing my other son? Minato asked in anger. No, Lord Hokage. This is an official duel declared by Menma. According to shinobi laws, you can't stop it, Iruka said. Very well, but if anyone of their life is in danger, I'll stop it, Minato said. Let me tell you something, Menma, you demon. The truth is, I'm not some hero of justice or anything, but anyone who tries to hurt my friends is gonna pay, Naruto roared out, as a green pill of energy shot out of Naruto as he charged towards Menma, punching him in the face with great speed. Menma was on the floor, blood leaking from his face as the Nine-Tails chakra was beginning to fade off. Naruto then appeared behind Menma, kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying to the sky. Menma then puked out blood. Naruto then punched him again, but this time Menma pushes his body so he can also punch. But when the punch connects, Menma's arm is completely destroyed. Naruto then teleports behind him and uppercuts Menma, sending him flying. Naruto forms a blue energy ball in his hand. Tyrant Lancer, Naruto yelled, sending it towards Menma. With Minato. Minato saw Menma get beaten down by Naruto without any mercy. He then saw Naruto fire a giant beam equivalent to a Bidudama towards Menma. He got worried. He teleported to Menma, getting grazed by the attack before teleporting out before he could take the full force of the right javelin. He saw the attack go to the forest, destroying everything. The whole forest of death was destroyed. Impossible. Not even the Nine-Tails have that much power, Minato said in fear. What kind of power is this? Krishna said in fear. The attack could have killed her son and her Minato-kun. Impossible, this has got to be a dream, Tsunade said. What? How is he so strong? The toads told me the child of prophecy will be a powerful fighter with an ancient power. Does that mean that the Jinchuriki twins need to be trained by Naruto? Jiraiya thought. That was so cool, Naruto-kun, Yariko yelled out as she watched the explosion of the forest. Naruto then walked towards them. It's only expected you'd win, Rose said. Naruto-kun, I had no doubt you'd win, Suki said. Of course my future husband will win against Hinata's, Hanabi said. How did you do that, you disgrace? Mito yelled in fear, losing her cool and collected demeanor. Shut up, bitch, Naruto yelled. No, Naruto, you tell us now, Kushina yelled. Naruto then sent his killing intent towards everyone, apart from the outcasts, as they all fell to the floor. Listen here and listen good. If you dare demand shit from me again, I will destroy this village and everyone in this village. You understand, Naruto yelled, as everybody fearfully nodded their heads, even Donzo, who came to watch the next generation and scout out some potential members for his route. And one more thing, Minato, I want all my friends on my team. If you even try to separate even one of us, I'm going to reenact the Nine Tails attack, but this time I will be the Nine Tails. You understand, Naruto yelled. Yes, I understand, Minato said fearfully. Good bitch, Naruto said as he and his squad walked to base. That was so cool. You made all of them your bitches, Naruto Yariko said, as all the girls agreed. So girls, you want to cuddle, Naruto asked, as he was tired from using his Hikari wrathful form. Sure, they said, dragging Naruto to their room and hugged him as they went to bed. Nothing sexual happened, by the way, because I know some sick freaks are going to think something like that's going to happen. But they're only 12-year-olds, so chill, you lot. We now go to team selection day. Team 7, Naruto, Yariko, Hanabi, Suki and Rose on the Kakashi Hatake. Teammate Kiba, Hinata and Shino. Team 9 is still in circulation from last year. Team 10, Shikamaru, Choji and Ino. Team 11, Sasuke, Sakura, Mema, Mito, Iruka said. Look, the losers are on the same team, Mema yelled, as everybody started to laugh. You're one to talk, Mema. Didn't you lose to me yesterday? And didn't I make your dad my bitch? Naruto said mockingly. Mema got pissed. Shut up, you monster, don't speak to me. You killed thousands of civilians during that fight, Mema yelled. Oh, so you can't call me a loser then because I beat you. And you call me a monster? This is why you're weak. Anyone stronger than you think is a monster. Let me give you some advice that you should accept. Accept that there will always be someone more stronger than you. And then you'll get stronger. You're pathetic and not even near my power level. I never will be, you human disgrace, Naruto said. Why, you monster? I will kill you and your friends, Mema said, as Naruto appeared behind Mema, grabbing him by the neck. You could call me monster, but you're the Nine Tails and never say anything about my friends, or I'll kill you, Naruto said, as Sasuke, Sakura and Mito were trying to pull Naruto's arm off Mema's neck but was failing. Suddenly, Krishna and Kakashi appeared in leaves. Krishna, seeing Naruto squeezing the life out of Mema, goes up and gets worried. Naruto, let go of your brother now, Krishna yelled. Naruto turned toward Krishna and says, he threatened my friends. So what? He's your family. Those people are just your friends. And Uzumaki's always support your family. Now let him go, Krishna said. I'm not an Uzumaki. I'm a Saiyan, Naruto says, as he throws Mema at the wall with so much force that the whole building almost came down. Mema owned count 1. Team 7 follow me, Kakashi said. Team 11 follow me, Krishna says. Naruto, Yariko, Suki, Hanabi and Rose are at the training ground 7. So I'm Kakashi Hatake and I'm your sensei. We will now do introductions starting with you, Uchiha Princess. I'm Suki Uchiha, my likes is Naruto-kun and my friends. I hate this village and my dream is to help revive the Saiyans. My name is Rose Senju and I like Naruto, Suki and Yariko and Hanabi. I hate everyone else in this village, which might include you, Kakashi Hatake, if you don't prove yourself. My dream is to help revive the Saiyans as well. It's me, Hanabi, and I'm the Hyuga heiress. My likes are the same as the others. My dislikes are the same as the others. My dream is to be like my role model Gine and to revive the Saiyans. Hi, I'm Yariko. I like Naruto-kun and my best friends. I despise everyone in this village apart from them. My dream is to become like Gine and become the strongest kunoichi of the year and restore the Saiyans with Naruto-kun. You can call me Naruto Saiyan. My likes include Yariko, Suki, Rose and Hanabi. I hate the rest of this village. My dream is to meet some individuals and make them proud, and to restore the Saiyans. What's the Saiyans? Kakashi thought to himself. Okay, I'm Kakashi Hatake. My likes and dislikes aren't your concern. My dream, well, you're too young for that. Okay, so let's begin the bell test, Kakashi said as he explains the rules. Start, Kakashi said. Guys, even though we can easily beat Kakashi Hatake alone, let's work together to practice our teamwork, Yaku suggested. Sure, Naruto said, as all the girls agreed. Hanmi, where is he? Naruto asked, pretending not to know, so Kakashi doesn't know he can sense energy. He's near the big tree, Hanabi said, activating her Bakugan. Naruto then appears behind Kakashi and kicks him in the stomach, sending him flying towards Yaku. Yaku then forms some chakra woods and stabs them into Kakashi's arms and legs, making it so he can't move. Then Suki and Rose appear behind Kakashi, swiping the bells as Kakashi couldn't move. You lot got the bells, Suki Rose. So who's gonna fail? Who you gonna give the other two to? No one, we're all gonna share, the team said. You pass, Kakashi said, smiling, as he was proud of this team. It seems like being outcast, they all work together. As Rose used Tsunade's healing on Kakashi, healing him. How do you know that? Kakashi asked. Well, I sneaked into my mom's grow room and learnt it, as the senju heir, Rose said. You do know Tsunade's planning to make Mito the heir to the senjus, as well as the Uzumaki. For the next month, Naruto's team did some D-rank missions. Team 7 was now in Minato's office. Kakashi, here for another D-rank mission, I see. Well, you could choose from helping me sort out my paperwork, Minato then gave him a pleading stare, or catching Tora, or helping some civilians, Minato said. Well, Lord Hokage, my team has completed the required amount of D-rank missions and are strong enough to survive a C-rank mission, so I request a C-rank mission, Kakashi said. That Kakashi, what is he thinking? Letting the demon girl gain experience by sending her on a C-rank mission. We risk her getting strong, but if I don't, I'll get sacked by the council, since Danzo's trying to get me removed, Minato said. Very well, bring him in, Minato said to one of his Anbu. Team 7 saw a drunk come in. Whoa, this is Tazuna, your client, and Tazuna, these are your ninjas, Minato said. Well, these kids, how can they protect me? But was cut off by a glare from Naruto before he could talk shit about the girls and him. Well, do your best and protect me, the great Tazuna, the greatest bridge builder, Tazuna said fearfully as Naruto let his glare drop. Alright Tazuna, we'll meet you at the gates tomorrow. Everyone's dismissed, Kakashi said as Team 7 went home and cuddled. That's all, peace. That's all, peace. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's your boy Annie Z with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 5. So guys, where we last left off was at Naruto destroying Menma, and after that he got the C-rank mission to the Land of Waves. We now see Team 7 waiting at the gate for Kakashi and Tazuna to arrive. Where's that jerk of a sensei at? Yaku said. He's probably dreaming about having a go. I mean, he reads porn all day. He must be so deprived, Hanabi said. Seriously, I bet your dad purposely put us with him. He's such an unreliable sensei, so we can stay weak. Well, at least in his opinion, cause he probably thinks we're weak, Rose said. I swear I'ma beat that one-eyed Cyclops when I see him, Suki said. Girls, chill out, he's near us, I can feel his energy and his chakra right now, Naruto said. Suddenly leaves appear and out comes Kakashi and Tazuna. This guy with his dramatic entrances, Suki said to herself, kinda pissed off. Yo, my cute little Genin. It's time for us to leave to the Land of Waves, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Whatever, the team said. What's with that attitude? You should be glad to be going to the Land of Waves. I'm to be protecting me, the great Tazuna, the greatest bridge builder in this world, Tazuna said. Just keep walking, Naruto said with a death glare. As you wish, Tazuna said, as they were walking. Suki came up to Naruto. Yo, Naruto, what's Kakashi's power level, by the way? Suki asked. Well, his power level is 50, and his genetical traits is the Sharingan. What, but how? That Sharingan should only belong to my clan, Suki said. And what's with how low of a level he is? How will we learn anything from him, Yariko said. Well, I don't think we'll learn anything, he's a weakling, Rose said, as Hanami and Suki agreed. Don't count him out, he's got a lot of experience and jutsus. We might not be able to improve physically or power level wise under him, but knowledge wise he's a great asset, Naruto said. Kakashi noticed them speaking to each other. So what are you lot speaking about? Kakashi asked. Nothing, where's the Saiyan who gets to sleep in the bed with Naruto at Tazuna's house first? Yaku said. Kakashi got an evil eye smile and said, so who's the lucky that gets to sleep with him? I do, but nothing sexual. Chill, Kakashi, we're only 12, Yaku said. Kakashi then started to stutter. Well, I didn't mean it in that way, Kakashi said, whatever his team said, as Kakashi looked sad. It seems like it will take time for them to trust me. They only seem to trust themselves and the code to everyone else, Kakashi thought to himself. The team then saw a puddle, to which Naruto sent several energy signatures, well, only 2, as did the girls. Naruto then all of a sudden shot a ki blast towards the puddle, blowing up the Chunin, but barely letting them escape. But the Chunin barely managed to escape. Why, you little shit, how dare you ruin our perfectly good ambush, they said, as Kakashi, the girls, and even Tazuna all sweat dropped. That was a perfect ambush, they thought to themselves. A perfectly good ambush? What crap are you spewing from your mouth? You should have at least hinged into a tree, since it hasn't even rained here for days, so how would there be a puddle here, Naruto asked, as the 2 Chunin got angry. You stupid little genin, how dare you mock us and make us look stupid? Let's get him, brother, the 2 brothers said in sync as they charged at Naruto. But Naruto, with a single finger, stopped their swords. What? How? They screamed. Naruto then punched one of the demons, sending them flying into a tree on impact. Brother, how dare you? The remaining brother yelled as he started to throw kunais at Naruto, who just dodged them. Is that your speed? Disgraceful, Naruto said as he teleported behind him and punched him, sending him flying up. Naruto then teleported to the Chunin and roundhouse kicked him before he teleported to the Chunin again and kicking him onto the floor, where Suki, Rose and Yariko all threw kunais at them, and Hanbi then used her Juken to strike his heart, killing him. After that, all the outcast girls high-fived and they hugged Naruto. Yeah, we did it, they all yelled. Kakashi was shocked at the level of power displayed by Naruto and the teamwork displayed by the rest of the people. Minato says he was stupid. Naruto is more skilled than the rest of the rookies combined, and Memma has nothing against him, Kakashi thought, as he thought back to the way Memma fights and the way Naruto fights and compared them, seeing Naruto as clearly superior. With him here, we can definitely beat Gato, Tazuna said to himself. The outcast then put the heads of the shinobis into a scroll for the bounty money. So, Tazuna, mind explaining why these Genin are after you? I mean, no B-class Genin will go up against Kakashi because he's an S rank and he would easily destroy them. And me and the girls are fresh Genin, so no one would care about or going after us because we don't have a bounty on us and it's not worth it, Naruto said. As Tazuna then got scared. Well, I really need help from my village. It's been taken over by a tyrant called Gato. Please help us, Gato said. Well, let me think. Very well, my team are strong enough, Kakashi said, still shocked after seeing Naruto's taijutsu move and the teamwork of the outcasts. And he also thought how Naruto would beat him up if he got back to the village if they never continued, and how his team would probably hate him, and he was trying to get his team to trust him. And let's not forget he didn't want to go into the D-rank missions again because they were boring. Thanks, Tazuna said, as the team nodded and started to walk away. Well, all the way to Wave. They then took a boat to the land of Wave. We now see Team 7 in the borders of Wave. Duck, Kakashi shouted. Sasuke isn't here, so we can't see a duck butt head, Hanbi yelled jokingly as she and the team ducked apart from Naruto, who just caught the sword. You know, now that I think about it, my stupid little brother does look like a duck butt head, Suki said, as she was ashamed of having such an ugly ass brother in her clan, or being related to him because she kicked him out of the clan. Kakashi was surprised. How did he catch that sword and why didn't he duck, Kakashi thought. Zabuza then appeared and was shocked to see his blade in the hands of Naruto. Kid, give me the blade, Zabuza said. You forgot to say pretty please, Naruto said. Boy, I'm not going to ask again. Give me the sword and leave the bridge wielder here and Kakashi. And you and your girls can leave, Zabuza said. So you're Zabuza, the demon of the mist. Fine, I'll give you your sword, Naruto said as he gives the sword. Let's see how strong you really are, Naruto said, as his Saiyan side was forcing Naruto to give the sword to Zabuza so he could fight Zabuza at full strength. Fine kid, let's see your so-called strength. You will pay for underestimating me, Zabuza said. Naruto then dashed towards Zabuza, punching him in the stomach, making him vomit out blood. Zabuza then swings at Naruto, who just dodges the swing. Naruto then sweep kicks him, making him fall to the floor as he was about to stomp on Zabuza, but Zabuza suddenly made some hand signs, which made him substitute with the rock. Naruto of course didn't feel pain from stomping on a rock, but Zabuza then did some hand signs. Hidden mist jutsu, Zabuza said, as the mist surrounded the area. Oh no, this is bad. Naruto won't be able to see through Zabuza's mist. Kakashi thought to himself as he was about to rush over to help Naruto, but was quickly grabbed by Hanabi. How dare you, Hanabi? Your first friend is about to die and you stop me? Are you mad? Kakashi asked. Don't you dare think that I wouldn't do anything to help Naruto, but right now he doesn't need help and I would never hurt Naruto, so don't you dare ever say anything like that again and just keep having faith in him, Hanabi said. Fine, but if he's dead, I'm gonna have you removed and executed as a traitor, Kakashi said. Fine, I believe in Naruto, unlike you, Hanabi said. As the girl stood by Hanabi, are all of you traitors? Look, he's done so much for you, yet you just let him die from Zabuza. He's strong, Yariko shouted. Zabuza then goes in for a slice, only for Naruto to stop it with a single finger. How? Zabuza yelled. Zabuza, you will now die for your crimes against me, Naruto said. Oh no you don't, water style water dragon jutsu, Zabuza said as a giant dragon made of water crashed into Naruto. Whis stood there, taking the shot, making a dust cloud form around him. Ha ha ha, kid, that's what you get for being arrogant, Zabuza said. But when the dust cloud dispelled, Zabuza was shocked. How did you survive that? That was one of my most powerful jutsus, and you aren't even bleeding, your clothes aren't even ripped, Zabuza said. That's easy, you're weak, Naruto said. Compared to a Saiyan like me, you can never win. How dare you? And I don't know what the Saiyan is, but they're probably some losers, Zabuza said. You little shit, die, Zabuza said as he body flickered in front of Naruto and tries to slice Naruto, but Naruto had enough. This guy mocked Saiyans, the most powerfulest race. He then used the shockwave attack, sending Zabuza flying and removing the mist. But how did he remove the mist? And what was that attack? It was just like he punched the air and then a wave just came, destroying everything, Zabuza thought to himself. Naruto then walks up to Zabuza and he charges up a finger beam. Any last words, Naruto said. Go to hell, Zabuza said, but before Naruto could shoot Zabuza, Zabuza was struck by sunburns. Hakuden appears. Sorry, I've been hunting him, he said. That was my kill, Naruto said as Yariko comes and hugs him. Naruto, you're alright, Yariko said. Suddenly, Naruto was then glomped by 3 other girls, which were Suki, Hanabi and Rose, his teammates. Hakuden uses this opportunity to escape. The team then goes to Tasuna's house. Everything then goes to canon, but in this, Naruto and the girls train themselves to exhaustion before going to the bridge. But Naruto, like in canon, sleeps, but however, in this one, Yariko also joins him by sleeping in late. We now see Suki fighting Haku while Rose and Hanabi were ordered to guard Tasuna. Suki was currently engaged in combat with the fake hunter nin known as Haku. Damn it, if I was still at full power, I would have easily beaten him, but I'm exhausted from training, Suki thought to herself as she had the 3 Tomoe Sharingan activated. She was easily able to see Haku, but she was too tired to dodge. Back with Naruto. Naruto and Yariko woke up to screaming when they saw Tsunade getting held up by a bandit and Inari was getting beaten. Gatta's bandits then saw Naruto and then they saw Yariko. They were eyeing Yariko like a piece of meat. Alright kid, leave that girl with us and you can leave. It's a fair deal. We get that beautiful girl of yours and you get to live, but the bandit said. Naruto then got angry. What the hell did you just say, Naruto said as green aura appeared around him and then his eyes turned yellow and then a silhouette of a great ape can be seen around him. Naruto then vanished out of the sight of the bandits and appeared and punched the bandit that said that as he knocked the bandit to the ground. Naruto then made a keyblade and started to jab at the non-lethal parts of the bandit's body. Please stop! Ow! The bandits yelled as the other bandits then charged at Naruto, hoping to save their comrade. But then they were pierced by chakra rods and they fell dead. After Naruto was done torturing the bandit that he was attacking for saying that about Yariko, Naruto lifted him up. Naruto then said, you shouldn't have ever said that about my Yariko or any of my girls, you disgusting, dirty pedophile. Never talk about my mates like that again. Oh, wait, you won't have a chance to ever talk ever again because you're dead, Naruto said as he launched the key blast from his finger at the bandit, annihilating him. Yariko and Naruto then ran to the bridge where Naruto saw Suki with sunburns in her. She looked dead to Naruto. Naruto couldn't feel her life force energy. He felt it slowly draining away, slowly going to zero. Naruto then put his hand on his head as he started to scream as the green pillar of energy erupted around Naruto. Everybody stopped fighting as they felt fear from Naruto. Naruto then let out a pain-filled roar as the light around him started to distort. It started to purple, white, green, and then it turned back to normal. The green pillar of energy then exploded from Naruto, and then it turned into a whole energy ball which destroyed everything around it. Well, luckily the girls with Suki's body and Tazuna and Kakashi as well as Zabuza somehow managed to get away. They then saw a silhouette of Naruto with red eyes as Naruto was floating up the green beam of energy as he was rising. Naruto's hair then turned yellowish green like in the thumbnail. Naruto then let out a huge roar, sending everyone and everything flying. Gato's hidden bandits were getting struck dead by ki blasts. The village was being destroyed by ki blasts, getting fired randomly at locations. In fact, some of them were even hitting the land of fire and creating craters over there. But luckily no one innocent got hurt. When the green energy died down, it revealed Naruto with green yellowish hair and super large muscles. All over the elemental nations, Naruto's ki could be felt. Everybody was in fear. Back in the Leaf Village, Minato sensed something that scared him even more than the Nine Tails. This power level. Well, he never knew about power level, but this level of power was so high that it dwarfed the Nine Tails. It made the Nine Tails look like a child in comparison. In the Cloud Village, the Raikage had felt fear and he thought that this was the person that killed Killer Bee. In the Stone Village, we saw Oniki sitting at his desk as he suddenly senses a high power level. Ambu, I need you to go to this power source and track who it is, and if he's part of another village, we might have to go into lockdown, because there is no way anybody will be able to stand up to this kind of monster, Oniki said. Back at the Mist Village, both Mai and Yagra saw the power, or felt the power, and they took a minute to rest and think of what to do if they ever come across this power. In the Sand Village, we can hear Shikaku screaming at Gaara to never go near that power level, and we see the Kazekage thinking about how to get this power on his side. With the Akatsuki, Zetsu was scared, but he knew that this was his sister's boyfriend, so he was happy. But Obito was really afraid. This person could easily destroy the Akatsuki, the whole group, without even trying. Back with Naruto. Naruto then rushed towards Zabuza and Haku, one punching them, and then they instantly got killed. Gato's remaining men that survived the ki blast, the rogue ki blast that were going through them during the transformation, were trying to run away, but Naruto just ripped through them like an unstoppable force. After that, all million bandits and some shinobis were dead. Naruto then got towards Gato. He then picked him up. This is all your fault. My Suki-chan died because of you, Naruto said with rage. I'm sorry, I'll do anything, Gato said, but was cut off as Naruto sent a barrage of finger beams at him. He then picked up Gato and snapped his back by, smashing it against his leg, and then his back broke as he then proceeded to stomp on him. After that, he then proceeded to punch Gato repetitively. The shockwaves of the punches were felt throughout the elemental nations as earthquakes. Luckily, Kakashi had fainted before the transformation, so he didn't see it. Naruto's punches left craters. Naruto then kills him. After the fight, Naruto then passed out. The wave then thanked Naruto as Team 7 recovered, including Suki, who was put near death, not dead. Team 7 was now back in the Leaf Village, where they were given a month off to train and relax. Well, they were given a month off to train for the Uchiha exams because Minato wanted Kakashi to train the Uchiha failure, also known as Sasuke Uchiha. We now see the outcast training as they were in the base, when suddenly a white light appears before them, and then it dies down to reveal Whis and someone that looked like Naruto with an orange gi. Yo, I'm Son Goku, or Kakarot, your older brother, and I need your help. My planet's in danger, Goku said. But guys, that's all for today. Peace, 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 peace. Yo, what's up guys, it's your boy Annie Z with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 6. So guys, where we last left off was Naruto complete the wave mission, during which he had unlocked the legendary Super Saiyan transformation, thinking Suki had died. He had returned to Leaf and was now training. So let's get started. We now see the outcasts, apart from Hanabi, training together, when a light appeared before them and it died to reveal Whis and someone that looked like Naruto with the orange gi on. Yo, I'm Son Goku or Kakarot, your older brother, and I need your help. Naruto, Goku said. What, Kakarot, is that you? Why are you here? You're meant to be on Earth, not on planet Elam. And what is Lord Whis doing here? What's going on? Asked Naruto, confused. Yeah, it's me, Kakarot, and we need your help. I sense your Super Saiyan power from my planet, that's how powerful you were. And you see, we're facing Beerus the Destroyer, who's looking for the Super Saiyan God. We found out how to make one. We just need to put 6 Saiyans. We only have 5 though. So please help me save my world, brother, Goku said. You don't need to beg, Kakarot. I'm your brother and I'll help you. As long as my friends can come with us, Naruto said. Sure, Naruto. I don't want to separate you from your girlfriends, Goku said, making Naruto and the girls blush. We should do this quickly. It is unwise to keep Lord Beerus waiting. Is this all your friends or are there any more that are going to come with us? Whis said. Oh, there's one more. She's been distant lately though, Naruto said sadly. Whis' eyebrows raised. He didn't like the sound of what was happening and what would come next. Naruto, Whis, Goku, Suki, Rose and Yariko walked to where Hanabi's power level was. She wasn't at home, but she was in a building, a random building that none of them has ever been to. Whis put up a power barrier, sensing that there was something wrong. Naruto walked closer to the room where he heard muffled sounds. Thinking Hanabi was relieving herself, he waited, but then he heard, "Oh Hanabi, a much better kisser than my stupid brother, aren't I?" A voice that sounded like Memma said. "Don't forget me," another voice said, that sounded exactly like Sasuke's. Naruto's power began to leak as he punched the door open to see Sasuke, Kiba, Neji and Memma making out with Hanabi. They looked to see Naruto pissed off. They were shitting themselves in fear. "Naruto, this isn't what it looks like," Hanabi said. "Shut up, you ugly, stupid slut. I gave you everything. My love, my heart, my trust, and you broke it. I hate you, you freak," Naruto said as he turned into his legendary Super Saiyan form and then went beyond that to legendary Super Saiyan 2. Naruto then jumped towards Memma, punching him full force, punching his head off clean, as he then kicked Sasuke in the dick and brought his leg up, splitting Sasuke in half, like Trunks did with Frieza. He then grabbed Kiba with his tail and proceeded to beat Kiba with light punches until his body broke. He then went to Neji. "You disgusting, dirty mongrel. You made out with your own cousin," Naruto said as Neji was shaking in fear. "We Hyuga have been doing this for years. It's not our fault you couldn't satisfy the heiress, Lady Hanabi," Neji said with a smirk as Naruto ripped his eyes out and started punching him until he was dead. Naruto walked up to Hanabi. "Please, Naruto, take me back. I love you, but I also love them. I just wanted to be liked by the village, by the clan, so I had to love them. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't be an outcast anymore. And now the village loves me because I cheated on you," Hanabi said. "You disgust me, whore. We're over. I won't be seeing you in hell because I'm going to heaven, you cheating little slut. We're over, you stupid whore," Naruto screamed as he used his Omega cannon to blow her up. She screamed in pain as she died. Naruto fell down crying after she died as the other girls hugged him, especially Yariko. Why did she do this? Why did she do this? I did everything for her. So why? Naruto screamed. "Naruto, I will rewind time so that they're back to life because you'll get in trouble with your village if they're dead. But only Hanabi will remember the events that happened." We said rewinding time, but also teleporting Naruto far away so he didn't kill Hanabi and the mongrels again. "I hate her. I hate them all," Naruto said as Goku pulled his little brother into a hug. "Use this as motivation to get stronger. Plus on the bright side, your other girlfriends are loyal to you," Goku said. Yeah, remember the others tried to move to us, but we denied them," Suki and Rose said in unison. "Well, Memma never tried with me. He thinks I'm a demon slut. But I don't care, as long as I'm in love with Naruto and he loves me, we're going to be happy together," Yariko said. Naruto hugged the girls and then went to his older brother Goku. "Thanks guys, that's what I needed. Now let's go and help out Kakarot's world," Naruto said as they grabbed onto Whis, who flew them to Earth. With Beerus, what's taking them so long? Whis must have stopped to try out some food. "And he's not going to bring some back for me," Beerus thought, annoyed, also getting angry and impatient at waiting for Naruto to arrive. Suddenly, a white light enveloped the area and out came several figures. The figures were Naruto, Goku, Whis, Yariko, Suki and Rose as they all walked out of the light. "Ah, so they brought young Naruto, I see," Beerus said. Unknown to everyone, Beerus was actually watching over Naruto. "Well, Goku, now that your brother is here, let's do the ritual, but I don't want the ritual to be done on you since you made me wait so long, so it will be done on young Naruto instead. and he'll be the one to become the Super Saiyan God, you understand? Beerus said threateningly. Sure thing, Lord Beerus, Goku said. So what do we do now? Naruto asked, as everyone explained the ritual to him. Naruto and the Saiyans all held hands as they all turned into Super Saiyan. Then blue energy started to leak out of the Saiyans as the blue energy then goes into Naruto. As Naruto was surrounded in blue light and he started to float above the other Saiyans as the other Saiyans turned back to their base forms. The blue glow dies down to reveal Naruto with green hair but with red tips at the end. He hasn't changed his looks. He looks the same, the pig known as Oolong said. Yeah, but look at his hair. It's green with red tips, Homer said. It's weird, I can't feel his energy, Goku said. Alright everyone, give them some space, the fight's about to start, Whis said. Naruto-kun is amazing, Yariko said. Unbelievable, what power, Suki said. I can't feel his ki or chakra, but the pressure alone makes me feel inferior and wet, Rose said. Naruto-kun, beat him, they all yelled. Naruto was enveloped in a red and orange fiery aura as Naruto charged up Beerus with a punch, as Beerus was sent flying back a few feet, but the area around him was destroyed. Beerus winced in pain as he felt pain from his wrist stopping Naruto's punch. So tell me, how does it feel to become a god? Beerus asked. It feels incredible, Naruto said. I see, so it surprises you. It's taking you time to fathom what you can do, Beerus said. As the others, as they flew up and started to punch each other, causing shockwaves throughout the universe. You seem disappointed, don't you like being a deity? Beerus said. It's not the power, it's what it took to get it. It's a level of strength I can't reach on my own, Naruto said. And this limit, it disturbs you? Beerus asked, confused. Why would the Saiyan not want to have his god power, no matter how he got it? Yeah, Naruto said as they continued clashing. Beerus was now avoiding most of Naruto's hits and getting angry. Aren't you grateful? Aren't you happy to have friends willing to help you become a god? Beerus said, as he kicked Naruto, who blocked it with his arms. Of course I am, but I spent most of my life trying to be the strongest, and now I find out there's a level of strength that I can't reach on my own, and that just makes me angry, Naruto said. I hate it. I hate the fact that this universe is so unfair that I can't achieve this god power by myself, Naruto said. If that's so, then why did you agree to it, using this ritual rather than fighting on your own? Beerus said. Because this way, at least I have a chance, Naruto said. Naruto and Beerus then engage in taijutsu until Beerus knocks him into a ravine. They both stop fighting. This power, how can someone be so strong? Yariko asked. You're right, woman. This power that Naruto has is amazing. They've stopped, Goku said. The way this fight is progressing, it's like Beerus is training Naruto, Piccolo said, as Rose nodded. You should know that I'm not satisfied. I've only been using 45% of my power right now, Beerus said. Well, I've been going about 55% myself, Naruto said. Well, let's see what you do against this, Beerus said as he raised his power level and started charging towards Naruto, punching him in the face while Beerus kept on avoiding Naruto's punches. He then kept punching Naruto while avoiding Naruto's punches. Taking me seriously now? Beerus yelled. Naruto then loses his Super Saiyan God form. You're about to find out, Naruto said as Naruto was back in his base form. As Naruto blocked a kick from Beerus and punches from Beerus, Naruto then punched Beerus, sending Beerus back into rubbles, but then Beerus kicks him, sending him flying into rocks. Beerus then starts shooting ki blasts at Naruto. So we're using ki blasts now, Naruto said. Blast, of course we're using blast. You're fighting to live, Beerus said. Naruto then started to get trapped in rubble and huge boulders. I will not let you destroy this world, Naruto yelled as his hair turned green. Naruto was now in his legendary Super Saiyan form. Naruto and Beerus then flew out of the ravine with unseeable speeds. Piccolo then sees Naruto. He's changed. He's in trouble. He's dropped from his god form to a Super Saiyan. That's not what a Super Saiyan looks like, Piccolo said. Beerus screams as he punches Naruto in the face, who retaliates by punching Beerus back in the face. They go higher and higher. They were aiming for leaving the Earth's atmosphere while punching and kicking each other and headbutting each other as well. So fast. Can you see this, Vegeta? Goku asked. No, Kakarot, I'm lost. Your brother is so fast, Vegeta said. Out of Earth's atmosphere, you see shockwaves from punches and kicks that are made by Naruto and Beerus as they punched each other and kicked each other. Naruto and Beerus then punched and kicked each other. They both avoided each other's hits until Naruto punches and teleports behind Beerus punching him, and then he teleports in front of Beerus punching him, and then he teleports once again, firing a riot javelin, catching Beerus in a huge explosion. The dust and light clears to see a heavily injured Beerus who charges at Naruto. Be proud, Saiyan. Only my master Whis has damaged me this much. Do you think a mortal will be strong enough to reduce me to this state? Beerus said as he unleashes 80% of his power as the universe begins to shake. You're the first mortal to push me this far. Be proud, Beerus said, as he starts to beat on Naruto, who is using his 100% legendary Super Saiyan form. Naruto couldn't block Beerus because Beerus' speed and power were too much now. Evidently, you haven't realized it yet, but your god form expired long ago. You went back to some different version of the Super Saiyan some time ago, Beerus says. Do you think you're able to match my 70% power with just your normal Super Saiyan form? What? But how am I fighting you then without getting my ass kicked? Naruto asked, confused. How is he fighting the god of destruction without his god form? It seems that when you fought me with Super Saiyan God, your body learned from the experience. Just feeling that power was enough for your body to adapt to the power. So now, even though you're not in your Super Saiyan God form, your power is equal to it, or near equal to it. You're a true prodigy like none other, Beerus said with lots of respect in his voice. Beerus then makes a spear of destruction, firing it at Naruto. You should be proud and happy. The power is all yours like you wanted, Beerus says. I would be happy if your attack wasn't going to destroy my brother's home world, Naruto yelled, trying to push back the attack. Beerus then fires a finger beam at his attack. Then give up, accept your fate, Beerus says, as the spear starts to expand when Beerus' finger beam hit it, consuming Naruto and growing until it was nearly as big as the earth itself. Naruto then drops to his base forms as he screams out in pain. Naruto begins to see flashbacks of his lovers, Yariko, Suki and Rose. He sees his family, Kakarot and Gine, Bardock, and Kakarot's son, and then he sees these nice people, the Z fighters who helped him out. He then lets out a roar as his hair turns green with red tips again. The fiery aura that once surrounded him returns as Beerus' attack is destroyed, as Naruto was once again in his Super Saiyan God form. Naruto then charges towards Beerus, punching him and starting to beat him down. Beerus starts to charge up to 90% as he and Naruto are match to match, as Naruto's power continues to grow because of his legendary Super Saiyan powers. Omega Blaster, Naruto says as he shoots a beam at Beerus, the beam then consumes Beerus as it looks like Beerus was destroyed. Beerus was nowhere to see as suddenly a white light erupts from where Beerus was meant to be, and out comes Beerus with silver eyes and blue aura, or blue and purple aura. Naruto charges at him with taijutsu, but Beerus dodges them all. You think you, a mortal, forced me to use Ultra Instinct? You truly are something else, Beerus says with a huge amount of respect, but then he knocks out Naruto with a single chop to the neck. Beerus then runs out of Ultra Instinct as he was barely able to stand, as Beerus was caught by Whis and Naruto was also caught by Whis before he could fall to earth. Naruto was knocked out. After a few hours, Naruto wakes up as Beerus then aims a blast at earth, shooting the earth with the power he has remaining, the actual power he has remaining, destroying only a small rock. I can't believe this mortal forced me to use that much power. I barely have enough power left to stand, Beerus says. Well then, it seems like I have no power left to destroy the earth. Well, I'll come back another time and destroy it. Let's go, Beerus says. Of course, Lord Beerus. And Naruto, I'll be happy to train you and the other Saiyans. So Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Naruto, do you accept my offer of learning to use divine power? Whis asks. I accept, Goku says. I won't let Kakarot or his brother surpass me. I'm the principal Saiyan, Vegeta says. I'll train. I realized I'm weak and I couldn't protect the world. And now that I'm having a daughter, I need to be strong for her, Gohan says. Naruto then comes up and says, but guys, that's all for today. Peace. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's your boy AniZ with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 7. So guys, where we last left off was at Naruto finding out about Hanabi cheating on him with member Sasuke Kiba. He then saw Naruto fight Beerus as the Super Saiyan God instead of Goku. So let's get started. Well, seems like I have no power left to destroy the earth. I'll come back another time, Whis. Let's go, Beerus says. Of course, Lord Beerus. And Naruto, I'll be happy to train you and the other Saiyans, which include Goku, Vegeta, Gohan. And Naruto, do you accept my offer And what about you, lot? Whis asked Naruto and the other Saiyans. I accept, Goku says, wanting to get as strong as his brother. I will let Kakarot or his brother surpass me. I'm Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta says. I will train. I realize that I'm weak and I need to get stronger, Gohan says. Naruto then comes up and says, I'll accept as long as you train Suki, Rose and Yariko. I need to know they can protect themselves, Naruto says. Very well, I could do that. And I will come to pick you up in about a month, Whis says as he and Beerus vanished in light. We now see Naruto, Yariko, Suki and Rose introducing themselves to the Z fighters. So you're Goku's brother, like actual living brother, Krillin says. Yeah, and by the way Kakarot, what happened to Raditz? Did he ever come for you? Naruto asked. Goku then went on to explain how Raditz kidnapped Gohan and was put down by him and Piccolo. Naruto looked at Goku disappointed. Kakarot, you idiot. Do you know that our parents risked their lives to save us? They risked their lives so that they could send us to a nice planet so that we can have a nice future and survive that tyrant Frieza. I can understand why you put down Raditz, but you should have at least tried to get to know his side. It was clear that he was forced to retrieve you by any means necessary. Isn't that right, Prince Vegeta? Naruto says, narrowing his eyes at Vegeta. Yes it is, Kakarot. I ordered him to have you return no matter what by any means necessary, or I would kill him, Vegeta said. So Kakarot, I think you should forgive Raditz. I mean, he was threatened by Vegeta, so it's not his fault, Naruto says, trying to repair his family. Well, I guess I can. I mean, Raditz is a Saiyan and he surely has gotten stronger. Then I could fight him one-on-one and I can have someone to fight because Vegeta's not always free, Goku says. We now see Goten come up to Naruto. You're my uncle, Goten says. Naruto then picks up Goten and smiles and says, yes, I am. And it's clear you're a strong warrior. I mean, you have a higher power level than me when I was your age, and also Goku. Gohan Videl also came up to Naruto. Hi, I'm Gohan. I'm your nephew, your oldest nephew, and this is my wife, Videl. My nephew, you're as strong as well, and you also have a beautiful wife. You have done us proud, Naruto says with pride. The others then come to introduce themselves, so I suppose I should introduce myself. Well, my name is Naruto Saiyan. I'm a Saiyan raised on planet Elam. I'm 13 years old and these three beauties are my girlfriends, Yariko, Suki and Rose, Naruto says. Hi, I'm Yariko, Yariko says. I'm Suki, Suki says. Rose senju, Rose says. So what's the celebration all about, Naruto asks. Well, it's my wife's birthday, Vegeta says. Ah, so it's Princess Bulma's birthday, Naruto says. Princess, Bulma asks, confused. You're married to Prince Vegeta, aren't you? That makes you the princess of all Saiyans, Naruto says. We now skip a few days. Over the few days, Naruto has bonded with his nephew and brother and his sister-in-law. Right now we see Yariko and Naruto making out while Suki and Rose were kissing each other and kissing Naruto's abs. Naruto yelled Chi-Chi. Naruto and his girlfriends come into the living room where Chi-Chi was. What's up, sister-in-law? Naruto asks. Well, Goku is going to take you and your mates to get some clothes. You can't be wearing that same armor all the time. And plus you stink. The armor stinks. And you can't wear armor every day of your life, Chi-Chi says. Very well, Naruto says, scared as he was going to go through hell. He's been shopping with Yariko and them lot once and let's just say he was scarred. Alright, follow me, Goku says as he flew off to West City. We now see Naruto, Suki, Rose and Yariko all looking around in amazement of the city. They all had one thought in mind. Elam was primitive compared to Earth. Wow, so this is how the Earthlings live. It's so futuristic. This is so much more better than our planet. Planet Elam. Naruto-kun, how long do you think it'll be till Elam becomes this advanced? Yariko asks cutely looking around. Yariko-chan, truth is, Elam would never achieve this. They can't even achieve peace. So if there was a small piece of tech like a phone even created, there'll be wars just for that piece of tech. Elam is screwed, Naruto says with disgust for Elam, thinking about how when he has children he's gonna move to this planet. Yariko-chan, Naruto-kun speaks the truth, Suki says. Yeah, it's the truth, so Rose says. Yariko got sad. She wanted to believe that Elam could be fixed and that there was hope in humanity. But after Hanabi cheated on Naruto, she couldn't trust the people of Elam and she had a deep hatred for Hanabi who had hurt her Naruto-kun. To her, only Naruto-kun, Suki-chan and Rose-chan were trustworthy. As they were all walking, they saw humans were pointing and staring at them. Look at those weirdos. The male one's wearing some sort of weird armor. I bet you he thinks he looks good or something like that. Look at that pale skin girl. She thinks she's a goddess wearing those goddess clothes, but she's actually just a normal human. Wait, are those horns? Another one asked. Look at the blonde girl, she's got some huge tits, I wouldn't mind touching them. The raven girl looks so good with those revealing clothes, another one says. Those were the comments that were heard. Naruto gets angry and he points his hands at the people as he charges up at energy balls and he says, we're only 13 you weirdos, and if you're gonna point and stare, I'll give you something to point and stare. As Naruto is about to fire the blast, but Goku however gets in his way and calms down Naruto. No brother, we don't do this around here. This is Earth, not planet Elam. Over here you don't just kill people for randomly being judgmental towards you. Naruto pouts as he says fine, as they finally arrive to their destination. They were at a clothes shop. Okay, go and get whatever you want. My friend Hercule Satan will pay for it, Goku says, as they go and get some clothes. Yariko, Suki and Rose all run off to get some clothes while Naruto walks to the male section and asks the customer service for what's the best of the best that money can buy. Yariko and Suki and Rose all come out dressed in those collarless sleeveless dresses here. Naruto then walks out all dripped out as people are staring at the drip Naruto possesses. What do you think, brother? Naruto asks as Goku was lost for words. I'm so proud of you, brother. You've ascended to Ultra Drip Stink, Goku says. We now see Naruto in front of the Dragon Balls. He then summons Shenron and he has Almighty Dragon Shenron.
Rise, Shenron, and grant my wish. I am the eternal dragon Shenron. Speak your wish so that I may return to my slumber. Shenron, my first wish is to bring back Raditz. Very well, your wish has been granted. Now Shenron, for my second wish, I wish to know everything in Machinist from the beginning of time, from every technique to everything that has happened, from all the history of every single planet. Very well, your wish has been granted. I shall give you all the knowledge I possess. For my final wish, tell me, can you bring back Bardock and Gine? I'm sorry, that cannot be done as they have died on a different planet. If they were dead on this planet, I could have done it just like I did for your brother. However, since they died on a different planet, it is impossible. However, there are other Dragon Balls that may be able to do this, such as the Super Dragon Balls, maybe the Namekian Dragon Balls can, and then there's a new Dragon Ball set that have been recently discovered, but I cannot tell you if they can do that because I do not know the limits of those Dragon Balls. I have granted your wishes and now I shall take my leave.
Kakarot, is that you? No, it can't be. Father? No, you're too young. Naruto, is that you? Raditz asks. Yeah, big brother, it's me, Naruto, Naruto says, as he pulls Raditz into a hug. Raditz, being the tsunade he is, pushes him off. How am I alive? I was killed by Kakarot and that green man, because I was forced to bring him back to Prince Vegeta, Raditz says as Naruto explains everything that happens to him and Goku. So Raditz, what do you say? Will you forgive Kakarot and become family again? Or are you going to let these misunderstandings destroy our family? Because one day, I will revive mom and dad, and on that day, they will be disappointed. You and Kakarot are not brothers, Naruto says. Yes, I will give them a chance. Hopefully they will give me a chance, Raditz says. I already talked to them, and they will, Naruto says. By the way, Raditz, how do you have such a high power level? I was told that you only had a power level of 1500, Naruto says. Well, in hell, I had to be constantly fighting and surviving. I kept on getting Zenkai boosts, as well as training without the need to sleep or eat. Naruto and Raditz then fly to Goku's house where Goku and Raditz took it out with each other. Gohan also forgave Raditz, as Yariko, Rose, Suki all met Raditz. That's my littlest brother, getting all the girls, Raditz says. Who are you to call me small? Definitely not me, cause my power level is higher than yours, and it's bigger than your future, Naruto says, as everybody started laughing at Naruto's jokes. They knew that Naruto was insecure about his height right now. Naruto and his harem, Raditz, Goku and Gohan, and Vegeta all entered the Hyperbolic time chamber for some training, where Naruto basically learnt martial arts from both Goku and Vegeta so that he can actually have a good decent fighting style. The Hyperbolic time chamber, by the way, was upgraded so it can handle more than 2 people, and it can be used for a month. We now skip a few weeks, which the people I mentioned before have just been in the Hyperbolic time chamber training. We now see the Z fighters all standing before Whis. So we have another Saiyan now. I see, I will train you as well. So Naruto and the rest of you, are you ready to train on Lord Beerus' planet? As all the Saiyans agreed. Piccolo also asked Whis and Whis accepted training Piccolo as well. We now see everyone doing the God Ki training that Goku and Vegeta normally did in canon, but they are joined by the others. The training pairs were Goku and Vegeta, Naruto and Raditz, Gohan and Piccolo. While they were training, Whis was teaching Yariko on how to use her full otsutsuki power, like her otsutsuki chakra, her bloodlines. Whis had also told Rose that she had the word release and unlocked it for her. Whis had also evolved Suki's eyes to the internal Mangaku Sharingan. However, that was not all that happened. Yariko was visited by her mother Kaguya, who in her mindscape unlocked her full power and trained her. Yariko now had the Tensegan and the Rinne Sharingan. Suki and Rose both met the Sage of Six Paths, who gave Suki the Tome Rinnegan Sasuke got in canon, and Rose the Six Paths mode that Naruto got in canon. Naruto by this time can fully turn into Super Saiyan God at will, and was close to mastering Super Saiyan Blue. Raditz training with Naruto, who already had God Ki, had mastered God Ki nearly, just by feeding God Ki up front, just like how Goku managed to boost up his power by just feeling God Ki when he did the Super Saiyan God ritual. Goku and Vegeta, however, was unexpected. They unlocked God Ki easily and were trying to attain Super Saiyan Blue with Naruto. Gohan and Piccolo were the worst of the bunch. They struggled. Gohan struggled because he hadn't fought in years and was really rusty, and Piccolo because Namekians aren't as good as Saiyans when it comes to adapting and overcoming. However, in the end, all the Saiyans and Piccolo unlocked God Ki, and most of them were close to having Super Saiyan Blue. We now go to outer space. We see a ship heading towards planet Earth. We see it dispatch some low-level soldiers who break into Capsule and take the Dragon Balls. They then ask Shenron to revive Frieza, however that was impossible, so like in canon, they revive the body and then use the healing chamber to revive Frieza. But guys, that's all for today. Peace, peace, peace. Yo, what's up guys, it's your boy Annie Z with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 8. So guys, where I last left off was at Naruto getting to know Goku and the Z fighters, as well as their families. We also saw him and his harem as well being trained by Whis, as well as the other Z fighters. So guys, let's begin. We now see a spaceship in space shaking. Inside the ship, we see a healing chamber glass beginning to crack, as this is the chamber where Frieza was being healed. The chamber then cracks as Frieza walks out. "Lord Frieza, you're awake," Sorbet said. Frieza then points a finger at one of his soldiers and fires a finger beam, killing them instantly. "Just as I suspected, my skills have gone a bit rusty around the edges. It seems that I must wait a tad bit longer before enacting my revenge," Frieza says. Your revenge, sir?" Sorbet said. "Don't tell me you're surprised. Of course my vengeance must be satisfied. I won't rest until both the Super Simians are vanquished. They'll pay for what they did to me, and they will pay in blood," Frieza says. "Forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn, but wouldn't it be wiser to forget about the Saiyans, focus on the rest of the universe?" Kagama says. Frieza then aims a finger at him and shoots him with a non-lethal blast that sends him flying through the glass, breaking it, causing everyone to get pulled out of the ship and into space, apart from Frieza, who's just standing there like a badass. "Commander Sobe, help me," Kagama yelled. "Kagama, raise the shields, raise the shields," Sobe yells. "Either you brought the most cowardly of my troops to my welcoming party, or the Frieza forces have become woefully faint of heart. How do you expect us to run an empire that strikes fair across the galaxies while we are cowering in fear from a handful of Saiyan garbage?" Frieza says. "But sir, that Saiyan Goku has gone through a lot while you were gone. He's faced all sorts of foes and prevailed," Sorbet says. "What, are you telling me that he's more formidable now than he bested me?" Frieza says. Yes sir, I know that's hard to hear, but it's the truth," Sorbet says. "Ha ha ha ha. I'd expect nothing less from that monkey. I just have to become stronger myself. It's as simple as that," Frieza says. "But my lord, he's even beat Majin Buu. That was the last bout our drawings recorded before they were destroyed. Who knows if there were more," Sobe says. Frieza's tail then whips the floor. "Father once told me there are two warriors I will never to challenge, Beerus the Destroyer and Majin Buu. You're telling me Goku beat that Buu?" Frieza says. Yes sir." Frieza's tail then starts to wag. then he's even more mightier than I dare to dream. This could be most salubrious for me, Frieza says. I'm not sure if I understand that word, sir, Sobe says. It means beneficial to a person's health and well-being. And what could be more salubrious for a conqueror than the motivation to get so strong that he's never dethroned again, Frieza says. As you say, my lord, Sobe says. I've never trained a day in my life. There was never a need. Imagine what will happen if I unlock my latent potential, Frieza says. Hold on, you mean you could get stronger? Stronger than your final form? Sobe says. Of course, my minion, now shut your gaping mouth so I can concentrate. If I train in earnest for the next 4 years, I can reach a power level of 1.3 billion, Frieza says, as he laughs. We now go to Goku's point of view. Goku feels a shiver down his spine. What's wrong, Kakarot? Vegeta says. I'm not sure. I just got a nasty feeling, Goku says. You just want to slack off. It's our turn to take care of Beerus. So stop slacking off and you're imagining things, Vegeta says. I don't think so, but hopefully you're right, Goku says. Time skip 4 Dragon Ball months. We now go to Earth as we see a giant Frieza mothership flying through the city and landing on a cliff. Then thousands, no millions of Frieza soldiers come out. After that, the top of the ship opens up, revealing the Emperor himself, Lord Frieza. Frieza aims a blast at the city and fires a finger beam, destroying the whole city. Ha 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 ha. Destroying a city is such a fun way to say hello, Frieza says. The Z fighters, including Buu, land on the cliff and face Frieza. Frieza spots Bulma and recognizes her from Namek. I remember you, woman. Where's Goku? I wish to, speak to him. Yeah. And while you're at it, bring that traitor Vegeta, Frieza says. I'm sorry, Mr. Lord Frieza. Do you mind waiting non-violently while we contact him? I can make tea, Bulma says fearfully. I've already spent years waiting patiently for a chance to get revenge against the Saiyan, so why not? I'll give you another 10 seconds, Frieza says. Or Frieza was about to say, but was cut off. Soldiers, give it everything you got, Sobe says as the soldiers start to attack. Bulma and the other Z fighters defend. Buu and the other Z fighters defend Bulma while she contacts Whis. Bulma then offers a strawberry sundae to the sky and asks to talk with Whis. We now go to Whis' point of view. He currently sees Goku and Vegeta training, Raditz and Naruto training, and Gohan and Piccolo training, while Yariko, Suki and Rose were training as well. They've gotten better, especially the girls. They fully mastered their own power. I got a message, let's see. Oh, I wonder if that strawberry sundae is as sweet, Whis says. Hurry up, Beerus says as he woke up and saw the strawberry sundae. It's from Lady Bulma offering a strawberry sundae. Well, let's see why she called. Hello, Lady Bulma. The strawberry sundae of yours wouldn't have to be a sweet, would it? Whis asks. What the hell, Whis? Why did it take you so long? I've been waiting forever, Bulma shouts, as everybody apart from Vegeta fell because that scream was on the level of Sakura screeching. Vegeta, being used to it, just stood there while everybody was looking at Vegeta in awe and fear. Well, at least his ears. Those must be some strong ears, Naruto said to himself. Vegeta and Goku are training. As Vegeta and Goku then hear Bulma speaking, so they come right there and tell the others to come. Vegeta and Goku are training with you. Tell them and the others to come home now, and I don't want to hear any excuses about training. That evil scumbag Frieza has somehow come back to life and the earth is in danger. Say what? Frieza's back now, Goku, Vegeta says. As Naruto hears this, suddenly a large power level is sensed as Naruto starts powering up. Goku and the others turn to see Naruto in his legendary Super Saiyan Blue form. That scumbag has returned. I will kill him and avenge my mother and father and all the innocents he's killed, Naruto says. As everyone on Beerus' planet apart from Beerus and Whis feel fear from Naruto's power. Apart from Yaku, Suki and Rose because they're feeling the power of their love. Bulma, just wait, we're coming. And tell Frieza that I, the legendary Super Saiyan, will kill him like I was destined to, Naruto says. Just hold on a bit, Whis will have us there as fast as he can, Goku adds on. It takes about 30 minutes to get there at maximum speed, Whis says. At maximum speed, Whis says. Are you mad? We can't wait that long. Goku, just use your instant transmission, Bulma says. I can't, I need to sense a target, and I'm so far away from the universe I can't sense anyone from out Earth, Goku says. We could have Buu power up. His power was so strong that it was able to be felt throughout the universe and throughout Otherworld, Bulma says, as she commands them to power up. Goku then feels their power and teleports. On Earth, Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, Piccolo, Gohan and Naruto appear in front of Boo, who was enraged. "Here at last, Goku," Frieza says. Goku, Vegeta, Raditz and Piccolo walk up to Frieza, but suddenly fall unconscious as Naruto knocks them out with a chop to the necks. "Gohan, take them away. I'll take care of this," Naruto says. "Who are you, Saiyan, to deny me my revenge on those other monkeys?" Goku and Vegeta, Frieza says. "I'm Naruto, Saiyan, the strongest of the Saiyans, Goku's little brother, and the legendary Super Saiyan. You killed my family, Frieza. I will kill you, you stupid monster. You've killed thousands of innocent people who have done nothing to you. Just because you wanted a planet or two, or just because some soldiers were there at the wrong time and you were angry, you don't deserve to live. Go back to hell," Naruto says. "Ha ha ha ha. Kill him now, Gin," Frieza was about to say, but was shocked when Naruto appeared behind Ginyu, blasting him and killing him. "Disappointing, Frieza. This was your elite. He couldn't even sense me," Naruto says. "You stupid monkey. I'll show you your place," Frieza says, as he charges towards Naruto, but Naruto easily pushed him back. Frieza then turns into his final form and lunges towards Naruto, who dodges the punch. Frieza then punches Naruto, who blocks. Frieza then gets kicked by Naruto, sending him flying. Frieza then throws a death ball at Naruto, who makes a ki blast and deflects it, making explosion in air, just like Goku did to Jiren when he unlocked Master Ultra Stick. "How are you this strong? Saiyan should only have a power level of 5,000 at max, and it should only be possible for Goku to be as strong as me," Frieza says. "Not so cocky now, are you, Lizard? What did you call me? How dare you call me such a name?" Frieza says. "Lizard, I called you Lizard. You call us Saiyans monkeys, so you Frieza races are just lizards," Naruto says, making Frieza angry. How dare you disrespect me, the Emperor of this universe," Frieza says, as Naruto continues to punch him, as he continued to also block Frieza's punches that were coming at him. "Emperor, yeah, right. Maybe like a few years ago, but now you're just washed up lizard crying because he can't have his ex-soldiers back, or he can't have his ex-empire back." Naruto said as Frieza had enough. He was getting angry. This monkey was really getting to him. "You damn monkey. I was saving this for Goku, but since you pissed me off, you will now see its true terror," Frieza says, as the golden fiery aura envelops Frieza. The earth underneath Frieza starts to shatter. A golden light is then seen across the area as Frieza's chest turns gold, then his legs turn gold, then his arms turn gold, and finally his head turns gold. Then the entire earth is seen in a golden glow. Light then dies down, revealing Frieza in his golden form as Frieza straightens himself out and gets himself into a fighting stance. "It can't be," Gohan says, confused on how Frieza got this powerful. "No, how can Frieza have this power?" Krillin says. "His power is off the charts," Tien says. "It seems Frieza is more of a monster now than he was before," Roshi says. "It can't be. This is a nightmare, right?" Bulma says. "So monkey, how do you like this newly polished gold?" Frieza says. "Sorry, I prefer diamond over gold," Naruto says. "You damn monkey. Wake up, Son Goku. There's no way you could beat me," Frieza says. "Well, we will see. Let me show you my true power," Naruto says. "Oh, very well. Let's see your pitiful last stand against me," Frieza roared. Naruto then screams as his muscles start to get bigger. A bluish green aura forms around him as Naruto's hair turns blue. Frieza, seeing this, gives a fearful scream. "That's right, you had no idea, did you? I've been a Super Saiyan for years, and now I too have the power of a god," Naruto says as he walks to Frieza. Frieza then shoots ki blast at Naruto, who just deflects them and continues walking towards Frieza. Naruto gets close to Frieza and flares his aura, getting rid of the smoke as he stands in front of Frieza. "You should know this, Frieza, but I don't share Kakarot's taste for forgiveness. I'm sending you back to hell," Naruto says, while Frieza backs away in fear. Naruto then teleports in front of Frieza and punches him in the gut, making Frieza release blood from his mouth. Frieza then throws a left and right jab at Naruto, to which Naruto just dodges by bobbling his head in the opposite direction, as Frieza screams when Naruto punches him in the face, making him stumble backwards as Frieza goes for a punch, but Naruto dodges. Naruto then kicks Frieza, who barely manages to block, but gets sent back a lot. Naruto then kicks Frieza, sending him flying back. Frieza then kicks and punches Naruto, but Naruto dodges them all. Naruto punches Frieza in the face, making him stumble back, as Naruto kicks Frieza, sending him flying into the mountain, as Naruto sees Frieza get up and stumble to the ground and lose his golden form. He's on his hands and knees at the mercy of Naruto. "Please, mercy," Frieza begs. Please, mercy, Frieza begs. Did you show mercy to my parents? Look at me, Frieza. Do I look familiar to you? Do I look like someone you fought before when you attacked the Saiyans? Naruto asks. Frieza has a flashback to Bardock. You're his son. You're Bardock's son. The only Saiyan who stood up to me. The only Saiyan name from planet Vegeta that I bothered to remember. Frieza says. So you remember, I'm sure you remember this. Right, Javelin, Naruto says, throwing it at Frieza, killing him before Frieza could do anything that destroyed the planet. You did it, Naruto-kun, Yariko says as she arrived at Suki and Whis with Whis and Beerus during the time where Naruto turned Super Saiyan Blue. As she tackles Naruto to the ground, as Suki and Whis too come in and tackle him. Whis and Beerus come up to Naruto and Whis then says, Naruto, it's time for you to return to the elemental nations with your girlfriends, since tomorrow is your tuning exams. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's your boy Annie Z with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglect Part 9. So guys, we last left off after Frieza was revived, where we saw Frieza's plan for revenge. After that we saw Naruto and the others training, and then we saw Naruto destroy Frieza and avenge his family Bardock and Gine. So let's get started. Whis and Beerus come up to Naruto and Whis then says, it's time for you to return to the elemental nations. Your tuning exams are tomorrow. Goku and the others finally regain conscious as they see Frieza wasn't there. Where did that monster Frieza go? Vegeta says. Naruto defeated him. You should have seen him. He was like, Yariko says, making cute punch actions and fight sounds. What, how dare you take my chance to avenge the Saiyan race and beat Frieza, Vegeta says. Chill, Prince. I needed to avenge my family, Naruto says. Well, I need to avenge the entire Saiyan race, Vegeta says. Well then, you can send me a gift box and a thank you letter because I already avenged them for you. You'd probably just beat him and take your time killing him, letting him have the chance to escape by destroying the planet, Naruto says, predicting the whole resurrection of F movie. How dare you, I'm Vegeta, the Prince of all Saiyans, you're Prince, Vegeta says. Sorry, don't care, you have to be stronger than me for me to care, and you're on Kakarot's level, and I'm on Lord Beerus's. Well, Lord Beerus without UI, Naruto says. So, it's been a blast, but it looks like we're gonna have to head out, Naruto says. We've got the tuning exams tomorrow, Naruto says sadly, not wanting to leave his friends and family. What, why? Why do you have to go there? Goku says, as Whis explains to Goku why Naruto was important to the elemental nations and must leave. As Naruto and the others were about to leave, Goku, Gohan, Goten and surprisingly Raditz hug Naruto, showed his pathetic humans the power of the Saiyans, littlest brother, Raditz says. Oh, I will, Naruto says. Best of luck, Uncle Gohan says. You too, and good luck with your daughter, my nephew, and make sure my grandniece is raised properly. You made us proud, Gohan, Naruto says. Bring me presents, Goten says, as Naruto's head pats him. Of course, how could I not bring you presents? Just be good, and perhaps I'll bring you an Uchiha's eyes or an Hyuga's eyes as a present. Or maybe I'll bring you a giant pet 9-tailed fox. But really? Goten says, as Naruto pets his head. Don't forget to train and stay stronger, Goku says. Kakarot, you too, and hopefully you can finally give me a challenge along with Vegeta when I return. I mean, I'll be on a planet full of weaklings, so I have an excuse of why I don't grow stronger, but you'll be with Whis and them lot, so you have no excuse to not get stronger by the time I return. I expect and fight that will push me to my limits, Naruto says. Naruto, I will surpass you and Kakarot, Vegeta says. Not sure about that one, Chief. Dreams are good, but keep them realistic, Naruto says jokingly. You damn same, Vegeta says smiling as they both nod to each other. Naruto then holds on to the girls and then holds on to Whis as them lot are all taken to Planet Elam by Whis. We now go to Dry, Tsunade, Minato and Krishna's point of view. Project P is nearly done. Soon we will inject the cells of the past great shinobis into Memma and Mito, creating the two ultimate shinobis, and then we shall wage war on the other nations. After that, Lee shall reign supreme and rule the world, Jiraiya says. Why don't we add Naruto's cells, Tsunade asks. Because first he got lucky beating Memma and Mito. I bet that demon girl just boosted her power. And second, the cells mentally affect the people who it is injected into. The cells mentally affect the people they are injected into, so Naruto's cell might influence our saviors into turning against us, Minato says, with Jiraiya nodding. Plus, I don't know demon sympathizers cells in my precious children's body, especially not a failure of my clan, Krishna says. Also, the amount of cells we're ejecting into them is the maximum limit a body can take before it's destroyed, even with the Ninetales regeneration, Dry says. That idiot Orochimaru, he practically helped us with our research before we framed him and kicked him out of the village, Krishna says. Soon the world shall be ours, and I shall reign as the emperor of this world, Minato says, as all of them laugh. Meanwhile in hell, some stupid humans trying to act like he is me, Frieza thought. Unknown to Minato and Krishna and the others, Whis was watching them. He couldn't hold back a laughter as he sighed at the stupid humans, as he knew that Naruto would easily destroy them and their stupid Project P. Back to Naruto's point of view. Naruto and the others had landed on Team 7 training ground. Thanks Whis, Naruto says. No problems, I will come back during the month of training so I can train you, Whis says, as Naruto and the girls fly to their base. When they arrive, home sweet home, Yariko says, hugging Naruto while doing some cute hand gestures. It does feel good to finally be home, Suki says. But we all have to agree, planet Earth was better placed than planet Elam as a home, Rose says. Yeah, when we have kids and moving there, Naruto says as the girls blushed and Naruto hid his face. When they entered, they got angry as they saw a horrible sight of Hanabi Hyuga sleeping there as Suki walks up and punches her in the stomach. Hanabi wakes up. Oi you whore, what do you think you're doing? You can't stay here after what you did to Naruto, how you cheated on him with my brother, your cousin, that stupid mutt and that spoiled bastard. You cheated on Naruto with all of them. Now get out of here. Now get out of here now, Suki says. Just let me explain, Hanabi says, but was cut off when wood wraps around her head, forcefully closing her mouth. Listen slut, we don't want to hear it, what you have to say. Leave us now, or we will sell you to the Cloud Village, and you will experience the fate you were meant to have before Naruto could mercilessly saved you. Mercifully saved you, Rose says. Guys, maybe we should let her explain her side. We might be able to understand her point of view of why she did it, Yariko says. No, Yariko-chan, we won't let her corrupt you or Naruto-kun. Look, the harem is full enough anyways. 3 girls is enough, we don't need a 4th one, especially not cheat, Suki says to Yariko talking about Hanabi. We all know you wouldn't cheat on Naruto, Yariko-chan, so it's okay. There's no need to protect this cheater, Suki says. Alright then, Yariko says sadly as she wanted to hear the side of her friend. Suki Rose, throw her out of here. She's no longer welcomed in our base, Naruto says, as he started to change the keys so that Hanabi can never enter the base. Oh yeah, and Hanabi, I best not catch you anywhere near here or Naruto-kun or the rest of the girls. I will not forgive you for what you've done to Naruto-kun, Suki shouted, as Suki and Rose drag a crying Hanabi out and throw her away. Yariko-chan, why did you want to hear her side of the story? You know what she did? She done it right in front of me, yes, for reputation, Naruto says. Yariko hugs Naruto. It's okay, Naruto-kun, I'm here. I just wanted to know why she broke my trust. She was one of the few people I trusted, and to find out that person I saw as a sister lied to me. I just wanted to know why, Yariko says as she cried onto Naruto's arms. Naruto felt bad making Yariko-chan cry in his arms. It's okay, Yariko, that bitch will get what she deserves, Naruto says. As Suki and Rose return, and Naruto and the girls then go to Naruto's room and the girls sleep on Naruto's chest. The next day we see Naruto, Suki, Yariko, Rose and Hanabi in front of Kakashi. Naruto, you see, to make it fair, you're going to have to remove one person from your team. You see, Team 11 is also removing Sakura, so you're going to have to vote on who to remove, Kakashi says. I vote Hanabi, she's the weakest and the most untrustworthy, Suki says. I too vote for Hanabi for the same reasons, Rose says. Me too, I don't want her to hurt my friends. And my Naruto-kun, Yariko says. I agree, Naruto says. Kakashi then takes Hanabi out of the rooms and stops her. Well done, Hanabi, you may as well head home. I heard you're getting the cage bird seal today if you didn't beat Hinata in the exams. But since you're kicked out from the team, you don't get a chance to fight for your freedom, Kakashi says. Yes, Kakashi sensei, Hanabi leaves crying as she remembers the time when she and Naruto was happy and protected, but now she was just depressed and feels targeted. I'm a useless dumb whore. Perhaps I should die like Hinata says. All I did was hurt Naruto-kun, she thought to herself. We now see Naruto, Yariko, Suki and Rose in the exam hall waiting. So Demon Girl, where's Hanabi? You kicked her out instead of yourself? She may be a weak Hyuga, but she's still a Hyuga. But you're a useless nobody, you're not even from a clan, Naruto says. Coming from you, the failure heiress who's weaker than the branch clan. Also, Hanabi's been kicked out of the team, and also our house, like the horse she is, she belongs on the street, just like the rest of your clan, Yaku says, pissing off Hinata. Hello brother, I offer you one more chance to leave the demon and join us, and then we can be happy as it was meant to be, Mito says. Sorry Mito, unlike Kanbi, I don't betray my friends. For an easy way out, Naruto says. You're an idiot, Naruto. We just gave you a chance to be part of our family and the strongest team, and you fucked it, Memma says. Sure, Naruto says, not caring. Suki, get ready to experience defeat. Sasuke, the true Uchiha elite, will defeat you. I have awoken my second Tomori Sharingan, and I will then become clan heir as I was destined to be, Sasuke says. Suki has clapped. Oh, so you find out the two Tomori Sharingan. You did what I did when I was a student, Suki says. And by the way, destined? Your father doesn't get to decide who's destined to be the clan head. He's just a stupid idiot that married into power. He wasn't even an Uchiha elite, he was a disgrace, Suki says. As Sasuke was about to respond, he was interrupted by Ibiki, who told them to come in as it was time for the test. Naruto passes the test because thanks to Shenron he knew everything. Yaku used her Bakugan to copy Naruto. Suki copied Naruto using the Sharingan. Rose, being more intelligent than everyone, just answered the questions herself. They all stayed for the 10th question because they thought it would be easy, which made them pass. Then Anka came flying through the window with some signs saying how she was single and sexy. Naruto, Suki, Rose and Yariko all held up a 3 out of 10 for her entrance, making her angry as she told everybody to gather in the Forest of Death. We now see as Anko explains the rules. She then noticed Naruto looking at Sasuke, who was getting glared at by a genin. Naruto then senses a kunai coming as he catches it and puts it in his pocket. Hey, give that back, Anko says. No, I'll keep it as a memory of the woman who makes shit entrances, Naruto says. You dare say my entrances are shit, how dare you? You know what, you don't get to start with a scroll, unless you beg, Anko says sadistically. Whatever, we just get 2 scrolls then, Naruto says. You prideful idiot, you'd rather be stuck up and selfish than beg and help your team. Find and start, Anko says, as Naruto, Suki, Rose and Yaku use the speed to overwhelm the competition and get ahead. As they break up into groups, Yaku and Naruto will get the Heaven Scroll, while Suki and Rose will get the Earth Scroll. Naruto and Yaku see a sound team walking as Naruto kicks the leader out of nowhere, sending him flying into trees as he breaks several of the trees before turning unconscious. You damn brat, how dare you hurt him, the female girl who had a crush on him says, as Yaku throws a chakra rod, killing her instantly. She hated fangirls. They reminded her of Hinata Hyuga and Sakura Harano. The other teammate's head got punched off clean by Yaku afterwards. Naruto then found the Heaven Scroll, as both him and Yaku flew to the tower. They will meet up there with the other teammates. With Suki and Rose uses her wood style to hear the Rain Village team to hear that they had the scroll that they both wanted. Suki and her hid. When they get nearby, I'll use the wood style to trap them and you put them to sleep using Genjutsu, using your Sharingan. We will then take the scroll and leave and meet up with Naruto-kun. You can sense him moving to the hideout as we speak, meaning he's already got the Heaven Scroll, Rose says. Agreed, Suki says. The Rain team was walking as wood began to form around them and caged them up. Hello boys, give us your scroll now, Rose says. You know the wood style, the leader says. You don't get to speak to us, you lowly animal. The only male who can speak to us is Naruto-kun, and our friends that we made from Earth. I was going to make this quick and painless, but since you animals decide to speak to us, I'll make you suffer, Suki says as she activated the Tsukiyomi and tortured them. Rose then took the scroll, and both her and Suki flew up to meet up with Naruto-kun. After a while they got there. So we got the scrolls, Naruto says, as both of them nodded as they opened them to summon Kakashi and the angry Anko. What do you want, Asukashi Orochimaru? Anko says. You've been summoned here to greet the person who you were gonna bang in the face never passed because he was too prideful. Uncle Kakashi says, he even got 2 scrolls before the other teams even got 1. Kakashi says, you mean to tell me it's all their fault I couldn't catch Orochimaru? Uncle says, glaring at Naruto's team. Well, yes, but actually no. It's yes because we summoned you here, but no because you set the scroll to summon you when we failed. But you never suspected that we'll pass, which means that it would have summoned you anyways. So now we can blow our victory in your face. Naruto says, Uncle got pissed. You could have waited, I was so close, she says. Oh, spare me the drama. Anyways, can we rest now? We've been in the forest for a few hours, and my girlfriends and I don't deserve to be in this forest. Naruto says, come with me, Kakashi says, as he tells Uncle something that when they drop off Naruto and the team, he'll help her relieve her stress. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Yo, what's up guys, it's your boy Annie Z with part 10 of What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglect. So guys, we last left off with Naruto returning to the elemental nations and getting used to being back without having the family he made with the Z fighters. He then went on to sweep the tsunade exams, round 1 with his knowledge that he acquired from Shenron, and then went on to easily pass the Forest of Death. We now see Minato and Krishna glaring at an orb that shows Naruto sleeping with Suki and Rose and Yariko on his chest. A damn idiot, he's a prodigy, and yet he hangs around with that demon and trains with them instead of trading out prince and princesses. Krishna says, talking about Minato. Yeah, I can't believe we gave birth to a demon lover like him, Minato says. We now skip 5 days. Almost all the teams that arrived there, which includes all of the rookie teams and a few sound teams. Everything goes to canon, apart from a few matches like Yariko, Suki and Rose easily destroying some unnamed shinobis, while Meme and Mito take out Kabuto's teammates. However, one change was it was Kiba against Gaara instead of Kiba against Naruto, where Gaara broke Kiba's legs and killed Akamaru. We now see the main fight, Naruto vs Rock Lee. Start, the proctor says. So you're Naruto, the demon sympathizer. I will beat you till you forget about that demon, Rock Lee says. You think you could beat me? Good luck with that one, Chief, Naruto says. Rock Lee then charges towards Naruto at incredible speeds, but to Naruto he was moving so slow that a rock was faster than him. Naruto kicks him away and sends him flying into a wall. Rock Lee, however, uses his legs to ricochet off the wall and punch Naruto. Naruto barely feels that punch as he bitch slaps Rock Lee back into the wall. Lee, after a few seconds, gets up. Everybody was shocked at Naruto's speed, including Minato. How? What type of training did that demon give him? Minato says, blaming poor little Yariko for Naruto's speed and power. Can't be. Rock Lee and Neji are supposed to be our aces, especially when they find out Tenten has accidentally been killed in a mission, but Naruto's owning them, Krishna thought. What's that fighting style? I've never seen anything like it, Dryer asks, talking about the turtle hermit style Naruto learned during training with Goku. Perhaps we should call it the demon fist. I mean, Naruto is the one that was using it, and he hangs around with that demon girl, so yeah, tsunade says. Back to the fight. Why can't you see? I'm trying to beat the love you have for that horned freak out of you. You're a son of the Hokage, but you disgrace his name by befriending that monster demon, that whore that killed millions that last night. The one that killed millions on the night of the Nine Toes attack, Rock Lee says, dropping his weight. Now disgrace, you'll see his true strength, he yells as he punches through Naruto's block and hits him in the face, but Naruto felt nothing. Naruto then kicks Lee in the dick, which causes his mouth to get open, and Naruto uppercuts him in the face, sending him flying. After that, he teleports up and lands a few body shots before kicking Rock Lee down into the ground. Sensei, I'm sorry, but I must use my full power to put the disgraceful demon lover in his place, Rock Lee says. It's okay, Lee, show that demon lover the true path of youth, Guy says. 6th gate open, Lee says. I've been training with the 6th gate. I've been training with the gates just to show you that you should join your family once again, Rock Lee says. Power multiplier, I see you've increased your power by 1 million. Each gate times your power by 10. But unfortunately for you, my base power level far exceeds your multiplied power. Even if you open the 8th gate, you still wouldn't be able to touch me. But be happy, you're by far the strongest I face from the elemental nations, not including my girlfriends. And especially that girl who you love to call a demon. She's the strongest all of the lovers I face, Naruto says. You're bluffing, Lee says as he charges towards Naruto, only for his fist to be caught and for him to be slammed against the ground. Lee then tries to sweep kick Naruto, but Naruto breaks his legs. What are you made of? I tried to low sweep kick you and you ended up breaking my legs, he asks. Cells, blood, and more. Did you not pay attention in class when we're going over biology of what our bodies are made of? Oh wait, you were the dead last like Kiba. Maybe you should share the same fates of having unusable legs, Naruto says. I won't let a demon lover beat me. 7th gate open, Lee yells, as his base power level was now in times by 10 million instead of 1 million like it was before when he was using the 6th gate. Lee then started to feel the strain of the 8 gates being used, or the 7th gate, but Lee then charges towards Naruto. When Naruto was about to punch Lee, he vanished behind Naruto and was about to kick Naruto, but Naruto caught his leg as he spun Lee around and threw him against the wall. Well Lee, you have quite the multiplier skill. Let me show you my own version of the 8 gates that doesn't kill you after you unlock the 8th power, and you can use it to multiply your power however much you want as long as you have the stamina to. I don't really think you're worthy of seeing it, but I just want to show you what a truly perfected energy multiplier technique looks like. Naruto says, Kaioken, Naruto says, as a red aura envelops Naruto. Kaioken is a technique far greater than the 8 gates, Naruto says. The Kaioken, Lee says confused. His power is rising at an extraordinary rate, Lee says to himself, as Naruto's power begins to swirl around him uncontrollably. As the floor around them begins to shatter, the roof had already shattered. Times 3, times 4, no, times 10, Naruto yells as the entire arena is enveloped in Naruto's aura, making it hard for everybody apart from Naruto's girls to breathe. Kaioken times 10, Naruto yells as he dashes towards Lee and punches him in the face, making him bleed, sending Lee flying back as Naruto roars and charges once again towards Lee. Lee tries to punch Naruto, but Naruto blocks. It's useless. The level I'm at now is far beyond anyone in the elemental nations. Hashirama, Senju, Madara Uchiha, and that joke Sage of 6 Paths are all jokes compared to me, Naruto says. He tries to kick Naruto. Naruto blocks and gives several super light punches towards Lee. Naruto then uppercuts him, sending him flying into the sky. Naruto charges forwards and punches him higher. I will end this with a single blow, Naruto says, as the Z vanishes below. Naruto yells, using the move he learnt from his brother at Lee, cutting off Lee's underbody, so from his legs and below, which meant that Lee lost his legs. This is what you get for dissing my Yariko-chan, calling me a disgrace and trying to pressure me into rejoining that disgusting disgrace of a family. And finally, for presuming you're stronger than me. Lee, you are a pathetic joke, like no other. Your power level, even after using the 7th gate, was a joke. You are a joke, Naruto says, walking towards his goals as Guy's team glared at him, while Yariko latched onto his chest, while Suki and Rose took his arms. Since that was the final match, Minato explains what Hiruzen did in canon, like how the training exams are a substitute for war and how they will have a month break to train. The fights for the final round were Gaara vs Naruto, Yariko vs Neji, Suki vs Sasuke, Rose vs Mito, Tamari vs Shikamaru, Memma vs Kankuro, and Shino vs the winner of Memma vs Kankuro. Naruto and the girls left quickly because they didn't want Minato to call them in and question them. They were now waiting for Whis, who just showed up and took Naruto and the others for training. We now go to Minato and Krishna's point of view. Mom, Dad, what do you want? Memma asks. Well, my son and daughter, we've got a way for you to get stronger than that demon lover Naruto. Minato says, as if. Let's do this then, the two idiots say, not even asking what Minato and Krishna were going to do to them. Minato then knocks them out as he starts with Project P, which was basically injecting the cells of past dead shinobis, of legendary past dead shinobis into Memma Mito. Their powers won't manifest immediately, and it will take them, I'd say, about the time when they turn 16 for the powers to manifest. However, they should be able to use a weaker version of the power in small bursts, Minato says. Finally, the ultimate shinobis have been created, Jiraiya says. Soon the world should be ours, Tsunade says. I'm gonna be queen of the world, Krishna says. And I'm gonna be king, Minato says. Whis was watching them and heard he had one thing to say, as if. It was the day of the tuning exams. We now see a white light appear out of nowhere, as out of the white light walked Naruto, Yariko, Suki, Rose, Whis, Beerus and the Z Fighters. Beerus, Whis and the Z Fighters have come to cheer on Naruto and also see if the planet was worth saving. Well, for Beerus, he wanted to test the food to see if the planet was worth saving, which, spoiler, it's not. Actually, should I make Beerus like Ichiraku ramen? Comment down below. So brother, this is your first tournament. I'm so proud of you, you better win, Goku says. Kakarot, you do know over here it's like I'm a level 100 in a level 1's world, Naruto says. True, but don't lose, Goku says. Lose me, that's two words that shouldn't be put together. But brother, I promise you this, I will win. Unless the exams get interrupted by a pedo snake man looking for his next body and basically causes a terrorist attack, which causes the exams to be cancelled, but that's unlikely, Naruto says, as Whis just smiles, knowing that something like that might happen, or it might not. You know you probably jinxed it, Yariko says. Knowing your luck, it will probably happen. Hopefully the pedo ain't after me, Suki says. I don't mind if it happens, as long as it's fun and they're not after me, Rose says. We now go to the tsunade exams arena. We see almost everyone cheering for the Namikaze kids and the Uchiha to win, but there was a small group cheering for Naruto and his girlfriends to win. They were the god of destruction, Beerus himself, Angel Whis, and the Z Fighters. The Leaf citizens stopped and glared, but everyone was stopped when Beerus glared back at them. Beerus was under illusion, as well as Whis and any non-human looking Z Fighter, but the Konoha citizens saw something very scary when Beerus glared at them. The first match will be Sans Jinchuriki Gaara, Beast, the stray son of the Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, or as he calls himself, Naruto Saiyan in his rebellious stage. The Z Fighters cheered for Naruto. Start, the proctor says. Mother will have your blood, alien, Gaara says, as he sends sand towards Naruto, who unleashed his aura, completely destroying it. Naruto then punches Gaara, sending him flying. Gaara uses his sand to stop himself from hitting the walls. You're strong, you will help me prove my existence, Gaara says. Wait, you're doing this to prove your existence, aren't you already alive? You're breathing, check. I can see you, check. Hey Lord Beerus, is this stupid idiot alive? Naruto yells as Lord Beerus gives him the thumbs up. You're alive, whoever told you that is a dumbass, Naruto yells. Don't call mother a dumbass, Gaara says. Naruto having enough. He thought a person that was willing to give their virginity to a beast would at least be more powerful than this. Knocks out Gaara with a single hand chop, surprising the audience. Proctor was about to declare Naruto the winner, but then sand started to surround Gaara as it took the form of the One Tails. Orochimaru was about to start the attack, but was suddenly paralyzed. It was Whis under the orders of Beerus, as he wanted to see Naruto fight a tailed beast and see how powerful these so-called beasts of destruction were. After the fight, he would allow the attack to happen, but for now, the village who treated the mortals who he respected like shit was on borrowed time. So you're the boy who bested my host. You shall now pay. Now power up to full power, boy, Shikaku yelled. Very well, you're gonna love this. Trust me, Naruto says. What you see now is my normal form, Naruto says as he turns into a Super Saiyan. This is what you call a Super Saiyan. And this is what is known as a Super Saiyan that is ascended past the Super Saiyan. Or you can just call this a Super Saiyan 2. Naruto says, transforming to a Super Saiyan 2 and shocking all of the audience. The power he was emitting was far surpassing the one that the Nine Tails emitted a few years ago. What a useless transformation. You just changed your hair, so what, Shikaku says. Just wait. Can you really go beyond this power, Minato asks himself. And this is to go even further beyond. Naruto yells as everyone starts sensing a huge power emitting off Naruto. No, stop this, Naruto-kun, you'll destroy the whole world, the girls yelled. As we see the water start to go out of control, the ground then starts to shake, causing an earthquake through the elemental nations. Whis puts a barrier around Naruto's girls, the Z Fighters, Beerus and himself. It's unreal, how is he generating this much power, Minato says. Do it, Oni-chan, Mito yells, like the horse she is, switching up once she sees Naruto is stronger than herself. It's too much power, the Leaf citizen yells, unable to stand. Naruto is then seen yelling as the water waves then start to come out of the sea and hit the village, as the water is going out of control at this point. Naruto's hair then starts to grow. Stop it, Naruto-sama, Kushina and all the other females of the village yell, which makes Yariko, Suki and Rose angry, as buildings all around the elemental nations start to crack and they get destroyed. Lots of Leaf citizens are injured, and a few were killed during the destruction of the buildings. It feels like the whole world is shaking apart. What is Naruto doing? If he doesn't stop this, everything is going to be destroyed, the rookie says, as Naruto lets out one final large roar, and the whole elemental nations is filled with a giant golden glow coming off Naruto. And this is what you call a Super Saiyan 3, Naruto says with a cold and unforgiving voice. Everyone was in fear. Around the world, the Kages who was watching the exams through the live broadcast were in fear. Minato and Krishna were scared. They were shaking themselves. In fact, Krishna was trying to hug Minato, but it wasn't working. She wasn't getting any comfort. The village was shaking themselves. Memma and Sasuke were praying to God. Naruto doesn't comfort them. Minato was thinking of bedding Naruto like the horse she was. Kiba recognized Naruto as the true alpha. Fight me if you're ready to die, Naruto says. Shikaku did not want to accept that this genin was stronger than him, charged towards Naruto and punched him. Naruto blocked with a single hand. You call that a punch? Naruto says. Shikaku roars out in rage. Don't quit now, we just got started, Naruto says. Shikaku punches Naruto 2 times, but Naruto takes them head on. Oh, was I meant to feel that? Ouch, Naruto says sarcastic. Shikaku then goes for the final punch, but Naruto dodges and yells, Dragon Fist, as a giant Shenron made out of ki wraps around Shikaku, destroying Shikaku's body as it exploded, leaving a bloody Gaara on the ground. Everyone was amazed but in fear. That power, why does the demon have this power? Menma said, shaking uncontrollably as he couldn't unsee this. He only kept on thinking about Naruto coming after him and him dying 1 billion times. Not even a billion, a trillion. Oni-chan will be mine, Mito says, in a yandere way, glaring at Tsukirose and Yariko. That power should belong to a uchiha elite like myself. I can use this to kill him, Sasuke says. There's no way he's stronger than my Sasuke-kun, Horano, Sakura says. His brother's still stronger, Ino the Whore says. Impossible, even Project P can't make someone this strong, Jiraiya says. Is he a god? Tsunade says, getting wet. Impossible, even the Sage of Six Paths did have this power. Maybe I should leave Minato-kun for him, Krishna says. My son, I created such a powerful weapon. I will make sure he obeys us and the leaf, Minato says. Winner, Naruto, Proctor says. But as soon as the Proctor says that, they heard an explosion in the Kage boot. Orochimaru had finally regained control of his body, as the invasion had begun. Whis had telepathically told Orochimaru to start the invasion because Naruto wasn't on the leaf side, which Orochimaru just did, thinking that this higher power could easily beat him if he never followed the orders of Whis. So brother, are we going to help them or what? Goku says, preparing to fight. No, Kakarot. The village's so-called heroes Menma and Mito will help. Let's go and chill out my base. Naruto says, wait, you have a base? Goku asks. Yes, my own base. Whis then makes the illusion of Naruto and the girls helping the village out when realistically it was just all an illusion. But guys, that's all for today.
Peace.
Peace. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's your boy Annie Z with part 11 of What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected. So guys, where we last left off was at Naruto showing the bugs of the Elemental Nation, his Super Saiyan freeform, and making the whole Elemental Nation's shape, making everyone fear him apart from his harem. After that, the invasion begins, but Naruto's squad went back to base, while Whis made the illusion of Naruto and the girls protecting the village. So let's begin. We now see Naruto and his squad sitting down and relaxing and eating some food, while Naruto was using his drone so that they can watch the invasion. Tsunade was currently fighting and getting destroyed by Hashirama. Krishna was getting wrecked by Tobirama. Jiraiya was facing Hiruzen and was faring quite well because Hiruzen was brought back past his prime in his old age. While that was happening, Minato was kicking Orochimaru's ass as he was too fast for Orochimaru to hit and way more skilled. Minato then throws a kunai at Orochimaru, but Orochimaru dodges. However, Minato appears right behind him with the Rasengan and hurting him just like Minato did to Obito. Damn you, Minato. First you took the title of Hokage from me, and then you used me for your research on Project P after you threw me out by framing me. And finally, you hurt me, Orochimaru says. You are a tool like all shinobi. Orochimaru. Your purpose was fulfilled long ago. You should have just lived out your life as a hermit, but you dared to challenge the strongest Hokage of the strongest village, and for that you will die. Naruto's squad watches how Minato uses the Shinigami mask to seal away the Kages, and then the four shinobi, which were Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato and Krishna, all gang up on Orochimaru. Orochimaru escapes by reverse summoning himself to the snakes, and then escaping to his own village. We now see Naruto and Goku outside the base as they were taking a sparring stance. So this will be the final spar between Goku and Naruto before we leave for Earth. Well then Kakarot, let's make this one a good one, Naruto says. You got it brother, Goku says. Whis then comes up and says, this will be a 1v1 between Goku and Naruto. The rules are no transformations, and I'll use my abilities to suppress the shockwaves so you don't destroy this world. Start, Whis says. Goku dashes towards Naruto with a punch. Naruto was doing the same thing as they clashed. They both got sent flying back. Goku then charges towards Naruto and punches him in the face. Naruto lets it connect, but then kicks Goku to the mountain. Goku, however, instant transmissions behind Naruto and hammers him, making him fall to the ground. Naruto gets up as he burst dash towards Goku. Just as he was about to get close to Goku, he vanishes behind Goku and then aims a kick for behind Goku's kneecaps, making him fall. Goku then sweep kicks Naruto, making Naruto fall. However, while Naruto is falling, he kicks Goku in the face, making him go flying back into the mountain. Goku, however, does a teleporting Kamehameha and blasts Naruto point blank, making him bleed and making some skin and a bit of blood fall to the ground. However, Naruto was anticipating this. He let the Kamehameha hit. After that, he uses a right javelin towards Goku's stomach at point blank, making Goku fall over and bleed a little bit and making his skin fall off. Unknown to them, a certain white-haired figure was watching this fight. Back to the fight. So you baited me in by letting my Kamehameha connect so you can use your right javelin, Goku says. Kakarot, it's a basic strategy. You should have been prepared for it, Naruto says. Well then, let's finish this off with a beam struggle, Goku says. Why not, Naruto says. Kamehameha, Goku says, firing a full power Kamehameha wave at Naruto. Omega Blaster, Naruto says, firing his own unique move at Goku, since Naruto is basically Broly. Both scream and give it a final push, but since Naruto has a higher baseline power level, due to him being a legendary Saiyan, Naruto's blast overpowers Goku's, as Goku is then beaten. Winner Naruto, Whis says, as Whis is then healing Goku and Naruto. Oh yeah, so Ed, did anything interesting happen while I was at the training exams, Naruto says? Yeah, well, there was a universal tournament between our universes and Beerus' brother universe, Goku says. Also, we fought an evil version of Kakarot, Vegeta says. You got done sparring with Raditz. Oh yeah, might I interject, Naruto? Zeno-sama was wanting to meet you, as you are Goku's brother. He met Raditz but called him a meanie, because Raditz is, well, you know, stuck up, he says. Hey, Raditz shouts, as the Z fighters and the girls laugh at him, and they also ignored his hey. Well then, Whis, let's go, Naruto says, as they go to Supreme Kai's world, who takes them to Zeno's world. When Naruto arrives, he's amazed as the guards let him in. Wow, so this Zeno-sama person must really be important to have his own universe, Naruto asks Whis. Yes, Mr. Naruto, he's the king of gods, the Grand Priest says out of nowhere. Who are you? Naruto asks. I'm the Grand Priest, Whis' father, Grand Priest says. Wow, so you should be way stronger than Whis, Naruto says, as Whis just hits him. Grand Priest says chuckles. Yes I am, he says, as Whis looks at his father with a betrayed look. After I finish training with Whis, can you train me please, Naruto says. If you can prove yourself to me, I will train you, Grand Priest says, not knowing how to answer Goku's brother as he didn't want to disappoint Naruto. They reach the door as Grand Priest then knocks. Who is it? A cute voice says. Zeno-sama, it's me, Grand Priest, and we're here with Goku's brother Naruto, Grand Priest says. Yay, bring him in, Zeno says. As they go in, they see Zeno as he sweat drops. This is the Omni King? Well, his presence is making me fear him, Naruto says. Hi, I'm Zeno, Zeno says, holding out his arm to test if Naruto was pure or not. Naruto then goes and shakes Zeno's hand like Goku did, making Zeno happy. This made Zeno believe that he was pure. Yay, you're as fun as Goku, you can call me Zen-chan, Zeno says, as future Zeno then comes in. Is that Goku's brother? Zeno says. Yeah, present, Zeno says, as future Zeno then goes up to Naruto and they do the same thing. Hey, Goku's brother is a meanie like that meanie Raditz. Teacher Zeno says. So can you tell us a story? Zeno asks. Well, okay. This is a story about a girl who's blamed for being a demon when she was just an alien, and her friends who were also hated for loving her by the village. The village was called the Village of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto says. The Leaf Village sound like meanies. I don't like them. I hate them. Zeno says. As Naruto basically told them the backstories of the outcasts. I hate the Leaf Village, Zeno says. Grand Priest, I want the Leaf Village to suffer. Make them slowly lose all the power they have present, Zeno says. That's your orders. It will be done, Grand Priest says. Elko-chan sounds like a good person, Present Zeno says. Suki and Rose are also nice future, Zeno says. But Hanabi is a disgusting, evil piece of shit. I hate her. Naruto should never forgive her. She's ugly and a monster, both Zeno say in unison. Lord Zeno, Goku has come to speak with you, Grand Priest says. Okay, hey Zenny, I was wondering when you are going to do that tournament between universes, Goku says, as Naruto face palms. Are you serious, Kakarot? You come here to ask the strongest person in the universe and the king of gods when he's going to do something for you? Are you trying to get us destroyed? Naruto thought to himself. Yaku hates Memma, by the way, Zeno says, as they were talking about the story. Goku and Zeno then go to talk about the tournament while Naruto leaves and waits for Goku outside. After that, they have a talk and Naruto meets up with Goku and they go to Universe 7's Earth where Yariko and Double meet him. Naruto, you're going to be team captain. We need 10 members, Goku says, as the Z fighters then crowd around him. Suddenly, the Grand Priest appeared out of nowhere and then says the message that he says in canon, which shocks everyone and makes everybody get scared. Kakarot, you dumb idiot, Naruto thought. I knew this was going to happen. You shouldn't mess with higher beings like that. Command them to do something, Naruto thought. After a bit at Capsule, they had finally managed to get a few members of the team decided. The team they decided on was Naruto as team captain, Gohan as vice captain, Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, Piccolo, Android 17 and Majin Buu. But we still need 2 more guys, Vegeta says. What about my mom and dad? We can bring them back for a date and then do the god ritual on them. Both of them had a power level of over 500,000. Well, at least Gine's was 500,000. And my father had a power level of over 1.3 million. But the training they did in other worlds should be enough to push them to new heights, Naruto says. Why not my father, Vegeta says. You know the answer to that Vegeta. He's prideful and he doesn't even know how to fight. All he did was sit on his throne and rule because he had a higher power level. Since he was born with higher power level. Raditz says. True, Vegeta says he didn't like his father that much. There's no need to contact them. Naruto, they have been training with Whis ever since they had to go back after training you. Because I never saw there was any point of sending them back to Otherworld, as they could have been some good assets to our universe, Beerus says. And they can match your Super Saiyan Blue forms in their Super Saiyan God forms because they trained that much in mastering God Ki. But Naruto, your legendary Super Saiyan Blue form will easily beat them, Whis says. So the final teams are Naruto as captain, Gohan as vice captain, Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, Gine, Bardock, Piccolo, Buu and 17, Beerus says. Our team seems a bit too reliant on Saiyans, Roshi says. Well, we Saiyans are the powerhouses of the universe, a voice says from behind, as everybody turns around, which makes Naruto and Raditz tear up, but Goku had a confused look on his face, as the two of them run and hug them. It's been a long time, my son, I'm proud of you, the male figure says. My baby boys are all grown up, the female figure says, as the Z fighters then look at Goku, who had a confused look, but they knew who these two were. As the figures finish hugging Naruto, the two figures then go towards Kakarot. Goku has a strange feeling in his heart as he slowly begins to tear up, but he didn't know why. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Peace. Yo, what's up guys, it's your boy Annie Z with part 12 of What If Naruto was a Saiyan and Neglected. So guys, we last left off on Naruto basically watching the Leaf Invasion, sparring with Goku, meeting Zeno and getting a team ready for the Tournament of Power. So let's begin. As Bardock and Gine go towards Kakarot, Goku has a strange feeling in his heart as he then begins to tear up. Gine puts her hand on Goku's face and says, "My baby boy, how I've longed to hold you again. Are you healthy? Do you eat food? Are you happy?" Gine shouts, shooting multiple questions at Goku. "Honey, let the boy have some time to process this." Anyways, Kakarot, if you're wondering, my name is Bardock and I'm your father, and this is Gine, your mother, Bardock says as Gine elbows him. "Hey, what's that for?" Bardock says. "I can introduce myself to my son," Gine says in a deadly voice. So anyways, I'm your mother, like your father says," Gine says. "You're both my mum, dad?" Goku says, stuttering a bit as the memories he lost when he hit his head came to him. Goku sees the sacrifice his parents did for him to save him from Frieza, as he remembered everything. As Goku pulled both of them into a hug, now fully crying. "I'm sorry, I forgot about you, Mummy and Dad. I bumped my head, forgot, please forgive me," Goku says. Bardock and Gine hugged him. "It's okay, Kakarot, as long as you're happy. We don't care of the fact you forgot us," Bardock says. "I'm a bit hurt that you forgot about us, but I can understand why, and it's not your fault, so don't worry," Gine says. So anyways, now that this sweet moment's over, let's talk about the plan to save the multiverse, Vegeta, as he ruins the family moment. "Yeah, you're right," Goku says. So as Naruto was planning out the fight, Whis told them that Zeno will be holding an exhibition match, and Naruto said to take Goku and Gohan and Majin Buu to fight, as they will be planning out the fight while they are gone. And he also decided that he would help the other Saiyan, aka his mother and father Bardock and Gine, brush up on fighting in the Hyperbolic time chamber while also doing a few last minute training for himself. Time skip to the day of the tournament. Whis and Beerus come to Earth to pick up the fighters, as they let them know that due to Goku requesting it, the universe will be watching the fight. Well, at least the Earth will. The elemental nations won't, unless Naruto allows it. Naruto asked Whis to record the fight so that he could show them later on, but he didn't want them to know straight away, as that would go against his plan. Whis then contacts the Grand Priest to bring them to the Tournament of Power stage, as they were teleported to the stage. Naruto was scoping out the competition as his eyes fell on two people, Jiren and Toppo. Both had high battle power and were strong. Goku's eyes then lays on Jiren as he goes up to him and says, "You look strong, I can't wait to fight you," Goku says. Jiren doesn't respond, as Toppo, being the snake he is, comes up to Jiren and says, "Jiren, all this is his fault," as they were interrupted when the Grand Priest was explaining the rules and now the tournament had begun. Everyone started to fight as they followed the plan of finding the weaker fighters and eliminating them first. After a while, most of the weak fighters were eliminated by Universe 7. Raditz single-handedly eliminated Universe 9, as after that Zeno destroyed it. Everything stopped when Zeno destroyed the universe, as they couldn't actually believe that he actually did it, as it started to sink in that this was the real deal. Survival of the fittest, only the strongest will survive. They all knew that they couldn't screw up all the fighters, every universe. Bardock then eliminated Universe 4, which Zeno quickly destroyed. Gine surprisingly eliminated all of Universe 10, which meant that Universe 10 was also erased by Zeno. Majin Buu eliminated Universe 2, causing Zeno to destroy it. Piccolo had soloed most of the Universe 3, leaving only 3 robots behind. Vegeta had destroyed most of Universe 6 and was currently fighting against Toppo. Most of Universe 11 was taken down by Goku, who was fighting Jiren. Naruto is currently being protected by Majin Buu, Raditz, Gine, and Bardock, because it was part of the plan to have Naruto fight the strongest at full power when he reveals himself, while Goku and the others wore them down. Khalifa then came and suddenly attacked Bardock. "So you're Universe 7 Saiyan. Let's see how strong you really are," as she went to attack Bardock, who was toying with her. Kale got angry seeing this, as her sister was getting beat up and toyed around with. She then powers up to Legendary Super Saiyan, which got Naruto's attention. She then went berserk, attacking everyone, as she kicked 17, sending him flying, as she then went to Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes a bit and making her blush a little bit. Naruto was interested in the power of his counterpart. He too sensed that she was a legendary Super Saiyan like himself, but in the end it was disappointing, so he kicked her, sending her flying towards Jiren. Naruto was about to go and fight, but was stopped by Gine, telling him to stick to the plan, as she started scolding him. KO was kicked in the guts by Jiren, as she was sent flying into the pillar and fainted. Khalifa quickly went up to her and gave her the Potara earrings. Jiren then turned back to stare at Goku. KO then put on the earrings as they both became Kefla. Gohan saw this and wanted to try his power against her, so he went and kicked her in the face. "It's time that you fight me, Kefla," Gohan says. "Really, your father looks more of a threat than you are. Are you really a Saiyan?" she asks. Meanwhile, Toppo, he went to fight Goku after running away from Vegeta to help Jiren, but Jiren told him to leave as Vegeta then came and said, "Where do you think you're going, loser? Running away again, fatty? Fight me if you're ready to lose." As Toppo and Vegeta then begin to fight. Meanwhile, Universe 3 saw that Universe 6 did a combination, so they combined as well to create Anilaza. Piccolo powered up to Namekian God Piccolo. His skin turned blue as his aura also turned blue. As Piccolo started to fight him, Piccolo quickly got overpowered because Anilaza was worth multiple fighters. As he was about to get knocked out of the ring, a blast came towards him, sending him back to the stage. He looked to see Raditz shooting the blast at him. As he saw Boo, Bardock, Gine and 17 all appear, they all started to fight with Piccolo as Gine and Bardock's teamwork was unbelievable. They have been training for years with each other against Whis. They've been fighting together against a really powerful god tier opponent, and the teamwork was nearly unbeatable. As Anilaza made a powerful finishing attack and shot it towards the Universe 7 fighters. "Guys, we need to work together and push it back," Bardock says, seeing the size and power of the attack. As everyone nodded, Bardock used his right javelin, Raditz used his double Sunday, Piccolo used his special beam cannon, Gine used her Tyrant Lancer that she learnt from her husband, and Boo used a Kamehameha. The attack got pushed back as Android 17 then makes a key barrier and pushes the attack, breaking the crystal that was in Anilaza's head. "Now," shouted 17 as he quickly got out of the way as everyone did one final push and eliminated Anilaza. The fight was interrupted as the Grand Priest was making an announcement. Lord Zeno will allow the rest of the universe to watch as a reward for being the top 3 universes. But after this tournament, Universe 3, you will be erased, Grand Priest says. "With Gohan, I'm going to destroy you and end this. After that, I'm going for that Saiyan you're protecting. He must be important," Kefla says. "Forget him. You don't stand a chance against me. There's no way you will ever beat him. After all, I'm his nephew and Son Goku's son," Gohan says. "We will destroy him because we are the true definition of Saiyan," Kefla says. Gohan then went to his mystic form as the battle began. Kefla then went to attack Gohan, but Gohan overpowered Kefla to the point she turned Super Saiyan 2. She then went to beat on Gohan and overpower him in his mystic form. "I'm sorry, but I can't afford to waste time with you. My universe needs me," Gohan says as he turns to his Super Saiyan God form. Gohan turns the table against Kefla as he starts to beat on her, making her look like a fool. "You're strong. I would love to fight with you again, but everyone I love is counting on me. I have a daughter recently born, so I'm gonna have to end this. I'm sorry," Gohan says. Gohan then powers up a Kamehameha and shot it at Kefla as she tries to push it back with all her power. As she changes into Super Saiyan 3, he pushes her back a little bit, nearly towards Gohan, but then Gohan pushes himself to Super Saiyan Blue and eliminates her. Beerus was impressed by Gohan's ability to adapt to any fight and to be able to eliminate a powerful fighter, as he looks at Champa and smiles, knowing that he was going to survive, but he also gives a sad look because he knows that Champa is going to be destroyed. We now go to Vegeta in his blue form. We stop her. "Your evil demon of a Fred will be eliminated. He's fighting our strongest," Jiren says, as he powers up and goes to attack Vegeta. "You should be worried about Jiren. If he somehow beats Kakarot, Naruto will be there to solo him. He is the Saiyan of legends, one that comes every 1,000 of years," Vegeta says as he dodges most of Toppo's attack. However, Toppo comes out of nowhere and appears behind Vegeta and pushes him back as he then starts to beat the hell out of Vegeta mercilessly. Vegeta was trying to fight back, however Toppo was not giving him an opportunity to attack. "I will show you my true power now," Toppo says, with Goku. "So, you finally decided to fight me," Goku says. Jiren, you need to destroy Son Goku, Belmoth says, the god of destruction of Universe 11. Chopper goes into destroyer mode, so he finally uses that form, Belmoth says. I'm the next destroyer for my universe, Chopper says, as he shoots destroyer's key at Vegeta, weakening him, and then he kicked him into a wall and started to beat on him. While Chopper was beating on Vegeta, Vegeta remembered the promise he made to Kaba and his family and his newborn daughter, who he swore to protect, and right now he was being beaten. Vegeta would not allow this, as Vegeta's blue aura got even darker. He let out a huge scream, and Vegeta has broken his limits. This was Vegeta Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. Vegeta then dashed towards Chopper. Chopper tried to hit Vegeta, but Vegeta vanishes behind him and kicks Chopper in the head. Everyone was in shock on how Vegeta ascended Super Saiyan Blue and was now in this thing called Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. I was kicking Chopper's ass now, when a few minutes ago he was getting beaten to the ground. He was unable to even touch Chopper. Chopper threw some ki blasts at Vegeta, but Vegeta caught all those and dispersed them as he kicked Chopper in the stomach and fired a full power final flash at Chopper, causing him to land on a piece of the ring far away, which was currently unreachable by Vegeta. So Vegeta goes and decides to wait until Kakarot needs help with Jiren. We now go to Goku and Jiren. So your son Goku, Jiren says, as he releases his power and ki, surprising everyone. Naruto opens his eyes for a moment, but then sees that it's not a threat as he goes back to meditating to grow his ki for the upcoming fight. As everyone stopped to watch the fight, Goku goes Super Saiyan and hits Jiren, which lets it connect, but Jiren wasn't even phased at all. So Goku turns Super Saiyan 3 and hits Jiren, pushing back a little, but once again Jiren wasn't even phased. Fine, I'll take this even higher, Goku says, as he turns into Super Saiyan God and manages to kick Jiren, sending him flying a little bit as he turns to his blue form. Goku then pushes Jiren back a little bit as he punched Jiren in the face. Jiren just punched back. Everyone was shocked seeing Jiren hold his own against Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Ha 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 ha. Jiren is our strongest, Beerus. You can't beat him. You think Jiren just stood there when he found out that Beerus was defeated by a mortal of Universe 7? No, he was trained by Margarita, Universe 11's angel. Your universe doesn't stand a chance, Belmont says. I wouldn't say that, because Universe 7's fighters have also been trained by me, Whis says. And Universe 7 hasn't even shown their true power, Whis says, looking at Naruto. Is that so? But Universe 11 also haven't shown their true power, Margarita says. Goku and Jiren were going at it as Goku forced a barrage of punches at Jiren, but Jiren was just holding on to them easily as he does the eye thing where he blocks them all. Jiren then uses 25% of his power as he starts to toy with Goku. Jiren non-stop punched Goku. Son Goku, it's over. I'm going to end this, Jiren says as he powers up a punch and hits Goku. But then Goku uses instant transmission to escape to Vegeta as he puts his hands up in the air. Everyone, lend me your energy, please, Goku says as all the fighters, even Vegeta, gave them their energies apart from Naruto, as he was ordered by the plan to save his energy. Goku then creates a fully formed Genki Dama and throws it at Jiren, who just hits it back. But then Goku uses a Kaioken, but Jiren still overpowers Goku, sending the Spirit Bomb straight towards him. As everybody was in shock as Goku was consumed by his Spirit Bomb. Naruto was enraged as Jiren felt fear as he felt Naruto releasing killing intent towards him. Naruto thought his brother had died, but then the stage started to shake as Naruto smiled, and out came Goku in his Ultra Instinct Oma form. Everyone was surprised as Goku effortlessly dodged Jiren's hits, but Goku punches Jiren, making him fall to the ground, but Jiren got up and hit Goku as he launched a barrage of hits at him, but all Goku did was dodge them all. Jiren got frustrated and yelled that I won't accept defeat. If I lose, I will lose everything like I did before, everything I worked for. As he screamed and powered up, Jiren was now using 50% of his power as he started to beat on Goku, making Goku land on a small part of the ring, far away from any other part, as he then started to attack Goku mercilessly. If it was either Goku gives up and falls down to his own accord, or the ring underneath Goku shatters and he falls and gets eliminated. Either way, Jiren would have won this fight. Goku then fought back to his family, the people who he put at risk just because he wanted to fight. He thought about Naruto and Raditz, his brothers. Well, Raditz did try to hurt him, but it was under Vegeta's orders. But that changed, he became a loving and caring man. Well, Naruto gave up his life at the Elemental Nations to come and save his family from Beerus. He then fought back to Bardock and Gine, his parents that gave him everything, that sacrificed their life so that he could be happy. And he just screwed it up because he just wanted a good fight. No, he couldn't accept this, as he let out a huge roar and a galaxy of power, of energy, formed under him. As he absorbed it, his hair turned silver, as he had a blue energy glow around him. As the gods stand up as they recognize this, you see Goku has perfected Ultra Instinct. Whis, Goku's done it, hasn't he? Beerus asks. Yes, Whis replies. This mortal really is something else. Look at it, that brilliant form. There can be no doubt about it. This is the true power complete in all its majesty. This is mastered Ultra Instinct, Beerus says. As Goku went towards Jiren and punched him, sending him flying, Jiren got mad as he threw a barrage of punches at Goku, who dodged them all. Jiren got mad as he got up from the punch that Goku gave him, but it wasn't strong enough. Jiren then went full power as he tried to hit Goku to no success, as Goku started to pummel Jiren. Jiren got angry and shot an attack at Gohan and everyone, but Naruto woke up as he fired a ki blast, sending the attack straight back at Jiren. Naruto then went back to meditating as Goku got mad and kicked Jiren to the ground. As Jiren was about to be eliminated, energy blast hit him. Everybody turned around to see it was Toppo that shot the energy blast that sent Jiren back to the stage. As Toppo went to Jiren and quickly gave him the earrings, Jiren angrily and hesitantly put on the earrings as both Jiren and Toppo glowed, and out came a fighter. You may call me the god of justice, Tauren says. As Goku goes to hit Tauren, but Tauren dodges and manages to kick Goku. As he then starts to throw punches, Goku was able to dodge a few with his Ultra Instinct, but was hit by a lot more. Suddenly, Tauren was hit by Vegeta. Tauren looked to Vegeta, but was then hit by Bardock. Then Raditz hit him. Then Gine. Then, as one by one, all of Universe 7's fighters started to attack Tauren, but Tauren was barely phased. He wasn't even injured. He never even had a scratch from the punches. The fighters then slowly was getting beaten up as Tauren was too powerful. Tauren knocks out Gine first, who gives her remaining energy to Naruto. Then Majin Buu is knocked out, who also gives his energy to Naruto. After that, everyone was knocked out as the process then repeated itself. Naruto sensed Tauren walking up to him as Naruto opened his eyes to face Jiren. But guys, that's all for today. Join us next time as Naruto shows his true power against Tauren, the fusion of Toppo and Jiren. Peace. But guys, that's all for today.
Peace.
Peace. Peace. Yo, what's up guys, it's your boy Anizi with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 13. So guys, we last left off in seeing Universe 7 eliminate all the universes apart from Universe 11. After that, Goku reached Ultra Instinct against Jiren, but Toppo and Jiren used Tora and beat him and the remaining fighters apart from Naruto. So guys, let's begin. Naruto sensed Tauren walking towards him as Naruto opened his eyes and was face to face with Tauren. So you decided to stop being a coward and fight now, instead of hiding behind your team, Tauren says. Says you, Jiren. You hid behind everyone yourself, Naruto says. power-up saying, "I will show your wretched and evil kind true despair. I heard a lot about you and your race from Belmond. He told me how your race destroyed and took over planets," Tauren says. "You will regret saying that," Naruto says, as blue ki starts to form around him, as his hair turns blue as he enters Super Saiyan Blue. "This is what I call Super Saiyan Blue," Naruto says. "So you turn into a Super Saiyan Blue. I've seen that before and I've destroyed that form. How about you use the next level like Goku or Vegeta? Or do you even have one? And by the way, I know what a Super Saiyan Blue is," Tauren mockingly. Naruto continued to scream as his hair spikes up and looks like it will be in Super Saiyan 2, as everybody was shocked from Universe 7. "What, impossible? You can't access God Ki and transformation above regular Super Saiyan?" Vegeta says. Whoa brother, you really have broken your limits," Goku says. "Whis, what is this? He's as strong as Vegeta Super Saiyan Blue evolution," Beerus says. "And this is what you call a Super Saiyan Blue 2, Naruto says, releasing his energy that was equivalent to Vegeta Blue evolution. "This is to go even further beyond," Naruto yells as his blue energy starts to skyrocket. The energy surrounds the whole stage, as everybody could feel Naruto's aura. Vegeta and Beerus looked a bit scared but proud. Vegeta proud in a Saiyan reaching this kind of power, while Beerus proud in seeing his mortals reaching this kind of power. Goku looked in shock and awe. Gohan looked up to Naruto even more than his father now. Gine, Bardock and Raditz looked at Naruto with pride. "Show that Universe 11 scum the power of the Saiyans," Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Gine, Bardock and Raditz all yelled. As Naruto continued to scream, parts of the stage were starting to break down and be blown away, as blue light started to appear across the stage, making Tauren shield himself to protect his vision. Grand Priest looked at awe in this mortal. He had achieved a power level equivalent to Goku's mastered Ultra Instinct form, without even using Ultra Instinct. Zeno screamed in awe as they started to cheer Naruto over and over. Universe 6 looked at Naruto in fear, as Khalifa and Kyo had blushes on their face. "He's amazing," Kyo thought with a small blush. "He's got to be the strongest Saiyan out there. The strongest in the multiverse. He's so cool," Khalifa thought with a huge blush on her face, as they looked at each other and smiled, and agreed to share him. As Naruto continued to scream, as lightning started to surround him, as Naruto's hair started to grow, as the wind pressure started to blow everyone back to their seats apart from Zeno and the Grand Priest himself and the angels. The light pillars started to move in circles. The ground started to break under Naruto's pressure. As the wind started to blow, the screaming stopped as the dust unveiled Naruto with long blue hair looking at Tauren. "And this is what you call Super Saiyan Blue 3, Tauren," Naruto says. "Wow, he looks so cool," Zeno screams. "Yeah, so cool," the other Zeno says. "Brother, you really have ascended," Goku says with pride. "Impossible, not only did Kakarot surpass me, but so did his little brother. What's wrong with me? I'm meant to be the Prince of all Saiyans," Vegeta says. "His power level is equivalent to perfected Ultra Instinct or higher," Whis says. "So this is Naruto's power," Kyo and Khalifa unconsciously said, as Bardos laughed and Champa looked in horror, thinking that Universe 7 was going to steal his prized assets. "That's my son," Bardock and Gine said. "Get him lit to this, brother," Raditz says. "Is this the extent of your power? Maybe if you never wasted time, you could have beaten me when I was just Jiren and Toppo. But you can't beat me now," Tauren says, as he charges towards Naruto. But Naruto charges towards Tauren, kicking him in the balls, punching him in the liver, as he did a solar flare at Tauren, blinding him. Naruto took this opportunity to draw some kanjis on Tauren. Tauren's sight eventually recovered. "You fight dirty, you disgusting Saiyan," Tauren says, a bit roughed up. "Give up, Tauren. It's over. I've got you now. This was all part of my plan," Naruto says. "Ha ha 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 ha. Very funny. You got me. Never," Tauren says, as he aims a ki blast towards Naruto, but Naruto does some hand signs as Tauren dropped to the floor. Level 5 Restraining Seal, enhanced by my ki. Level 7 Gravity Seal, also enhanced by my ki. Now stay there as I destroy the floor and you're eliminated and your universe is destroyed. I'm really sorry, Tauren. I really am, but you are too dangerous to be left to continue. Normally, my Saiyan side would make me want to fight, but my side to preserve the people I love has won over my Saiyan side. And also my niece is counting on me. I'm sorry, Naruto says, as he fires the ki blast at Jiren or Tauren. only to see Torin's power starting to leak from his body as the steel started to corrode and break as he caught Naruto's blast. That was a good but cowardly effort. Maybe I was wrong. I thought you used your power to conquer and destroy, but now I know you just want to protect. But that's not going to make me change my mind. I need to protect my universe. You would have made a fine Pride Trooper if you were born in Universe 11, Torin says. Torin then charges towards Naruto and punches Naruto, who blocks, kicking Torin in the face as Torin backs up and charges to 25% of his power, as he starts to land a barrage of hits on Naruto and kicks Naruto in the head. Naruto responds by kicking him in the head, but Torin never felt it. However, Naruto felt it a lot. Naruto's head was then grabbed by Torin as Naruto was smashed all over the place like Jiren did to Frieza in the final fight. And then Torin throws Naruto as Naruto depowered to base form. I'm gonna have to use that power, aren't I? Naruto says as he gets a flashback. We go back to after the tournament of power was announced, but before he got to the tournament of power. Naruto and the Saiyans went to the Hyperbolic time chamber to train. Naruto got an idea, so he went up to Bardock. Yo dad, how do Saiyans control the Great Eight form? Naruto asks. Some do it through pride, others do it through love, Bardock says. Dad, can you make me a Bloodwave wall? Naruto says after pulling him to a place where it was far away from everybody else. Son, why are you attempting this? Bardock asks. Dad, please just do it. This once. Just make me the Bloodwave wall and don't ask questions. Trust in me, Naruto says. Very well, my son. Don't forget we believe in you. Remember these words as we will always believe in you, Bardock says as he makes the Bloodwave balls. Naruto's body then starts to absorb the Bloodwave as Naruto's body starts to get bigger and bigger as his energy starts to grow. Naruto was now in his Great Eight form. Naruto was slowly starting to lose control as he continued to fire blasts everywhere until he saw Bardock and he grabbed Bardock and started to squeeze. My son, you can't do this. Don't let your primal instincts take control. I believe in you. We believe in you, Bardock says as Naruto squeezed him. Is that all you have? Is that your resolve to protect? Think about Suki, Bardock says as Naruto stops squeezing. Bardock noticed this. Think about Rose, he yelled even louder as Naruto let Bardock go as Bardock flew up to his ear. And think about Yariko, Bardock yelled as Naruto's body froze. He started thinking about his family and his girlfriend. Naruto, I believe in you, Bardock yelled as Naruto remembered a specific memory. It was the day before he entered the Hyperbolic time chamber, right after the stakes of the tournament of power was announced. He was in his room with his girlfriends, lying on his chest, cuddling him, as Yariko felt something when she was laying her head on Naruto's chest. Naruto, what's wrong? Yariko asked, feeling Naruto's heart rate increase. It's nothing, Rose, Naruto says. You are feeling something, Rose says. You're feeling fear that you might lose us, Suki says, causing us to die, Yariko says. But, Rose says, don't, Suki says. Worry, Yariko says. They all said, believe, Rose says. In, Suki says. You, Yariko says. As all together when they said this, it was, you're feeling something. You're feeling fear that you might lose, causing us to die. Don't worry, we will believe in you, was all that the girl said to him. As Naruto remembers these words, as Bardock also said, I believe in you. As Naruto's body then started to glow, and out came Super Saiyan Blue Naruto. Finally, I have ascended, Naruto says. Thank you, Suki, Rose and Yaku-chan. Without you, I'll be nothing, Naruto says. End of flashback, back to the fight. Just give up, Naruto, accept your fate. Your universe was fated to fall, Torin says. But Naruto was smiling at the memory he remembered. I too used to believe that your blood made you stronger, but as I evolved as a warrior, I encountered many who surpassed their limits, many who rose above what their bloodlines destined them to become, Naruto says, remembering how Suki, who was a Uchiha, unlocking a Rinnegan, ascending the limits of her Uchiha, which was only meant to get the internal Mangekyo Sharingan at the max power. Rose getting Sage 6 pass mode. Yariko evolving her Bakugan to the Tenseigan. Now, Torin, it's time that I teach you that very lesson. I will show you, Torin, that the training, the experience is the core of a Saiyan warrior's evolution, Naruto says. You think you can scare me? Talk about evolution, only to raise up your tail. A Saiyan's weak spot, Torin says. Torin, deep down, you know you're just a kid playing hero. I will show you what a true Saiyan warrior can do. Naruto says, turning Super Saiyan Blue, as Torin screamed in rage and punches at Naruto, who catches the punch and punches Torin in the face, sending him flying back. It's true that his Saiyan tail is our Achilles heel, but Whis removed that weakness from me. But also keeping a tail allows you to tap into the true power of the Great Ape inside, Naruto says, turning into Super Saiyan Blue 4. As Tauren looks shocked at this power, Tauren then throws a blast at Naruto as Naruto is powering up to Super Saiyan 4, but Naruto lets out a huge roar and a blinding blue light that consumes the whole blast, not letting them touch Naruto. The blue light dies down to reveal Naruto in a Super Saiyan Blue form. What's this power? A Saiyan's tail is meant to be the greatest weakness, yet this Saiyan used it to power up. What is the deal with these Saiyans and the bottomless power? Tauren says, get ready, this is Super Saiyan 4 Blue, Naruto says as Tauren charges at Naruto, who had his back facing Tauren, trying to punch Naruto, but Naruto caught his fist, firing multiple ki blasts out of his hand that caught Tauren's hand, making Tauren's hand bleed as the ki blast destroyed a lot of the arena. Naruto then flies at Tauren with high speeds unseeable to anyone apart from the angels, and kicks Tauren and stomps Tauren on his face sideways, sending Tauren flying as Naruto burst dashes, catching up to Tauren as Naruto grabs Tauren by the face, firing ki blasts, creating multiple explosions that shook the world of the void. Tauren tries to punch Naruto, who teleports and slaps Tauren, sending him flying as Naruto teleported again, slapping him as he repeated this process a few more times. Naruto then fires a ki blast at Tauren, sending him to the ground as Naruto charges up ki in his leg and stomps on the ground below as the ground shatters, and so did a bit of Tauren's bones as Naruto punches him in the guts, sending him flying. Enough, I will win. You're only delaying the fate of your fall, Tauren says as Naruto lands on the ground and powers up as he charges towards Tauren, realizing that he might not have much time in this form as he punches Tauren in the guts, and then he redirected a punch upwards, uppercutting Tauren, who was sent flying as Naruto then uses the Dragon Fist to send Tauren flying even higher as Naruto teleported to Tauren, grabbed him by the torso as he propelled downwards with Tauren underneath as he yelled final spear, hitting the ground with so much force, using Tauren as a cushion to shield the impact. Tauren let out a huge roar of pain. Naruto ran out of ki and chakra as he powered down. The dust uncovered to reveal a heavily injured Tauren, who looked at Naruto, who had no ki and no chakra and was on the ground. That was a good attempt, boy, but you've lost. You have no more power left, Tauren says. Damn it, he's right. That's the main reason I didn't want to use Super Saiyan Blue 4. I never trained that form, so it drains all the power in my body. That's why I wanted to end this quickly, but I failed, Naruto 4. Naruto then has a hallucination of Yariko. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto-kun, what are you doing? We are all counting on you. You know what's at stake. We're all gonna die if you lose. Now get up, Naruto. I believe that you could win, she yelled as Naruto got up. Naruto slowly got up to his feet as everyone watched him recovering from the ground, as they all watched in shock and awe because of what they've witnessed. The power of Super Saiyan Blue 4. It even outclassed most of the angels. The only person that was stronger than it of the angels was the Grand Beast himself. It's over, Saiyan. Just give up, Tauren says with respect. Naruto jumps and tries to punch Tauren in the face but was elbowed away. You have no power left. It's useless, just give up, Tauren says, as Naruto has a flashback to the girls waving him off, saying they're counting on him, saying that they love him, and when they return, they would like to have a child with him. As he hears Yako's voice in his head, saying, you can win this, I know it, just try harder. As Naruto opens his eyes, as Naruto punches Tauren in the face. This one landed, but Tauren wasn't even phased. See, too weak, Tauren says. Just give up, he repeated. Tauren punches Naruto in the face, sending him flying towards the edge as Naruto looked over to see Tauren just above him. I'm sorry, but for my universe, you must be erased, Tauren says. As Naruto closes his eyes, seeing the fist come closer and closer to him, as he thought about the loved ones he failed. So, now you know what's it's like to be helpless. Never once have you truly been helpless. Maybe in the past, when you were neglected as a child, but you never truly cared at the time. You never had a purpose to live. Now you do. Now everything that you love, everything you built is about to get lost. You truly care. Came a voice. Who are you? I know, I failed. I admit it. I'm not invincible. I'm a failure, Naruto says. So you finally grown, Naruto. Or should I say, my child of prophecy, the old man says as he walked out, revealing his Rinnegan eyes. You're the sage of 6 paths, Naruto says. Yes, I am, and it seems you've bedded my daughters, Indri and Ashuri, or as you call them, Suki and Rose, while also having my sister, Yariko, as your girlfriend. Thank you for stopping this war they've had and making them love each other and love you, and also for keeping my cute little sister happy and protecting her from those stupid villagers, Haguruma says. It's okay, but I'm gonna die, Naruto says. That's why I'm here. You see, you never had a chakra system, so when Whis made you a chakra system out of my son's Kurama's chakra, which has a lot of my chakra in it since I did create the tailed beast, I'm gonna awaken that key. Also, I sense your body is going into the states your brother did when he was about to lose, but at the perfected version in your base form, Haguruma says. Wait, my body is going into Mastered Ultra Instinct without transforming right now? It's also pulling the 6 path chakra left in your system and clashing it against your divine key, trying to create a new type of energy using nuclear fission. Similar to a tailed beast and Jinchuriki's Baron mode, but not as deadly as they don't have another entity that is clashing against another entity for control of the body of the new source, Haguruma says. Now wake up, Naruto, and power up, and defeat this joke. Show them the true power of our universe. Show them the true power of a Saiyan with chakra, Haguruma yells. As Naruto woke up, he dodged Tauren's hit. So Naruto, you once again oppose me. I see you somehow gained back a bit of your power, Tauren says. Naruto yells as he turns Super Saiyan Blue. Naruto's power level is matching my mastered Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan Blue form, Goku says, in shock and awe that Super Saiyan Blue was matching the power of his new Ultra Instinct mastered form. Naruto then goes to Super Saiyan 3 Blue as he glows, as he then turns into Super Saiyan Blue 4. No way, Piccolo says. But Naruto doesn't stop screaming after that. He continues to power up. Damn you, Naruto, have you really found a way to go past even Super Saiyan Blue 4? I haven't even reached that level, yet you're surpassing it, Vegeta says. Naruto's screams start to get more intense as Naruto's hair grew longer and turned silver. In his eyes appeared 2 silver Sharingans, and above him was floating 6 Truth Seeker orbs. As he screams, the entire multiverse starts to shake as random planets start to be blown up. As Zeno and his guards' eyes widen as they recognize this key. It was familiar, especially familiar to Zeno himself. They stared in shock and horror, and in pride and in awe, but mostly in respect towards Naruto. This power was all that everybody said. Naruto's energy swirled around the whole multiverse. Zeno created a barrier to stop needless destruction. Naruto then slowly stopped powering up, but Naruto sensed that his ki and chakra was growing every few seconds. This is the power of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 5. It's over, Tauren. I've come for you. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Peace. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. 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 Yo, what's up guys? It's your boy Annie Z with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan Unneglected Part 14. So guys, we last left off at Naruto taking on Tauren and getting destroyed until he unleashed Super Saiyan Blue 4, where he did manage to beat Tauren, but he ran out of ki fast. Then he was visited by the Sage of 6 Paths, who helped him break his limits. So let's get started. Naruto yells as he turns Super Saiyan Blue. Naruto's power level is matching my mastered Ultra Instinct in his Super Saiyan Blue form, Goku says, in shock and awe that Super Saiyan Blue was matching the power of his new Ultra Instinct mastered form. Naruto then goes to Super Saiyan 3 Blue as he glows, as he then turns into Super Saiyan Blue 4. No way, Piccolo says. But Naruto doesn't stop screaming after that. He continues to power up. Damn you, Naruto, have you really found a way to go past even Super Saiyan Blue 4? I haven't even reached that level, yet you're surpassing it, Vegeta says. Naruto's screams start to get more intense as Naruto's hair grew longer and turned silver. In his eyes appeared 2 silver Sharingans, and above him was floating 6 Truth Seeker orbs. As he screams, the entire multiverse starts to shake as random planets start to be blown up. As Zeno and his guards' eyes widen as they recognized this key. It was familiar, especially familiar to Zeno himself. They stared in shock and horror, and in pride and in awe, but mostly in respect towards Naruto. This power was all that everybody said. Naruto's energy swirled around the whole multiverse. Zeno created a barrier to stop needless destruction. Naruto then slowly stopped powering up, but Naruto sensed that his ki and chakra was growing every few seconds. This is the power of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 5. It's over, Torin, I've come for you, Naruto says. This mortal truly is something else. To not only perfect Ultra Instinct in base form, but to use it with Omni Ki. He unlocked Omni Ki by combining his ki and chakra to create a source of infinite energy. Unbelievable, Beerus says as Universe 7 stared in shock and awe. The real fight starts now, Torin, Naruto says. So it shall, Naruto, Torin says. Look at this new form he's taken. Judging by its appearance, he's using Mastered Ultra Instinct with Omni Ki. The prophecy now makes sense. A mortal that will rival even the Omni King shall reveal himself, trying to save his universe, the Grand Priest says to himself. As Zeno's heard it, Naruto is my rival, Zeno says. Naruto's our rival, cool future, Zeno says. Little brother, I will surpass you, Goku says. Like hell, Kakarot, if anybody's gonna surpass Naruto, it will be me, Vegeta says. Good luck, Vegeta, Kakarot, the one who surpassed the littlest brother will be me, Raditz, as I'm the oldest, and I have to be the strongest, Raditz says. No, Raditz, good luck, because I will surpass Naruto. He's my son, and the father always has to be stronger, Bardock says. As they started to argue until they felt a killing intent coming from Gine. This made everyone shake in fear, including Torin, Naruto, the Omni Kings, and Grand Priest himself. We shouldn't mess with her, everybody thought. It was her, the monster. She was the monster who would end everyone, Beerus says, remembering the killing intent that he felt years ago that scared him enough to wake him up. I shouldn't hurt Naruto that hard, or I'll have to face his mother, Torin thought in fear of Gine. Naruto then burst dashes towards Jiren, punching him onto the floor as a huge gush mark appeared on his cheek. Only the angels could see him move. Not even Beerus, Belmoth, and Champa could see him move, let alone Goku and the others. This the speed of an Omni Ki user combined with Ultra Instinct. I couldn't even see him, Supreme Kai said. Who cares if it's Ultra Instinct with Omni Ki? Torin will never lose. He can't lose, Belmoth yelled. Hope you're not letting that power up go to your head, Torin shouts as he tries to punch Naruto. But Naruto, using his Rinnegan's perception and Ultra Instinct, dodges with ease. Torin was unable to even hit Naruto. As Naruto starts to launch body shots at Torin, each body shot broke Torin's bones. You could hear Torin's bone cracking with each punch Naruto throws. As Naruto blocks a swing and kicks Torin to the sky, Torin recovers and charges up a full power blast with Destroyer Ki and throws it at Naruto, who uses Shinra Tensei to send it flying back at Torin, who is consumed by his own Destroyer Ki attack as it explodes, destroying most of the remaining stage. The smoke dies down, revealing a heavily injured and bleeding Torin. As Naruto's Omni Ki starts to spread across the whole stage, making it harder for Torin to breathe. I can't breathe, Torin thought to himself, as Naruto's Ki was really poisonous to Torin. As Torin dashes towards Naruto with a punch, who intercepts with his own punch, Naruto punches Torin away. As Torin takes this opportunity to try and punch Naruto, but Naruto dodges. As Naruto is getting punched by Torin, Naruto avoids all the blows that Torin throws at him as he kicks Torin in the guts and then uppercuts him while Torin is attacking Naruto, while also avoiding all of Torin's attack, causing Torin to scream out in pain as Torin gets kicked in the face, making his nose bleed and then punched away. Torin fires a ki blast to make space and get away as he tries to attack Naruto from far away, but Naruto uses his truth-seeking orbs to create armor, which allowed him to walk through the blast that Torin was sending at him because all of his blasts would just turn into ash. Torin, seeing this, creates a giant blast filled with his Destroyer Ki, but Naruto sends a single truth-seeking orb at the Torin's Destroyer Ki enhanced blast, which turns Torin's attack to ashes. Torin, realizing blasts are useless against Naruto, sticks to martial arts as he charges towards Naruto. Naruto, dispelling his truth-seeking orb armor because he didn't want to kill Torin, also burst dashes towards Torin and starts to punch and kick him, but Naruto dodges all of Torin's attacks and kicks him back. Naruto then uses Shinra Tensei to send him flying as he burst dashes towards Torin once again. Torin tries to catch Naruto off guard by fighting through the pain and trying to hit Naruto while he was flying away, but Naruto's Ultra Instinct dodged it, as well as since his Sharingan can see some attacks that come ahead of time, which makes his Ultra Instinct even more deadly, as Torin is sent flying away by a punch that Naruto throws at him. Naruto then moves almost instantly in front of Torin, who was nearly out of the ring, but then Torin smiles as he grabs Naruto in a hold and blasts the stadium away. "I won't lose, I will at least make this a draw instead," Torin yells, as he and Naruto fall out of the stage. "I did it," Torin says, scared his universe will be erased, but now there's nothing to be worried as he took out Naruto with him. "Ha ha ha ha, Torin, good work, at least Beerus' universe didn't win," Belmoth said, as Universe 11 starts to celebrate apart from the angel. "I wouldn't be so sure," Grand Priest says as he points towards the Naruto in the stands that Torin knocked out. Universe 11 looked to see that Naruto started to poof away in smoke. "What?" Jiren yelled as everybody's attention turned back to the stage where Jiren was pointing, where a stone poofed and it turned back into Naruto. "I knew you would try that. My Rinnegan gives me time control as a special ability. I used it to see the future, where you would try to take me down with you, so I hinged into a rock, which is basically a transformation jutsu, while you fought my clone. I have to say, you did rather well fighting my shadow clone, but you know you're kinda weak against my Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 5, because in order to dispel a shadow clone you need to hit it with equal amount of force of the chakra it has, and for me to create a shadow clone it requires at least 50% of my chakra, which means that you can't beat my Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 5's 50% chakra, because that's what it needed to create a shadow clone," Naruto says. As everybody was in surprise, Jiren was just fighting a weak clone, or Torin was fighting a weak clone, as both Vegeta and Goku looked at Naruto in shock and surprise and awe, admiring his strength. Well then, Units 7 and 6 will now be destroyed, as Torin turned back into Jiren and Toppo as he was erased. After that, Naruto used the Dragon Balls to bring everyone from the other universes to Universe 7, creating one big universe. Team Universe 7 then leaves to Earth. As soon as he landed, he was glomped by Yariko, Suki and Rose. "Naruto-kun, I knew you'd win. You did it," Yariko said, hugging him. "Oh Naruto-kun, Whis was streaming that tournament and your new form looks so cool and so powerful," Suki said. "Well, I know you'd win. To think that you would have access to Ultra Instinct thingy as well as the Rinnegan and the Truth Seeking Orbs. You're probably the most undefeatable person in this universe. Plus you got revenge on Torin by using a Shadow Clone to beat him. I mean, he did toy with you in the earlier stages before you unlocked the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 5, so yeah, you got your revenge," Rose says. "Yeah, anyways, let's celebrate guys," Bulma says, as the Z fighters started to celebrate. Beerus and Whis stayed for the party, well, mostly for the food. "So Whis, how long do you think until your father takes an interest in Naruto? I mean, he's the only one other than Zeno-sama to be able to use Omni Ki," Beerus asked as he saw that everybody was currently far away from him. "I don't really know. I think he would just let Naruto have fun and live his life. I mean, they have Zeno-sama to train, so they won't need Naruto," he says. Naruto then danced with Yariko. During the dance part of the party, which pissed off Rose and Suki. "You might have won this battle, Yariko, but the war isn't over," Suki says, pouting, as people are holding up a poster of Yariko Sasuke x Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, even though Naruto loved to be called Naruto Saiyan. "I wanted to dance with Naruto," Rose thought, pouting, as Gine noticed this and she walked up to Naruto. "Naruto, my son, you should also dance with Suki and Rose," as Yariko pouted at Gine, who found that was really adorable and gave Yariko a head pat. "Why don't I get to know my daughter-in-law?" Gine said as Yariko blushed and went with her. "Okay, mother-in-law," Yariko says, as Naruto danced with Suki and then with Rose, as they all gathered with Yariko, and then all three of them danced with Naruto, as they won the competition that Bulma held, which was basically an unlimited supply of food, which Beerus was angry that he didn't win. Whis then revived both Gine and Bardock, as Beerus told him to do that as a reward for Naruto saving the universe. For the next day, they celebrated. Naruto, Yariko, Suki and Rose woke up as the Z fighters were told to meet Whis. "Ah, how nice of you to come. You might be wondering why I have summoned you all, but it's time for Naruto and the girls to go back to the Elemental Nations, as the events that will proceed today will need them," Whis says. As Vegeta steps up and says, "With all due respect, Whis, but why should Naruto care about the Elemental Nations? I've grown to respect the boy for his power, and I realized that those Leaf Village fuckers don't deserve him," Vegeta says. "Yeah, Whis, why should my brother help those ungrateful idiots? It would hurt a little girl to protect a pair of spoiled brats," Goku says. "I agree, My son shouldn't have to help those idiots who treat my daughter-in-law like a monster, Bardock says. I swear I will end them, Raditz says, as all the Z fighters start to shout insults at the Leaf Village. Guys, stop. If Whis needs me to do this, then I will do it. I'm still the child of prophecy of that world. Plus, it was all thanks to Hagoromo that I was able to beat the tournament power and surpass my limits, so I do owe him. But that doesn't mean I'm going to take the side of Leaf. But Whis, ask one thing. Can Vegeta, my brother, my mother, and my father join me? Naruto says. They can if they want to, Whis says, as Naruto tells them his plan of what he was thinking. I agree, we will show them what happens when you mess with our Saiyans, Vegeta says. I'm in, Raditz says. Of course we will support you. We're your parents, Bardock says. I don't like revenge normally, but those bastards will pay for hurting my sweet innocent daughter-in-law, and I will make them suffer, Gine says, as she releases her killing intent, scaring everyone as the Omni King felt this killing intent and started screaming for his mother. Now back to the Saiyans. Normally I would say revenge is not the answer, but for some reason I really want to destroy Leaf for how they treated you, my little brother, and your mates. But I also want to hurt that bitch Hanabi for how she hurt you, Goku says. Whis was about to teleport them, but then a white light comes crashing into the area, revealing Vardos, who had Kale and Khalifa with them. Hi Naruto-kun, Kale says. Yo Naruto-kun, Khalifa says. Hey girls, what's up, Naruto says. Well Naruto-kun, you should be happy that we, the Saiyans from Universe 6, have come to visit you. Especially the fact that I did, Khalifa says, blushing a little bit. Oh yeah? And why should he be? Yariko, Suki and Rose says. Oh Naruto-kun, you're so naughty. You already have got yourself a harem of girls. I don't mind if I joined. And neither would Kale, Khalifa says, as Kale nodded her head. What? Naruto says, until Gine cut him off. Of course Naruto-kun would like to have a pair of Saiyan girls in his harem, Gine says, as Naruto tried to say something, but Gine stopped him. Yeah, more the merrier, the other girl said. What, Naruto says, not believing that the girls actually agreed to this, even after the Hanabi situation. Well then, since everyone agrees, you two are also my daughter-in-laws. So, the girls then explained the plan to Khalifa and Kale, who agreed to help Naruto after finding out what Leaf did to him. Kale accidentally went Legendary Super Saiyan and destroyed a few things that belonged to Bulma, where she was swiftly stopped by Vegeta. As the group held Whis, he took them to the Elemental Nations, where they landed outside Naruto's hideout. As Naruto, Yariko, Suki, Ambrose, along with Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, Bardock, Gine, Khalifa, and Kale all walked out of the light. As Naruto unlocked the base, the group entered it. As Naruto said, home sweet home, Naruto says. Tomorrow, Operation Purification begins, Naruto says. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's your boy Annie Z with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 15. So guys, last time we left off on Naruto turning into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 5, destroying Torin and winning Universe 7, the Tournament of Power. Universe 7 then celebrated on Earth, and after that Naruto finally made his new team for his return to the Elemental Nations called the Outcast version 2, which included Goku, Raditz, Vegeta, Gine, Bardock, Kale and Khalifa, as well as the original 4, which was Naruto, Yariko, Suki and Rose. So guys, let's begin. We see Naruto and the girls sleeping in their room, while the rest took the guest room in Naruto's base. Naruto had an alert that someone was approaching the forest where they lived, so Naruto quickly woke up Yariko, Suki and Rose as they quickly headed towards their decoy house in the woods and pretended to be asleep. They then heard knocking as Yariko opened the door. She saw Shikamaru and asked, "What do you want, you dumbass? It's 5 AM in the morning," she said. "Troublesome, but the Lord Hokage has ordered me to create a team to retrieve Sasuke, who has left the village. So I came to recruit Naruto," Shikamaru says. "Naruto-kun's asleep, and he's not joining your team to retrieve Duckbutt, so get lost. We don't want to help. Get some other teammates like the so-called heroes," Yariko said, slamming a door in Shikamaru's face. She then went to cuddle Naruto. "So you did what we planned?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, I sent that little bastard away. Hopefully Orochimaru kills the emo boy so Suki-chan doesn't have to deal with her idiotic brother," Yariko says. Naruto has noticed that ever since that Yariko started hanging around with Suki and Rose, she's been getting a little bit more, or let's just say, angry and dark. Yeah. Anyways, prepare to leave to the Valley of End in a few minutes, Naruto says as they saw Suki and Rose walking in their ninja attire as Yariko went to get changed. "So, we're finally going to get independence from that village today," Rose says. About time, they're about to lose both their Uchihas, Suki says. Naruto then pulls out his scouter and calls Bardock. Hey father, you done with the task? Naruto says. Yeah, the entire base has been put into a capsule. Alright, meet me at the Valley of End, Naruto says, as he and the girls hug and then fly to the Valley of End, with Naruto carrying them. Even though Yariko could fly, she always liked to be carried by Naruto. As we see Yariko on Naruto's back hugging him, while Suki and Rose were being held up by his arms. While flying, they see the retriever team taking on the Sound 4, and they fly further to see Remma and Mito fighting Sasuke, as Naruto shoots a ki blast, knocking them away. Oni-chan, Mito yelled. Naruto, the male shout. Mito, I want you to give a message to our father, or your father, for us, Naruto says as he, Yariko and Suki and Rose all put a line through their headbands, as Goku's group then landed, as all of them surrounded Mito, Remma and the Uchiha. I won't let you leave, Oni-chan, you will be mine, Mito yelled, as she rushed at Naruto with a Nine-Tails chakra, but was too slow as Naruto bitch slapped her into a tree, knocking her out. How dare you hurt our sister, Remma yells. She just wants to love you, he says, charging at Naruto, but Naruto kicks him, sending him into a tree, knocking him out, but also breaking his nose. Now for you, Duckbutt, get out of my sight and go to Orochimaru or die, Naruto says, as he starts shooting a finger beam at Sasuke, making him dance, as Sasuke tried to dance himself away. Dance, stupid brother, dance, Suki says, as she too started shooting fireballs at him. As Yariko then started firing jutsus at the Namikazes, making them dance as well. Stupid losers, how dare you treat me and Naruto bad when we were kids, Yariko says. As the Namikazes ran back to leave, Naruto walks up to his father, Bardock. So, you got the capsule in the base? Naruto asks. Yeah, like I told you before, it was simple. Just use the capsule and put the whole base in it, Bardock says. Well now, we just have to wait for Yariko's brother to manipulate the Akatsuki into gathering the Jinchuriki, because before the first step of the plan, we need to revive my mother-in-laws, Kaguya Susuki, Naruto says. Very well, in the meantime, we shall train. But Naruto, how many of those beasts that give you power in exchange for bestiality do these Akatsuki members already have, Bardock asks. We already have the One-Tails, which Akatsuki managed to get after Naruto can beat Gaara in the Chunin exams, while the village was trying to fight off Orochimaru's invasion. We have the Three-Tails, which was taken by Kisame, and we have the 4 and 5 tails that were easily collected by the zombie brothers. The 8 tails was given after you father-in-law beat Killer Bee up, Yariko says. My daughter-in-law is so helpful. See, Naruto, that's how you should learn to give your answers in detail. Just like her, she's perfect, Bardock says. Well, I guess he inherited that from you, Bardock and Gine says, defending her youngest son as she wrapped him up in a hug and started nuzzling him. Suki and Yariko looked sad as they missed their mothers. Naruto saw this and thought of something, but that was quickly discarded as he was distracted. So son, where are we gonna go? You're fugitives from your village, and I'm not sure like any other village will want to harbour us, because nobody would want to go against the Leaf, because unfortunately they are the strongest, Bardock says. Well, we're gonna hunt the remaining Jinchurikis, Naruto says. So the plan was, Naruto, Yariko, Rose and Suki go after the 7 tails, Bardock, Gine and Raditz go after the 6 tails, Goku, Vegeta go after 2 tails, and Kale and Khalifa shall hunt down random ninjas with high bounties so we could get money. In the meantime, we'll hide off in a mountain near the land of waves, Naruto says. Got it, everyone says. Why send me after the 2 tails, the weakest, Vegeta says. Because, Vegeta, they're the strongest village other than the Leaf that has a Jinchuriki. I would go myself, but Leaf has recently given out my location, well not my location, my information, so if I go there, the crowd will be instantly wary and they might send their Jinchuriki away, while if you two who are unknown go there, they won't be alerted. And since the 7 tails recently went rogue, me and the girls are rogue shinobis ourselves, so we can hunt her down without getting caught. Fine, Vegeta says. Son, what about the Leaf? Bardock says. We'll attack them in due time, but first I heard the Akatsuki leader Pain is gonna go after them, Naruto says. Very well, Bardock says. Naruto, Yariko, Suki and Rose were all heading to an abandoned building, but suddenly Kune come flying at them. Naruto, Yariko, Suki and Rose all dodge them, as Naruto blocks a punch from the figure that was aimed for her face, and then he sends her flying away with a ki shockwave. So Fu, you thought you could take us out by sneaking up on us. Unfortunately for you, we can feel life force, and like all living things, you have a life energy inside of you, so we can feel that, Naruto says. You're a sensor? She asks. Let's say something like that I am. But anyways, I'm sorry for this, but for the plan, you must be killed and your Jinchuriki must be extracted, Naruto says remorsefully, using his speed to get behind her, knocking her out as he put a seal on her, restricting her chakra and movements. After that, he placed a 5 elemental seal on her, Biju seal, disconnecting her from the 7 tails. Sorry, Fu, but for Yakuchan's happiness, I must do this. But don't worry, I'll ask Whis to revive you, Naruto says, as Black Zetsu appears. So, brother-in-law, thank you for the 7 tails, says, I have a mission for you. Spread the name of the outcast to every village as the group of mercenaries that will do anything. Tell them of our exploits, of how we caught the 7 tails, the 1 tails, the 8 tails, and everything, so we may get some more business, Naruto says. Very well, it shall be done, Zetsu says. We now go to Bardock, Gine and Raditz point of view. Right now, we see them discreetly following 6 tails Jinchuriki Yukata as they were in the air so he could not see them. As the Jinchuriki came to a stop, he noticed 3 beams of light crashing down, surrounding him. As he went bridging mode, what do you want, he asked. You are to come with us, you sick fuck. What kind of warrior would give their virginity to a beast for power? Bardock asked. What do you mean, he was about to say, until he was kicked in the balls by Gine as he dropped unconscious. You men and your dialogues. Just kick him in the balls as soon as you can and it's over, Gine says, as both Bardock and Raditz looked in horror as they both held their balls in fear. Gine then gives Raditz a look that says, take the body now, as Raditz realizes that and picks up the body and takes it to the rain village. Of course, mother, right away, he said, as he grabbed the body and flew towards the rain village at great speed, as Bardock stood there staring at Gine with fear. We now go to Goku and Vegeta's point of view. They were currently taking down a force of shinobi from the Cloud Village, as they were wrecking them, making them look like jokes. These are so-called shinobi, they're jokes, Vegeta says. Yeah, let's hope that the 9 tails will be stronger when we attack them, and that Leaf Village, Goku says, as he spots his target running, so both him and Vegeta use their speed to surround her. As Vegeta had had enough, her power level was so weak, she wasn't worth him using his speed to catch her, so he just uses his speed to uppercut her, knocking her out. Goku then sees Black Zetsu come out. So your brother-in-law's brother, which makes you my brother-in-law, and you must be a family friend, called Vegeta, Zetsu says to Goku and Vegeta. Yeah, I'm Son Goku, Naruto's brother, and this is Vegeta, my best buddy, Goku says. Just take the girl, Vegeta says. Aren't you a lively one, White, Zetsu says, as Vegeta aims a ki blast at him, but Goku stops him. Zetsu takes the girl. We now go to a meeting between Obito and him, man. So you got his cells, and the cells of someone that can compete with him, Obito says. Oh yes, we all know my master will die soon. I would like to make an offer with you. Let me join your group, and I'll put these cells to good use, Figure says. Very well, but do you know the techniques of your traitorous master? Obito says. Yes, I do. I will start working on the project you have me working on with these cells and the body you want me to work on, White Figure says as he leaves to work the little space that was given to him by Obito. Soon I shall bring forth peace, and then me and Rin shall be together, Obito says. We now skip 3 years. Mito and her brother had returned from the training trip with Jiraiya. Memo was determined to get his friend back, Sasuke, while Mito kept on chanting about how she was going to get her Oni-chan back and have him all for herself. Minato had unfortunately put Naruto's group, the outcasts, in the bingo book as he found out that each of them were aiming for Jinchurikis, but he had given them a S-class flee on sight order, but if they were strong enough to try and capture Naruto so Leaf could breed him. However, the Waterfall was heavily against this and had put them on an SS class kill on sight order for helping the Akatsuki, and the other villagers also agreed. We now go to Naruto's point of view. Naruto had just turned 16. As he had just got done celebrating his birthday. As he entered his room, he saw roses on the floor, scented candles, and when he came closer, he saw both Yariko and Suki and Rose on the beds in the bikinis. Oh Naruto-kun, it's time that we give you a birthday present, and as you can guess, it's us, Yariko says. Naruto's jaw dropped as he saw his cute and innocent Yariko turn into a seductive woman. What had Suki and Rose done to her before, but pushed back the memories as he was really turned on. Time skip, 3 days. Naruto spent the last 3 days taking care of his future girlfriends, of his girlfriend's needs and his future wife's needs. He was not exhausted that much, but the women were. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Peace. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. 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 Yo, what's up guys? It's your boy Annie Z with part 16 of What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected. So guys, we last left off on Naruto and his group, which were now called the Outcasts, taking out the Jinchuriki for the Akatsuki. After that, Naruto had finally taken care of his girlfriend's needs. So let's get started. We now go to the Leaf Village where we see Minato and Jiraiya speaking. So, how was their training, Jiraiya? Minato says. It was all good, and I'm proud to say that Project P was a success. They have successfully activated the Rinnegan and the switch between the Sharingan and the Bakugan. They have every bloodline that the Leavers had and a few from Cloud, Mist and Rock that we managed to get. I believe that not even the deserter Naruto can match up to him now. It's all thanks to you executing Danzo that we were able to get more Sharingan DNA, so we could give all of our forces to Sharingan. Jiraiya says, good, soon the Leaf shall rule above all and I shall be the first emperor of the world, as the new prophecy dictates. And also we won't need those dirty uchihas anymore, Minato says. Yes, and you'll give me a harem like we agreed. You know, Tsunade Kurenai and that Hyuga girl Hanabi, that was developing quite nicely. Too bad Naruto left her, now she's an easy catch, with no one defending her. I mean, the Hyuga-kan pretty much tried to sell her to a noble if I didn't add her to my harem, and Hisashi never accepted, but now that he did, she's mine, Jiraiya says. Let me guess, Jiraiya, you haven't told her yet, Minato says. No, but soon I will. I mean, who's gonna protect her? Nobody, everybody hates her. And the only reason I'm taking her is because she has a nice body, Jiraiya. Suddenly a boom was heard as Minato and Jiraiya, flying Thunder God out of there, towards Krishna and Tsunade and the Jinchuriki twins, who were out of the village at the Valley of End training. But Menma was knocked out, as they run back to see the village destroyed, with a orange-haired man hovering above it. He has the Rinnegan as well, Jiraiya says. Hey, how dare you destroy our village? Mito yells, as her brother was unconscious from the Shinra Tensei and his body was still adapting to Project P, unlike hers, who adapted quickly because she was more of a Uzumaki than him. She got more Uzumaki cells from Krishna than Namikaze cells from Minato. I am Pain of the Akatsuki, Ninetales, and I have come for you, he says. You think you're special? You're supposed to have the Rinnegan? Well, I'm more special, she says, switching between the Rinnegan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Bakugan. Well, I'm God, Pain yells, as he and his 6 paths appear. Mito activates her Rinnegan and uses the Ninetale chakra. Due to this, she spams Shinra Tensei's at the Sage of 6 paths because her Ninetales chakra allowed it to bypass the 5-second limit. How can you spam it? Pain asks, as Mito uses Sage chakra to locate his real body before killing the main path of Pain. Using her Mangekyo Sharingan's teleport ability, she managed to get in front of Pain. She then sensed a few paper kunai coming at her, as she quickly switched to Rinnegan, used the Shinra Tensei, as then she used Almighty Pull, pulling Conan towards her and grabbing her neck. So Pain, you thought you could destroy my village and not lose something? Well, guess what, you're going to lose your life, but first I'm going to take away your girlfriend's life here, Mito says, snapping Conan's neck. How dare you hurt my friend, Pain yelled, as he sent a Shinra Tensei at Mito, who used her own Shinra Tensei to counter, and then did some hand signs. Woodstyle, deep forest emergency, he yelled, as the trees started to grow through Pain's body, killing him. She then quickly found herself restrained as the white Zetsu had latched onto her when she wasn't looking. What are you? She yelled. Just someone who doesn't want you interfering with our plan and destroying those eyes, the white Zetsu says, as the black Zetsu comes out of nowhere and takes the Rinnegan from Pain's body and disappears. We now see Mito returning to Leaf, where she was met with the surviving forces of 20 Jonin, 30 Chunin, and 100 Genin. But the 100 Genin did not include the rookies who all survived, as Minato then came up and made a speech. People of the Leaf, unfortunately, we have gained a huge loss for our village today. Our village was attacked by Akatsuki and their leader, who had the legendary Rinnegan, trying to catch my children to get the last of the Buju they need to do whatever sick plan they want to. But do not fear, as my daughter has easily dispatched of the Pains, and she and my son also has the Rinnegan. But my fellow Leaf Shinobis, we won't take this loss to heart. We will stand together and fight these terrorists. Now tell me, will you avenge your families? Will you fight with me to protect the world and to protect our village, Minato says. Yes, we will, they all screamed. Good, from now on, you'll all take a special serum called Project S, which will give you the Mangekyo Sharingan and the wood style. This serum is the weaker version that was used on my children, that gave them their bloodlines, which were all of the bloodlines that we had, and some from the Cloud and the other villages. But the reason being I haven't given you Project P is because, first of all, we don't have that much samples for it, and second of all, it is not safe for a non-Uzumaki. But with this new power, and with the Mangekyo Sharingan itself, which is said to be able to control the Nine Tails, we shall become the strongest village, and we shall avenge our villagers, Minato says. As everyone starts cheering, and Toei Chunin comes running in. What is it? Minato says. The Akatsuki, we just got word that they've captured all of the other Jinchurikis, thanks to this group called the Outcasts. So the Kage have called for a summit, and you invited Lord Hokage. Very well. Jiraiya and Tsunade shall accompany me, while Krishna will be the Hokage while I'm gone, Minato says. We now go to the point of view of the Akatsuki. Obito, pain have fallen. I brought back the Rinnegan, Zetsu says. So Jiraiya and Minato's Project P was a success. Do you think those brats possess the Rinnegan? Those idiots don't deserve it. Even that little bastard Naruto deserves it. But I'm surprised that the project even worked. But don't worry, that's nothing compared to the project I have Kabuto working on right now. Project NC integration. And it's said to have been successful by Kabuto. He's just waiting for the cells to just fully mix with, Kabuto says. So NC was a success. Damn, that could throw a wench into Naruto-sama's plans. I have to warn him, Zetsu says. Okay Zetsu, I'm gonna head over to the Kage meeting. Be sure to have the white Zetsu ready so we can summon Project NC's host, Obito says. We now go to the Kage meeting, which goes to canon as Obito appears. After that, Obito explains why he does what he does, like the Eye of the Moon plan and everything. So Minato, give up the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and we will have peace, Obito says. Shut it, you terrorists. My children will defeat you and I won't let you use them as some sort of plan for fake peace, Minato says. Very well, if you oppose me, then I declare the 4th Shinobi War, Obito says. The war begins, as the war is quite one-sided due to the fact each shinobi all possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, which were 150 people having a Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Jinchurikis having the Rinnegan. We currently see Mito and her brother soloing the remaining Akatsuki members, which included Itachi Kisame, the Zombie Brothers, the Deidara, and Sasori, as the rest of them were taken out by the Leaf Shinobi, aka the Zetsu clones were easily taken out by the Leaf Shinobi. Leaf was by far the strongest of the villages due to Project S. Obito was currently angry, no, he was fuming. Kabuto, is he ready to be deployed? We are losing here and I'm being made a joke of, Obito says. Just a few more minutes, and Naruto and that person's that he fought with, the one that looks like him, the one who he called brother, Cell will be fully stabilized, Kabuto says. Good, it's good that you decided to join us 3 years ago and ditch that master of yours Orochimaru, or else the cells wouldn't have fully stabilized on time for Sensei to be revived with his new powers, Obito says. Yes, we are quite lucky, Kabuto says. Meanwhile, with Black Zetsu, we see Black Zetsu at the Outcast's hideout as he was speaking to Naruto. Naruto-sama, we have a problem. Kabuto has managed to get his hands on your cells and has implanted them into Madra's dead body. They plan to use him to end this war and get the Jinchurikis, but that will also mean that Madara will be too strong for Kaguya to use as a vessel, Zetsu says. It's okay, Zetsu. No matter what happens, Madara will still be a fake Saiyan. I'll take care of him. He's no threat to my plan. He's too weak. In fact, let's see what the so-called legendary Uchiha can do against me if he has a bit of my cells, Naruto says. If you say so, Naruto-sama. But don't get too cocky. There have been many people's downfall, Zetsu says. I'll keep that in mind. Now alert me when Madara has captured the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki. I will take care of him after he gets his full power, Naruto says. Very well, Zetsu says, leaving to go to Obito's side. The allied shinobi forces were winning when suddenly a green beam came towards them and it exploded, killing a lot of Leaf Shinobis, as the light then revealed itself to be Madara Uchiha himself with green aura and Broly style of armor. I've heard that you lot are strong. Let's dance, Madara says as he rushes towards the remaining Leaf Shinobi who were wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, as he surrounded his body in the ki and started to destroy them all. One shinobi used a wind style at Madara at point blank range, but Madara's ki made it so he wasn't phased at all, as Madara grabbed him and threw him at the rest of the Leaf Shinobis and unleashed a ki blast, killing the Leaf. Suddenly, the rest of the villagers attack Madara as he easily beats them like he did in canon, but this time even more easier as he had ki. Incredible, this power I've gained through Obito's little experiment is unimaginable. The boy's power, the boy who possesses these cells, is definitely the most powerfulest being in this universe itself, Madara says, unknowingly complimenting Naruto. Madara then flies as he locates Mito and Memma as he flies straight towards them, crashing to the ground in a green beam, injuring the rookies who were there to protect Madara. Even Sasuke was there to protect Memma and Mito as they rejoined the village after killing Orochimaru. Surrender, Madara, you're not the only one with the Rinnegan, Memma says arrogantly. Yeah, Madara, 2 Rinnegan users against 1. Just end this war so I can find my Oni-chan and force him to stay with me, Madara says. You may have the Rinnegan, but I have something much better and have way more experience than you at using it, Madara says as he launches a ki blast, injuring them heavily. How do you have Oni-chan's power? That power should only belong to me and my Oni-chan, Mito says enraged as Nine-Tails chakra starts forming around her. It seems that when I was revived, my summoner fused someone's cells into me, which I presume is your brother's. I awakened with so much power. However, this power is mentally and physically straining. I can't believe that a mortal exists with this kind of power, Madara says. Madara then rushes towards Mito, who uses Shinra Tensei to try and push him back, with Memma helping. But Madara's ki barrier allows him to penetrate through the Shinra Tensei, getting close to Mito as he kicked her into a tree, injuring her greatly. As then with great speed he appears before Memma, kneeing him in the gut before punching him in the nose. Memma then uses his Nine-Tails chakra and Sharingan ability to restrict Madara's movement, but Madara's ki protected him from the Sharingan ability as he appeared behind Memma, knocking him out before flying to the base after grabbing him. Mito was barely conscious as she saw Madara take her brother. She knew that he was either going to be dead or near death, so she quickly summoned the King of Hell, which ate her and spit her out, healing her. He was so strong. Because of Oni-chan cells, I can't beat him. Nobody can, Mito says, as she starts to tear up before Krishna finds her and she explains what happened. With a Katsuki, Obito had summoned the 10-tailed husk as he had sealed the 9 tails in there. As he was about to become its Jinchuriki, Zetsu latched onto him, using Rinne Rebirth on Madara, as Madara pulled out Obito's eyes and put it in his, as he then became the 10-tailed Jinchuriki. After that, Madara had found the divine tree and absorbed it. Mito and the rookies had gotten to the base right after Madara had left, where they saw a near-death Memma. Mito had given him some Nine-Tails chakra and summoned the King of Hell, using it to heal Memma. Memma had lost his Project P powers, and he lost his Nine-Tails chakra, as he was now completely weak and useless for this war, as he didn't have a Sage mode because he never trained. He was, unlike Mito, arrogant when he got his powers when he had first unlocked the Rinnegan, that he never even waited for it to fully bond with his cells. We now go to the outcast point of view. Naruto-sama, Madara finally became the 10-tails Jinchuriki as you predicted. Your cells have made him too strong for Kaguya to use as a vessel. We need to weaken him, Zetsu says. So Zetsu, Madara's finally become the 10-tails Jinchuriki. Well, I guess it's time for me to show this fake and this world their places in this universe, Naruto says as he then began to flare up his power. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. But guys, that's all for today. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's your boy Annie Z with What If Naruto Was a Saiyan and Neglected Part 17, or the final part. So guys, we last left off in Pain attacking the Leaf Village, Madara being revived. Using Naruto and Goku's cells, Madara became the 10-tails, beating Memma, Sasuke and Mito easily. After becoming the 10-tails Jinchuriki, the power input was so powerful that it forced Naruto's cells in Madara's body to adapt, giving him legendary Super Saiyan 1 to survive the output coming into his body. Naruto-sama, Madras finally became the Ten Toes Jinchuriki as you predicted. The cells have made him too strong for Kaguya to use as a vessel. We need to weaken him, Zetsu says. So Zetsu, Madras finally become the Ten Toes Jinchuriki. Well, I guess it's time for me to show this fake and this world their places in this universe, Naruto says as he then began to flare up his power. Naruto lands with a boom in front of Madara. For a lowly Uchiha, you've come quite far. As a reward, I will show you true power, Naruto says. But he actually only powered up to 50% of his base form. As Naruto starts to scream, the world is covered in a green glow. Lightning starts to spark and shoot down at the earth. Back at the base, the outcasts wake up, feeling the world about to rip itself. What is going on? Why is Naruto using that much power, Yariko says. He's fighting that weak Uchiha, Rose says, talking about Madara. Who, Sasuke? Why would he want to waste time fighting Sasuke when he could be spending time in bed with the best Uchiha, which is me, Suki says. Avertedly. Back at the battlefield, Naruto screams as a green pillar of light erupts from him, as the whole shinobi world saw that pillar. As Naruto is then covered in a green glow, as his hair is still normal. What do you think, you weak failure? This is me at 50% of my power, Naruto says. Hold on, you dare use 50% against me, the great Madara Uchiha? You think this is a Game Boy? You're fighting to live, Madara yells. Fight? This isn't even a sparring session, Madara. You're too weak, Naruto says, as he flies up. But Madara, rejoice, only through me will the Uchiha clan reach the beauty you've sought for so long. Suki Uchiha, one of my wives, will give birth to a Saiyan Uchiha hybrid, which will far surpass any Uchiha, dead or alive, Naruto says. Boy, you doubt my strength, you underestimate me too much, Madara says, as Naruto starts to laugh. Oh Madara, you don't understand. Your time is already at an end. You are just an opening act, an appetizer. Now roll over and die, so that I can complete my goals, Naruto says. Madara charges towards Naruto with anger, as he tries to punch Naruto, who dodges, as Naruto goes in for a punch, but is surprised when Madara caught it. Madara then kicks Naruto in the liver, and starts to throw a barrage of punches at Naruto, as he uppercuts Naruto, sending him slowly towards the ground. I'm not the opening act, I'm the star of this damn show, Madara yells, as he proceeds to throw a power punch at Naruto, who smiled, as he formed a energy blade. Naruto then pushed his hand into Madara's chest, as Madara screamed out in pain as he was stabbed, as Madara fell to the ground. However, he heals a little bit. You don't get me, do you, boy? I'm immortal, you can't beat me, Madara yells. However, Naruto rushes behind Madara as he throws a barrage of punches at Madara, who has holes all over his body. Disappointing, you're not immortal, you just have a high healing system. But now that you're out of chakra and ki, you can't heal yourself, Naruto says. Why you, Madara says on the ground, on his knees bleeding out, waiting for the 6th path chakra to heal him. But since he didn't have that much left, his 6th path chakra was being used to keep him alive. He didn't have enough to heal him. When suddenly, Black Zetsu jumps on and latches onto him as he stabs Madara. Madara then starts to expand as Kaguya is then revived. Naruto quickly grabs Black Zetsu and touches Kaguya's shoulders as he takes them to the base. Where are we? I demand to know where you have taken me, Kaguya yelled, not knowing who this is. Mother, chill out. You can't beat him. He's with us. And Yariko, Black Zetsu says. Kaguya was about to ask something, but was cut out when a white blur crashes into her, as she hears crying coming from her attacker. Kaguya slowly looks up and smiles as she sees her daughter crying on her, as she hugs her back. Mum, I can finally meet you face to face, Yariko says, smiling with tears of joy. My daughter, how I've longed to hold you, and I had to send you out of the seal right after you were born so you wouldn't be trapped like me, Kaguya says. It's okay, Mother, Yariko says. So how was your life? Kaguya says, as Yariko starts to explain her life, everything that had happened to her. Kaguya got angry as she let out a huge blast of chakra. How dare they treat you like this? How dare they treat you like a demon? How dare they try to harm you? How dare they try anything against you? Kaguya yelled, as the energy started going out of control. But nobody in the base was hurt because they were all really overpowered, and Kaguya was actually the weakest among them. But Kaguya stops when she heard that. Naruto protected me from all of them. He made sure I was safe. He made sure that they will suffer. I knew I was safe with him. He made sure that I was safe even knowing that that bastard Minato would disown him, Yariko says. As Kaguya stops getting angry and she turns towards Naruto with a nice, kind, motherly smile. And then she rushes forwards and hugs him and starts to cry. Thank you for protecting her. She's everything to me. The only person I have left that won't try to hurt me, Kaguya says. As Naruto head pats her, thinking that she was a cute little bunny. It's okay, mother-in-law. She's my wife and I will protect her no matter what. Along with my other wives, Naruto says. So anyways, I don't want to break up this family reunion, especially one that involves my son meeting his mother-in-law. But Naruto, isn't it time to enact the final part of the plan of Project Purification, Bardock says. Oh, you're right, father. Mother-in-law, can we talk about this later? Naruto says, as Kaguya nods. So the final part of the Project Purification is to take the elemental nation from its current leaders and make a new paradise where we shall reign supreme and everyone else shall be our followers, Naruto says, as everybody starts to cheer. Bardock, Raditz and Gine, my mother, you shall go after the rock and force them to submit or destroy them. There can be no non-loyal humans as they can turn against us later on in the future, Naruto says. Goku and Vegeta, you shall go to a cloud and same orders as I gave to rock. I forced them to submit or destroy them, Naruto says. Kale and Khalifa, go after the mist. You two have to destroy it if they refuse to submit, Naruto says, as they nod. Suki and Rose, go after the sand like the others, kill them off if they refuse, Naruto says. However, before you all just start destroying them, I'm going to the Kage meeting that they will be having to celebrate besting Madara and the Akatsuki, even though it was me and you who beat them. And before you launch your attacks, I'm going to give the Kages an option to surrender. And if they refuse, then you are to proceed with your plans when I tell you. Because a Kage without an army is nothing. If you fail to convince them to bow down to us, blow their villages up, they don't need to be alive. We can't have any survivors who oppose our paradise, Naruto says. Finally, Yariko and Kaguya, after the meeting, we will meet up so we can go and punish the stupid Leaf Village for what they did to Yariko-chan, Naruto says, as everyone agreed. We now go to the Kage summit, where the Kages are discussing how to recover from the damages Madara had done when a green pillar of light hits the floor. The guards were getting ready to attack, but soon they fell to the ground, as Naruto steps out from the dust cloud. Hello again, Minato and the Kages. I've got a proposition for you. I know it'll be good for your health if you hear me out and agree, Naruto says. Naruto, what are you doing? Have you finally gotten out of the demon's influence and want to beg for mercy? Minato asks, as Naruto uses his speed to get in front of Minato, kneeing him in the balls before putting his foot on his head. I've had enough of you talking about my wife like that, Minato, you bastard Kage, Naruto says. So anyways, I'll get straight to the point, now that I'm pissed off and I don't want to joke around with you. Submit yourselves to me or die. What's your answer? Give it to me now, Naruto says. We'll never submit to you. We beat the great Madara Uchiha, you're nothing, the Raikage says. Oh really, Naruto says, shooting a finger beam through the Raikage's heart, killing him instantly. Let me tell you something to the remaining survivors. I'm the one that beat Madara, not you, not your shitty Shinobi. It was me. And my squad was the one that beat the Akatsuki, not you, Naruto says. Do you have any proof, Mai asks, genuinely, as Naruto showed them a recording. So what, you're just a few shinobi, while we're an army, the Tsuchikage says, as Naruto fires another finger beam, killing the Tsuchikage. You were an army, now you're dead, Naruto says. I, the leader of the Mist Village, submit to your rule, no Lord Naruto, Mizukage Mai says. Good, Naruto says as he calls Kale and Khalifa, telling them to call off the attack using his scouter. You can't be serious, Mizukage, the Kazekage and Minato says. We'll fight you, Naruto, Minato says as the Kazekage agreed, before the Kazekage was shot dead by a finger beam. Dumb idiots, Minato, you're a week to prepare for this war, before my team comes for you, Naruto says. Damn you failure, you have to get out of this demon's influence. You'll destroy the peace that we've worked so hard to make, all for revenge for that petty demon bitch, he says. Naruto starts to laugh, but as a reward for being a man enough to challenge me, even after seeing that I could destroy the world just by powering up. I will show you my full power, you dirty animal, Naruto says, as Whis then appears. So Lord Naruto, do you want me to put up that barrier that you're requesting, Whis says. Yes please, Whis, Naruto says, as Naruto then turns Super Saiyan Blue as Minato feels fear. Oh, what is this power, he says. Naruto then goes up to Super Saiyan Blue too, as Minato was terrified. He wishes that his mum was here to hug him. Naruto then goes up to Super Saiyan Blue 3 as he begs Naruto to stop. The fear was too much, but it was preventing him from passing out. Naruto doesn't care as he goes up to Super Saiyan Blue 4 as Minato's eyes widens. How do you have this kind of power? No one should have this kind of power, Minato repeats. As Naruto's eyes turn silver, renegades appear in his eyes as truth-seeking orbs appear around him. The whole barrier is covered in Naruto's energy as Minato slammed against it and suffocated by Naruto's power, as the impact of being slammed into the barrier from Naruto's power was enough to kill him. As Naruto quickly finishes through the transformation, Whis revives Minato. And this is Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 5, my ultimate transformation, the ultimate power that any mortal can ever have, Naruto says. As Minato looks at him with fear, he passes out. As Naruto de-transforms and returns to his base, he sees everyone waiting for him. So report, Naruto says. All villages apart from the Mist opposed us, so we destroyed them and we also killed the nation lords. Good, like I ordered, Naruto says. Very well, let's move, Naruto says. As the team flag was the Leaf Village, as Naruto does his favorite style of landing by charging up his power and slamming down into the ground, creating a huge shockwave. People of the shitty village of the Leaf, we are the new rulers of the elemental nations. Now submit to us or suffer, Naruto says. We will never submit to you, husband of the demon, they yelled as Naruto gestured towards Kaguya and she did the plan. 6 paths are out. Reversal, 0 chakra, she says, as everyone who wasn't a reincarnation of this Sage of 6 Paths family or didn't have Sage of 6 Paths chakra inside of him lost the chakra. As the shinobis tried to use their attacks: fire style, lightning style, water style, wind style, earth style, fireball jutsu, lightning ball jutsu, water ball jutsu, wind ball jutsu, mud ball jutsu. They all called out, but nothing came out. There were no attacks, nothing. They tried to use chakra to enhance their strength, but they couldn't call upon it. It's over, you've lost your chakra, Naruto says as he proceeded to beat the shinobi and the civilians until they surrendered. We now skip 10 years into the future. We now see a castle in the Whirlpool village. This was Planet Naruto's main castle, the savior of the universe, the savior of the multiverse, the one who united everyone, the strongest mortal. As we now see Naruto walking down his castle. He then saw Menma getting the shit beaten out of by his son. Stop, please, your dad has already killed my son and my wife in front of me. Isn't that enough? He yelled in pain. You used my mom and dad as target practice. How do you like being used as target practice? Naruto said. This was the son of Naruto and Rose. As he walked down to Minato and Jiraiya, as he sees them getting their shit beaten out by a little girl. You hurt my mum and made her out to be a demon. You deserve this, Naruto says. This was Naruto's and Yariko's first daughter and Naruto's first ever child. We are sorry. Please let us have grandchildren. At least please convince your dad to let Menma reproduce, and Mito as well, he yelled as Naruto refused. Naruto walked over to the next room to see Jiraiya and Tsunade getting the shit beaten out of by Naruse, who was his and Rose's other child, his daughter. You disgust me, grandparents. You cared more for some prophecy than you did your own child. That prophecy was made up by some toad that was high. You will suffer, you villains. And you said my dad was nothing. Well, guess what? He's the ruler of this damn world. And your children of prophecy are nothing but our punching bags, she says. Naruto then walks out of the castle to see every single female Hyuga being bred by the Saiyans from Universe 6, apart from Hinata as she was dead. As Naruto requested that they come and breed Saiyans for his planet and have an alliance with his planet, and Planet Saladala agreed. Hinata and other males opposed those orders but quickly perished, as the Hyuga girls, all of them, agreed to be the Saiyans' breeding stock. Naruto then walks to his castle to see Suki taking care of Naruki, his youngest newborn, and she was with Yariko and Rose. He also saw Kyo and Khalifa looking at him as he joined them in their bed chambers after Suki put Naruki in her little playpen as they started to strip and have fun. Strip over and have fun, especially Yariko and Naruto. But overall, Naruto had a good life because Yariko and Naruto had fun in bed. But guys, that's all for this series. Peace. But guys, that's all for today.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace.